Alright, I'm back. I have a PB and honey sandwich because it's my favorite. I'm gonna get into it. Hello! I didn't set this back to art. Wait, whoops. There we go. Okay, I said we were gonna get into it, but I kind of wanna watch something while I eat this sandwich. So we're gonna watch something while I eat this sandwich. What will we watch? I don't really know. Oh my god, Potato, hi! How's it going, Hester? How's it going? Oh my god, I'm so sorry I'm not following you. How's it going? How was your stream? How was your art stream? How's it going? I have a partner. This is stream of Potato Hester claims that they're trying to stream, but I reckon they're up to something more. Gnomic Carpal Tunnel Maxim? Sounds like a right fancy way of saying they're plumb obsessed with something last we saw them they was trying to draw, but who knows what kind of mischief they're getting into now. Y'all keep an eye on this one here. Welcome on in. What's up? Not bad discussion. Understandable. Welcome on in. Very cool. I still have the silly art that you drew of me in a special little folder. Let me show. This one? About me eating numbers and density, getting very confused. Yep. This one of Adventure Time Elaine. How are you doing? I'm good. Me with my head in a jar. And this is when Mira was making fun of my coom socks. Me and my head in a jar. And then me eating Kodo. Yeah, that was a while ago, but I have them. They're in a special little folder. But I hope you had a great stream, and if you have to raid and run, please take care of yourself. I'm eating a peanut butter and honey sandwich while trying to figure out what I'm going to put on the screen while I eat this sandwich, because I kind of want to just eat this sandwich and then get into drawing either this little guy or more panels. So, yeah. I'm just going to do Good Mythical Morning.
Today we're tasting snacks from alternate universes.
It's not gonna take you that long to eat the sandwich. Why is it so quiet? Why not all at the same time? That's a good question. That would be pretty good.
Good mythical morning.
I got some dinner to eat, so gotta raid and run. No problem. Have a great dinner. Thank you so much for the raid. Have a good rest of your stream. Thank you. Have a good rest of your dinner and night.
Vitamins, minerals, probiotics, and whole food sourced ingredients.
Woo! Almost 4 years. Oh my god. Almost as long as I've known you.
You can do for your health every day. By just dropping a scoop of AG1 into your water in the morning, you can start a new healthy habit that's actually easy to stick with. Yep, AG1 is backed by a ton of research, and it helps your whole body, including your brain. And
I don't know why this video is so quiet. Oh my god, I love Good Mythical Morning. Red is everything. How's your sandwich? The sandwich is good. I don't know what I want to watch. I want to watch something else. It's fine. We'll just watch this video.
Snacks from alternate water in the morning, you can start a new healthy habit that's actually easy to stick with. Yep, AG1 is backed by a ton of research, and it helps your whole body, including
the daily bite check
and gut health thrive. which is perfect because I'm always looking for ways to get more energy and feel better overall.
And I know after a morning of eating,
Good sandwich. I heated up the honey so it would pour out easier. Happy I did.
But AG1 contains prebiotics and probiotics that work together to support the body's ability to break down food, which helps me alleviate bloating and support bowel regularity.
Well, I appreciate you sharing that. If you head to the link in our description or scan the QR code on screen to subscribe, you'll save $20 off your first subscription. And check out everything you get with your welcome kit.
Okay, I'm gonna skip over the ad read.
E1.
Yeah, free Howie for purchase.
Alternate universes in order to bring back strange snacks that don't exist in our timeline is truly one of my favorite pastimes. But it does require a bigger commitment than you'd think.
Yeah, most of the other dimensions, we are much less famous. It's really difficult for our egos, but for you, we do it.
So please thank us in the comments. It's time for Multiverse Munchies.
In this universe, bread bowls are a beloved, edible vessel for soup. Panera, but we found a universe where everything is completely reversed from what we know. Their Paneras serve bread in a broccoli cheddar soup bowl. A soup bowl.
Oh my goodness, Noxia, thank you so much for subscribing for Tier 1 for 19 months. Gooning out to the RZA on this tonight, baby. Woo! Double chunk choco! I'm back from cleaning bathroom. How was the campaign? Good. We had to go back and prep more.
Here it is.
But it was good. It was good.
We bring this back and we turned it over to Nicole to do complete analysis on it.
Now,
so,
eating a little sandwich.
Nicole, what have you discovered
before we do some art and then get high and watch TikToks together?
Are you sure it's edible?
Well, as a professional analyzer, it is completely edible. The bowl itself is made out of cheddar broccoli soup and edible clay.
But it's hard. Edible clay.
Edible clay.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be 100% soup, guys.
Boy,
I mean,
I'm hungry.
And then the soup, it's the bread, it's the bread soup itself. Gosh, what a mouthful! Is just your classic sourdough mixed with a little bit of liquid and some salt. You know, we want to make it palatable.
Oh, okay.
They didn't.
Hey, this is not gonna taste good.
They also, as a professional analyzer, they also added a little bit of
Who
salt.
did art?
Say,
Yeah, in a little bit. In like 30 minutes, I'll take an edible.
Yeah, this is not beautiful.
I mean, how do you?
Yeah, you just break it. Just break it. You just somehow.
I think you should just bite into it.
Hit by things and it hurts. Whoa.
That early? That was just an hour earlier.
Point something out. This right here is just.
That's just a plate.
This is.
Instead of eating at 7, I'll eat it at 6.
Full contact with it. Maybe it's a piercing motion. Can you hold it? Can you create some?
So that way at 7 we can watch the TikToks.
Oh, there we go. I'm in. I pierced it. Now look, I can make it vibrate. I mean, I can make it look like it's a beat.
Ew, ew.
It's like a haunted house.
You know, in that alternate dimension.
It's now recreational as of Tuesday. What does that mean?
Normal way in their chairs.
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna try the soup first, which is bread.
I feel like the soup's not gonna be great.
Soggy,
not great.
Sourdough.
The thing I really noticed
Not horrible though. I like
in
it.
that other universe is
Bland.
that missionary is actually called reverse cowgirl. But
Are you talking for like weed? I thought it was already like that.
I'm still trying to wrap my.
It played twice. I'm back. And you light that shit up. Maybe I'll take the weed right now. Maybe it's a I take the weed right now kind of day. Fucking Comcast indeed. Fucking Christ, man. To buy and some Twitch. Maybe. Oh my god. Okay, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna take it now. It's too bright. It's too bright in the day for me to take it right now.
Wee wee mother bud.
Oh, wee wee mother bud. Why is my screen broken? Why is it broken? Oh, because it's, there. Okay, there we go. Alright, I'm gonna turn this off, because I finished my sandwich. I was, yuck, Comcast, I know, right? I was having issues with Comcast, be honest, I relate. Yeah, dude, I don't know, at 5:30, I get it, because it's, like, getting to be summer, so more kids are, like, coming home, or people getting off of work and stuff, so I'll have to, like, look into it, but it's great. It's great, I fucking love it. Turn my headset down again. Yeah. How you feeling, Gore? You feeling alright? Alright, this is Kimchi 3.0. I'm gonna mess with his ears, because I don't know if I like his ears. Yeah, these can go away. Feeling okay. I was having a really, I'm healing really good and just taking it easy. How are you doing, Kiwi? I'm excited for movie night. I want to watch movie next week. Understand, but we are having movie night tomorrow at 2 p.m. PST. We're gonna watch the first Shrek movie because I had to flake on Monday because I was feeling woof. I gave myself like fucking baby heat stroke or something. I don't know. I'll join the hell yeah. I was on Toy House earlier because they did fish. Oh, look at these guys. I'm feeling really motivated. Hell yeah. I don't have heat strokes. I don't don't have a heat stroke. Stay safe. Yeah, I'm trying my best. It's just I wasn't prepared for how hot it was gonna be this week. And I was bundled up a bit too much and a bit too stubborn about taking off my hoodie. And I didn't drink enough water, so I just died. But I'm okay for now. I'm looking through this person's stuff because their stuff is so cute. Like the little bug guy. I have a lot of fish things though. Vitamin D, yeah, vitamin D helps. I want to look at like cute fish. Cute fish. Art. Cute fish dog. I love looking at your favorites on Toy House. It's so wholesome. Thank you. I just like little guys on there. That's how Pilates were invented. It's crazy. Cute dogfish. I forgot a dogfish is a type of shark, actually. I've been looking through this person's designs because they're cute. They even have like a little fly. It's cute. Dun, 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 dun. What make thing look like fish? Are you used to exercising? You're going outside? Yeah, fucking exercise is gay. I do like the outside, but exercise is gay. I love that little gray guy that was on the page. She looked like a seal in a. Oh yeah, that one. This one. Yeah, their name is Squeeble. Her name is Squeeble. Oh, look at this guy's tail. This guy's got a big tail. So worm dino, yeah, that's they have this one as like they're doing like a raffle for it, and I joined the raffle. His name is Wormsy. I love this artist. Yeah, they're very cute. They're very cute. He showed me to them, and I've just been kind of like following them. Oh, they have the fins. They look like little fins. A little fin. No, I don't like that. That's weird. I was gonna buy the worm. It's evil for raffle. That's valid. That's valid. I mean, a lot of them, I think they do for like sale and stuff. So maybe they just want more people to favorite their stuff. I guess. Yeah, this guy. This guy. I like this guy too, Mev. Mev is cute too. He's just a little back guy. He's cute. I don't want my mouse. And also, my screen is broken. Hello? Hello? There we go. Lurk. I gotta lurk while I make some dinner, write a short story for my Kiwi. No problem. Get jealous because I want stuff? No, it's such a fucking mood. Happens to me all the time. Happens to me. That's how I feel with this guy. This is a stuffed animal from a game I've been playing called South of Midnight. His name is Crouton. And when he walks, he like weeble wobbles. It's very cute. I'm very jealous. I want one in real life. I wish I came up with him, but I didn't. It's the same way how I feel like about Raggy Chiffon's buttons. Also very cute. You help me, 'cause it's getting cold, and it's getting... That thing looks like a child of the Boogie from the Nightmare Before Christmas. It's so... Yeah, I love it. You get to play as him. You get to play as this little guy in the game. It's great. He's so cute. And he's like got this like little cape. It's very cute. I do fish. Let me browse. We're gonna like look up. Search. We're gonna do fish. And the buttons are one of the most cutest, man. Yeah, I know, and they're so customizable. I make my own to be part of her stuff. Yeah, do it. Do it. It'd be super cute. Okay. So let's try like fish ears then. Okay, I'm like tabbing into every other program that I have. Okay. That first one, like that, these ears. There's a type of fin that you want. I could doodle it on it if you want. You could doodle. If you have any ideas, feel free to doodle. I don't know. I'm just dicking around. I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm gonna be completely honest. These last few days that I've been drawing, I don't know what I don't know what I'm doing. I've just been living. I've just been existing. Submissive down fins would be cute, yeah. What the fuck? He's got like a little whoop, little whoop. This guy got a big mouth. Bigger mouth. Alright, let's try. I don't know. Boop, 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 boop. Let's do like this. I just imagine that with his like little like ear fins, he could just like flap them and they move around like fish fins. Like they're his ears, but they're like fish fins. this to be angled more this way. Right? Like if he could just like flap his little ears like a little fish. Like this. Like you press the feet and it flops, yeah. Oh my god. There's like a hair. There's a hair on my thigh and it's like tickling my thigh and it'll freak me out. Freak me out, dog. What if I could look up catfish until I have something happen? Give him curly thing on his head, like a little. Let's turn this off. Like one of these. Am I one of these? Just want to look up catfish really quick. Let's see what happens. Catfish. Search. Should I? Whoa! I like the ears. Oh, the fucking whiskers don't have to be as close as I thought they were. What? Kind of like Angel from Lilo and Stitch. Oh, you mean like... Do you mean like these curly antennas? Let me turn these off. And this... What the fuck? Where... Is touch on? Is touch on my tablet? There you go. Why is this symmetry? Be like, oh. And then it'd be like erased here. Be kind of cute. I think I should make them more exaggerated though. Like summer, good times. They're just kind of connected to the head. Okay. Me I like Prada, pulling my details. Does Ruben have them? No, Ruben's got the little tufties. Stick to me like Aram. Stringy is good because it's like a mustache. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Nothing as well. I'm just wondering if it's like too much. Because it's also like kind of like because of his tail and stuff. We'll keep it though. We're gonna keep it, but we just won't. We'll keep it. I want to try one other thing. Turn the spots off. Stick to me. Oh, might be water bottle, isn't it? Like lines? Yeah, that's possible. Hold on. Oh. You feel nothing. Oh, there we go. Let's come back. Do you think that they would go behind or in front? If they went, I guess it doesn't really matter. Also think he doesn't need a tail because the sploot reminds me of a fishtail seal, which is cute in front. The sploot? Because I was thinking of trying, because he's supposed to go with a certain outfit that I have. Where is it? But you might be right about the tail. Because I was doing the tail like it's a paintbrush. Because it's supposed to go with this outfit. Maybe it doesn't need a tail. BLT has a tail. Don't you, buddy? I'm gonna try like a... If I did like a... What if you had one like in the bottom in the center? Though, because of the way he's sitting. Gimme symmetry. Oh, ho, ho, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. There you go. Little tail. Is a prison, beautiful nightmare, world nutrition, it's given. I can't seriously draw because of my surgery, but what if he had like a bipedal kind of thing, like kind of an axolotl body, and when you gave him a paintbrush tip on the tail. Hear me out. I'm hearing. Hold on. Let me look at the axolotls. I'm hearing. Don't don't excite yourself too much. I don't want you to get hurt. Like a like a bipedal kind of axolotl body. So you're saying like this. Oh my. Oh my. How about feet? Because you could give him like little grubby hands, and then he could have a tip of the tail, and then you could just make it look more like a catfish with the fins and stuff. So you mean like give him more of like where's his body? Like a this body? Oh, wrong. I don't want this symmetry on. Oh, I gotta do this correctly. Oh, mama. Hold on. I'm doing this bad. Breath away. I don't know how to do leggy boys. I could also do... He looks like a yippy dog. I wish I could help you, but I can't. It's okay. It's okay. It's not like I'll finish him today. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Angels up in the clouds, jealous how we found. Besides, I have like 10 other things that my brain remembered that I would to work on. So it's like, he's in no rush. Just when I heard about the painter thing, it gave me an idea. No, yeah, that's valid. I just have a dumb brain. I have a dumb brain and I can't translate things very well. Smile. A very big fat tail. Hold on. That looks bad. Hold on. Nope. Turn that off. I don't just never draw something. Be nice to okay. Okay. Did we really learn how to just draw stuff from I like that shape? From I like, yeah, no, valid, yeah, no, it's been a tough journey for me to be like, oh yeah, I do like this thing, this shape and stuff. Smile. Unlock your mind's eye. I don't know, I think it might be a little too encrusted in my autism, but I'll do my best. Right. So we have this. So we have Kimchi 3.0. But another thing that I wanted to work on, because I'm really curious about what your idea is. I don't want to keep working on it when there's another idea. I want to make a new pen asset. Or like my mouse. So you guys know how like my mouse is on screen. But what if instead of it being a mouse pointer, it was Squisho mode? It was my squishy little model with a pen. I had like an idea. I drew it. I wrote and I drew it on paper. We had a fairy holder pen. Yeah. I think my reference came from this person I follow on YouTube and TikTok, but I was watching them on YouTube most recently. I think it's in my watch later stuff. Sanvo made this guy. It's like this little bunny. They should like the final. Yeah, so it's like a little bunny rabbit that like draws. And that's how I figured out how to do this whole like screen pen thing. So I was gonna try to do it with Squisho mode that I sketched out. Kind of like similar, but not exactly the same, obviously. So like we have the giant pen, which I'll edit in a bit. Let's see. Yeah, I think I like it up and down instead. And then, because my Squisho mode does have like a pen holding like mode. I love her. I love egg. I don't think it's gonna be that big though. Oops. I've been too busy. Let's see. I don't know how I wanted to hold it though. I don't know how I want Squisho mode to hold the pen. Because I was just gonna have them like holding it like with their arms. Kind of like how my VTuber holds it, but I don't know if I like it or not. I do. To hide my symptoms, symptoms of sorrow. Let it persuaded again and again. I love her. I love, I love, I love. I love, I love her. I love her. I'm gonna do something like that. Or I should just grab like a picture of Squisher Mode and just mess with it. I think this was what I was referencing when I was drawing, but the only thing I don't like about it is like only my left eye blinks. Yeah, because I'm sitting at like a weird angle. I wouldn't be surprised though if sometimes I just forget to blink. Cause my eyes will get sore after a while if I'm like on the computer. Use a different pen. Cause I kind of want it to be more angled. I don't blink a lot and my eyes get really dry, and when I like fix them, I blink with one eye like a frog. Valid. I'll like suddenly start crying and I'll be like, why do my eyes burn? And then Pix will be like, did you blink? And I'll be like, oh. Mouse cursors. Yo, slaughterhouse time? If you guys want to hang out, that's fine. I just know Gore is still healing. Okay, what's up? That's D&D Beyond. No, it's just D&D Beyond. It's just a little screenshot of D&D Beyond. Oh, much feeling. I can't give up. Done chat. Okie dokie. That way you can watch fucking. Let me go to live set because I'm live. You're here. It doesn't matter. Chungus.
Yeah.
This big chunky boy. What's up, dog?
A bad joke.
What?
That's what Updog is.
So confused. Can you send? Yeah, I got you. It's not gonna. The thing is, it's not gonna make a lot of sense because D&D Beyond is a character creator for 5e. So, the thing I was using was. What's that?
Speaking about what you guys on about D&D Beyond?
Wrong Type of Hero is asking about what I was using to show the character roles, and it's just D&D Beyond has a built-in thing where it shows our dice history, and I just crop it.
Thank God I don't have to use my phone anymore because I can't type on my desk.
Oh my god! It's Slaughterhouse. It's actually Slaughterhouse.
Yeah, I'm good to hang out and stuff. I just can't play games and I can't stream. I'm okay. I know my limits.
Okay.
Yeah, we hung out. We watched like half an episode of House earlier. It's great.
Yeah, you guys gotta finish it.
No, we stopped halfway through an episode last time, so now we're on a new episode.
Yeah, but we finished the Devil May Cry stuff, and that was nice.
Can it be for multiple people at once, or like I'm hoping this is an online dice roller? It's not an online. Well, it kind of is. It's a character. Well, D&D Beyond, you also have to make a character though. Like it can work for multiple people, but like they all have to have a character in a campaign.
I'm no longer repoing, so I should change my Fugi.
Repo these nuts.
Do you know what? Just because you said that.
Oh no! I fucked up.
Hey guys, want to learn how to paint?
Oh god.
I always think my character has like Bob Ross vibes.
Yeah, like a creepy Bob Ross. Alright.
I mean, I was just gonna say Bob Ross, but you know, you can
Bob
add
Ross?
creepy if you want.
I don't think Bob Ross is all that creepy.
I kind of like. I think the hair on the sock kind of makes me look like Baby No Money.
It does. And then, like, the 5 o'clock shadow also doesn't help.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should just, like, cosplay him.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? He is me. I've been looking into getting
Oh.
getting a 3D model, and I found out that like because like my biggest obstacle in getting a 3D model is I want to be a large man, and they only
Mm-hmm.
the 3D models only really support Twinkie
Yeah.
boys. But I want to have my gut and be a large, imposing.
You gotta go to them. You gotta
man.
go to those furry artists. Furry artists will have your back.
And so there's one person was talking about how they could just make the clothes bigger, and then like kind of like
Skinny.
be a balloon. Like
So Mark could have abs, and it'd be funny.
yeah. So I was talking to someone about like making it so that I have like this like big outer shell where like all of the clothes make it look like I'm super big, but then my like under like my like thing is gonna have like abs.
Hell yeah, dude. That'd be amazing. Oh, this cursor pack is cute. Oh my god, it's Howl's Moving Castle. Oh my god. Fuck, that's so
The dog. I love the dog. He cute.
cute. Bork. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just existing in this liminal space that we call being alive.
Me with the surgery, being completely like unentertained and bored.
It's okay, you'll get better soon and then you'll be the entertainer.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Shadow.
I have to wait so long though, so I can have boobs.
Booba. Booba. The double D's.
Yeah, me and Elaine have the same cup size.
Yippee.
Damn, Elaine's got big tits.
Well, yeah, our mom has big boobs. I would be like, are you coping? Because, like,
I'm
you
gonna
know,
be-
certain people
I've
I
seen
know is
Elaine.
coping.
I know what Elaine looks like. I've paid no attention to that.
Well, I also
Probably
always
would.
wear like super oversized hoodies all the time, so you can't really tell. I just look
I
like a
told
blob.
Elaine the same thing. People think I'm
hamper.
flat chested, but
I could not tell you any of my friends like sizes in that regard. I only know that
well,
girls
it
got big
helped that
tits
you
because
look at
Gork fucking
mine.
talks about it every 10 seconds.
Yeah, well, you also know that mine are like big because they're sag, and I've shown you.
Yeah, well, it makes it sound different.
In the raw
Yeah.
No,
raw
I-
titty.
I have not seen raw gore titty.
Raw gore.
I've shown everyone else but Mark.
I'm very thankful to have not seen it because that's
Well, you don't want to see mine because they have disease
It's
on
just
them,
weird.
and I don't want to show you.
I
I didn't even want to show you my cuts because that was weird.
yeah. You were like, do you want to see my cuts? And I was like, no, and you were like, thank God. I was like, why did you ask that?
That's because Elaine was asking, and then Charlie was like, "Can I see them?" I'm like, "Okay." Because I'll show people, but I'm also just like, I don't wanna. Because it grosses me out personally. It's not because like it's not like I'm like uncomfortable. It's just I'm like I don't want to see that.
That's valid.
It's why when I get on camera with Mark, I'm like, please ignore the fact that I look pregnant. Thank you.
Great.
Man, I was watching this thing about somebody who got like keyhole surgery and they like completely fucked them up. And like I think the like documentary about her was called "The Woman with 6 Belly Buttons."
Wow.
Oh.
There's
Because they, like,
Garrett.
I get
Fully
it.
ruined.
We're talking about Gaia. That's bro. The funniest thing is I didn't even have a keyhole surgery. I had like a specific laparoscopic robotic
Isn't
surgery that was through
Technically
my pussy.
still, isn't that technically still keyhole though?
No, because the machine that I
'Cause-
was using wasn't
That's
doing
okay, I'll replay it
keyhole,
for you,
but
Garrett.
there are keyhole surgeries. Yes, my my gallbladder surgery was a keyhole. Because that's where I know because of the scars. Keyhole surgeries have like very specific scars, and they go in your belly button, like the woman you were talking about, where the one that I had goes above my belly button. So I didn't get a second belly button this time. Because when I went into surgery, I was an innie, and then I was scared I was going to be an outie, and now I'm just a deeper innie. But it feels weird.
That's valid, Garrett. I just like to think about how this song is about Jesus.
I feel like you're drawing an Among Us.
Everything starts with Among Us. That I like. Everything starts Among Us shaped in my brain.
Yeah.
I was even, oh my god, I was at the store, and there was like this little pouch, like these collapsible umbrellas, and there was like a yellow one, and I like looked at Pixels, and then I looked at it, and I looked at him, and I was like, Among Us, and he's like, God damn it. I'm like, I'm sorry. Hi, Wombo! No Among Us? What do you mean no Among Us? A little bit Among Us. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Nah, Garrett, I had that experience, but not with the music right now. We were in the car, and it was the first time yesterday when I went to the doctor, and freaking Linkin Park Numb was playing, and I felt really uncomfortable, because that's how I felt when I was in the car, because I wasn't allowed to talk or anything, because my grandma was being weird. So I was
when you're happy,
resonating
you
with
hear the
song.
music. When you're sad, you hear the lyrics.
Yeah, I was like, bro, seriously. And it was like 6 in the morning too. It was like, are you seriously playing this at 6 in the morning?
I'm surprised that wasn't in Devil May Cry, honestly.
Why? Oh my god, that would have been so good when it was flashbacking into his mom.
Bro, the opening to Devil May Cry is rolling.
Yeah, it's great.
Just
and then
keep
they play
rolling.
Green Day.
Yeah, that was a Green Day song. It fucked me up so much.
I gotta watch Shrek tomorrow, Mark.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that to you because Elaine mentioned it.
Yeah, I
gotta sleep, but I just came back to drop a lurk for the night. Have a good stream. Thank you, Womble. Have a good sleep.
Yeah.
You're amazing, and I love you.
Have good
eats.
I don't know how I'm gonna last till my birthday. I got way too spoiled in literally just 2 days. This is what happens when your live 2D artists are cracked. Most people don't just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna draw you the sketch of your new design. Oh yeah, now I'm gonna make you the model in 1 day. Like, the fuck? Now I have to sit here and be like, okay. Wait, I like that ominous face.
Ominous? My brain. Hi, V.
Yeah, it looks like a scary, like, fruit gummy. I like it.
Scary fruit gummy.
Yeah. I also just like when you draw hands, because they look like boobs.
Felt that in my soul. That's valid. That's also Jesus. Think about Jesus when you listen to that song, because that's what that song's about. Oddly enough. I didn't know that. I thought it was literally meant for Twilight, because that's where I heard it. It was in Twilight. And it's like fucking...
Oh god, yeah. You know, my favorite thing about Twilight is when people post that one gif of Edward and then he sniff her and there was like, oh, it's because of her period. It's like, no. You're weird. Stop.
People can't smell that though.
I know, I can.
Yeah. You know, he's gotta just sniff out his little ketchup packet, you know?
It's like some people can smell ants. Some people can smell ants really well.
Oh yeah. They're gross. They're disgusting.
And some people have like a hypersensitivity to like petrichor, which is the wet grass smell.
Bro, I hate the smell of wet cement. If I smell it, it makes me want to throw up. It's too much. It's so chemical.
I'll work on this later.
If you never draw mouths on anything, it looks ominous. Like, if you just draw dot eyes, it looks satanic.
Hey, man. The violence it calls, you know?
Not fucking Paramore. Also, not fucking Forks. Forks is an awful place to go to. What the fuck? Why are you in Forks? Oh my god, are you making the cute I don't remember what those are called because my brain's not functioning, but yeah.
Yeah.
They're cute.
Because I at least have sketches for these.
I don't sketch.
So I did
It always
the other
amazes
day.
me
I
when
did like
people
my
do that.
D&D one. I did my D&D one, and I like it. The commissions one.
That one's cute. I think you're good at making graphics. I can't do that shit.
Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, I was talking to Pixels last night. I was like, I don't know why I never went into like UI UX design in school, like graphic design in school, because I feel like I would have liked it a lot. But I already paid my dues and I'm not going back. So
That's
YouTube it is.
But yeah, no, you're good at making graphics. I've always thought that way. Like when I see like your overlays and like other shit.
It means a lot. Thank you. I reiterate them every week.
Like I can kind of make graphics, like I've been doing it, but I don't have that eye, if that makes sense. I just try.
I mean, I like your overlay now. It's really cohesive.
Thank you. I'm having a Charlie shade it because I don't know how to do that. Because now my model's like really fancy, so I'm like, can you make it shaded because it's now flat against me? I'm also gonna ask them to animate it because I asked one of my friends to do that and I felt bad. So I was like, can you animate the blood? Like when I ask people on Twitter, they're like, are you seriously asking us to just put some soup in a like tube and move it? I'm like, yes, I will pay you because I can't do it.
You will always have a future in campaign posters. Yeah, because the campaign poster I made you. Hell yeah.
Wow, I almost called you a weird name, Mark.
What did you usually call me?
A weird name?
Marcus.
That's not my name.
I know.
That's not my name.
I'm back on the medication, Mark.
Some
so
people like to think they're like smart and be like, I bet it's Marcus on your birth certificate. No.
You don't give off Marcus vibes, that's the problem. You give off Mark with a hard M.
That sounds a little racy, I'm not gonna lie.
It is.
Why is it that when it's warm outside it makes me stuffy? I don't like it.
Because you're built different.
Watch, I'm getting sick. Pixels is getting better, now I'm getting sick.
You can feel sick with me, it's sympathy pain.
Okay, I'm fine with this.
Yeah.
As long as there's a
It's
purpose,
like,
I don't like being sick for no reason.
You know, sympathy, pregnancy, sympathy, pain, same thing.
Sympathy, pregnancy. Funny enough, the other person in the homeowner election is a Marcus. That's crazy. I think of Marcus as M-A-R-K or M-A-R-C-U-E-S.
Yes, that's
I feel
a
like the
fancy
Q
way
makes
of
it
saying
fancy.
it. Yeah.
Q makes it fancy.
Mark watched a video of
Marcus.
himself and I gave him brain damage and then he sent it to me and I could see how it's like him. And I still think about it.
Yeah, I TikTok sent me a video that just was me and it upset me viscerally.
Good.
Oh yeah, I like how you did that to me with the special autism and the spreadsheets.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that
Yeah,
spreadsheet
see?
thing, I barely watched it and I knew that was about you. Because you make
Can we
so
go back to
many
talking?
spreadsheets, bro. It's crazy.
No, go back to talking about Bobby, not me.
No, it's funny.
Elaine, do
Because
you
like
want to see
I
the
plan
fucking
stuff,
video?
but you're so like
Yeah,
fancy
dude.
about it.
Also, the video I sent you was just like, hey, isn't it funny when people are like this? No, the video that I sent Gore literally describes literally every piece of my personality and it fucks me up.
Yeah, and it also makes me think about every time you've talked to me, and now I'm gonna dissect you when you do it. Because we both like psychology.
Would you like to see it, Elaine?
I would love to see it, dude. I don't know how to fucking. I want to do the do it for him kind of meme thing with the rules.
This is
In
like
psychology,
Do it for
there's this
him.
term called emotional detachment.
the truest
People like this
of,
come off
like,
as gentle
Magus.
when they talk,
Yeah.
always
reading
wearing a
me,
smile, with a
and I
live
hate it.
and easygoing personality. hey,
Okay.
give off this vibe of being upbeat and cheerful.
Uh-huh.
But deep down, only
I'm
they
just
know
like
how cold
staring at
and
the fact
pessimistic
that
they
I
really are when
know
it comes
your
to
spray
handling
can has a
things.
silly straw, but it's just
They've
a
got a
penis.
knack for thinking everything through super clearly.
It is a little
They've got this
penisy.
habit of
Yeah.
always imagining the worst case scenario. Not because they're just gloomy,
What's
but
the
because they're used
Charizard
to planning
pancake
ahead
song?
for the
What the
rain
fuck is
before it
that?
even starts.
Oh my
don't
god,
have
I'll play it.
anything-
Hold on, wait. I should eat. Hold on, I'll get my meme playlist open. Because it's in there. Charizard, why you eating all my pancakes? There it is. It's literally called Charizard, why you eating all my pancakes? Lane, let's team up with our spreadsheet autism and sell templates. Fuck yeah, brother. I'll be down. I don't know how to make money off of it, but if you do, I'm down. Last night, why are you playing Pokemon? Charizard card.
The fuck?
I'm
It
sorry.
suits you, Garrett. It suits you. It suits your
I'm
song
so
taste. I like it.
Me?
Oh, my rash came back because I went outside again. I hate being sweaty.
Oh, that's understandable.
I showed my grandma and she was just like, yeah, that's what happens when you walk in the heat while wearing a sweater. And I'm like, I'm cold. And she's like, but you said you're hot. I'm like, I have menopause. Please. I can use that thing now. Like isn't that like a joke in like the medical field or something? Like where it's like, they just got menopause. Now I can.
Maybe? I don't know. I don't know a lot about medical stuff.
I do, and it's annoying, and that's why if I didn't see the doctor that day, I would have really thought I ripped out my entire insides just because one of my stitches looked funny.
That's valid. That's valid.
Like, I was taking a mirror that you use to shave your pubes, that's like the magnifying one, and then grabbing those like industrial lights and zooming in on my cuts to see if it's wrong. I was going insane. And my grandma's like, you need to calm down. I'm like, I can't. I'm crashing
Listen,
out.
you
I'm
don't,
literally
you don't
messaging
understand.
Mark
If I
saying,
fuck this
"I'm gonna
up, this is
die."
gonna be terrible.
Yeah, I literally messaged both Mark and Gary, like, I'm gonna die, I need to go to the hospital.
Yeah, I was like, just fucking go. Like, don't think about it. Just like, it's literally their job to like look at you and be like, you're good. And it would help you so much mentally to hear that.
Yeah, and then I didn't.
Either
and
you have
then
something wrong
you
and
know.
they're there to do the job, or you don't have anything wrong and you can go home. Like, just call. You don't need to suffer.
Right? And then I go, and then the nurse is super nice. And she's like, if you're scared, you can take pictures and send it to us for doctors. It's okay. And I was like, cool. So now I get a free pass. If I'm like, so this looks weird, sends a picture of my foot. That's not where you had the surgery. It looks weird, though.
You guys said if I was afraid, I could talk to you guys. Are you taking
Yeah.
that back? I'm scared.
Well,
Don't do that.
I like was telling Mark, but because I got like my hysterectomy right, because that's like a thing in doctors of like treat women weird, whatever. So now that I have it, they can't be like, oh, we're gonna take that right away from you. So I can live be as crazy as I want. Because I don't have it
Yippee.
anymore. Because they can be like, oh, it's because you're on your blanket. It's like, I don't have that, bitch. I'm crazy because I'm crazy. I saw that VTuber debut. They're really cute. The green bunny one. I like them.
Oh, this one? This one?
Yeah, they're like a Girl Scout or whatever. It was cute.
Yeah, it's cute.
Belle does a lot of stuff. I love their stuff. If I had a lot of disposable income and I could tell myself to buy this, I would.
Yep, me too. The only reason why I haven't gotten their stuff is because I'm poor.
Fucking mood. I'm only able to get the model that I have right now because I'm selling my entire legacy to one of my friends and I'm watching a dog.
That's valid.
Otherwise, I would not be able to. And I'm saying that I'm buying the Switch too, so I won't get asked why I'm spending this money.
No, that's valid. That works out.
Even though I'm gonna get the Switch too, but that's...
I would like to get a Switch
questionable.
too, but I don't know if my money is gonna agree with me.
Bro, that's how I feel because I want to get it for my birthday, but I'm scared about the pre-order because America Sucks, and they keep saying, "Oh, it's gonna be on the 24th." It's actually the 9th, but then it's the 24th. I'm like, pick a date, please. I don't want to have FOMO. I really want to play the games.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't care about the new games. I specifically they're gatekeeping GameCube games on that, and I want to play GameCube games.
That's valid. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. Makes sense why you would want to play them.
Plus, I'm gonna sell my other one once I transfer everything, so it's kind of okay. I'm technically getting the money back.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I don't know who the fuck would buy an old Switch now, but you know.
My brain is so tired. I don't know what just happened. I was just like, my brain's like, okay, time to go take a nap.
I feel like that every day, but that's because I'm surgerying and also I'm always tired.
You have a reason. I'm like, I think I'm gonna double down and like some point at next week I'm just gonna have a take a nap stream. Or just take a nap on stream, and then if people need someone to take a nap with, I'll take a nap with you.
Why not? There's people that literally do streams like talking people down from like hating food, so.
What?
I literally watched someone do a weird ASMR stream where they were consulting people that have like texture issues with food. It was a lot. And I was really bored in the first 2 days of my surgery. And I was just like, I'm bored. Let me see the weird niches of Twitch. No. Huh?
Whoops.
Oh.
The song is called Yoshi Commits Tax Fraud.
You should make panels for when you do your
what?
Your collab stuff. You should make a panel for when you do collab stuff.
Like how so? Like what would it pertain? Have?
I don't know. That's all I thought when I speak.
That's valid.
When I'm on the medication, I can't think. It's really weird. But then when I'm off the medication, I can think. And I'm literally just taking Tylenol.
It's okay. Brain cell go eat when medicine in system.
Yeah, I think it's also.
Did I take my meds today?
I feel like you did not.
No, they're still in the case.
Yeah. You give the vibe you didn't take meds, because when you're on your meds, you're crazy.
Yeah, but it's like, it's only my anxiety meds. I don't take Adderall on Fridays because I'm not doing a lot on Fridays. And also, I don't like mixing Adderall and edibles.
Oh yeah, no, you shouldn't do that. It's dangerous. Yes.
But I was talking to Pixels and he's like, and we're talking and we got to the topic again where like everybody thinks I'm like a 90, not like 100% of the time stoner. He's like, you just have that personality. I'm like, but I'm not a stoner. I'm an edibbler. Oh no! I realized why I wasn't gonna have this conversation.
Why?
Because Ryan said that you were gonna call me an e-diddler. So I said e-diddler.
An edibler.
But at least I got ahead of it. I got ahead of it before you could say it, so it's okay.
Everything's okay. Think it, so
Mark doesn't have thoughts.
Sometimes he does. And then I regret.
But his thoughts
talking.
Are bad.
They're good. They're good in my brain.
No. Mark, I can't say on stream. I meant it.
I just hear you aggressively start like clacking on your phone.
No, like I remembered something that I wanted to tell Mark about, but we're on stream, and I was like, he would enjoy this, but it is not stream good.
What if I muted you guys and then you could say it anyway?
Hold on.
Okay.
Because it's really funny. Hold on.
I don't want to listen to the song. Oh LGBTQIA. Oh, that's not. Oh God, not
Have
this
you seen
one.
those, Mark?
1 second.
Because they're funny. I was watching an entire video about it.
Oh yeah, I have.
yeah. I was watching it, and then one of the names of them was like Miss Special, and it made me laugh. I always wondered this, but on the LGBTQIA, what is the QIA part?
Where?
Queer, intersex, asexual.
Oh, okay. Because I always wondered that because yeah, because I always see it getting longer.
To be fair, it's a lot of letters.
Yeah, it's the alphabet now, almost. That's why they pay the plus. I know that.
Why can't it just be LGBT plus though? Like, why did it? Like, why? Why?
We have to have the queer. We're gay.
But okay, correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm sorry if this is ignorant, but isn't queer also just gay?
No.
Okay.
It's kind of like a retaken slur, if that makes sense.
Oh.
So technically, queer just means unusual. So like, it kind of just means like not the normal. So
yeah, and people have reclaimed it. That's why it's there, because it used to just be LGBTQ and then LGBT, and then queer used to sort of, be a problem, but now people have reclaimed it to being a positive.
People often refer to like that's why people refer to like the fae sometimes as the queer folk.
Yeah.
Because it just means weird, basically, like
Which
unusual. I'm not anymore.
You still always are. You could just be one of those like no. Hold on, my brain didn't function. You can be those people from like that one state that's not mine. Yeah. I'm having great thoughts.
That's okay.
This is what it feels like if I was on Ritalin. But I'm taking Tylenol.
It's unfortunate.
The Q used to be questioning. That is correct. It did. It used to be questioning as well. That's why I'm saying like they reclaimed the queer part because questioning was the original. They've like changed it a couple times. But yeah, most people like just say I'm queer to just like a borderline term if they don't feel like saying exactly what they are. It's like how you're not supposed to say dyke anymore. Unless you want to. Like, if you are a lesbian, you can call yourself that, but you should not be called that, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. It's like when you say the F word as being gay. You can say that if you are, but you shouldn't call someone that.
Yeah, that makes
Same
sense.
with butch is also that borderline too of it could be negative or positive if you say it right. Like how I'm saying like I'm butch, but then if someone said that to me, I'd be like, no.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Thank you for educating me in my chat.
Bro, people get really mad, and I've learned this, like, in the LGBT thing, when the bi was there, people got really mad that there's, like, bi and bi-curious. They would lump them together when they're different. I remember that conversation years ago. That's why we have so many umbrella terms now.
Mm-hmm.
Like Mark's an Eggo waffle or whatever, and then he said that I'm like that, and then it changed because he told me that. Because like right after my surgery, I felt horny for like 10 seconds, and then he was like, "You're like me," and then I like didn't feel it anymore because Mark told me that I was like him.
Egosexual is being interested in the idea of it, but not wanting to actually like be it. If you know what I mean.
What if I'm interested in objectifying it? Is that the same?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so it's okay. So if I'm objectifying it, it's fine. Because I feel like that's what I do. It's like when I read,
like I'm like damn, that's nice. Like yeah, but I don't want to be part of it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not, like, man, I wish that were me. It's like, no, I don't. Sex
There
is
are
weird and
not more
gross.
flavors of waffles, Pixels. There are only Eggo waffles. Everything else is not superior.
I like the I like the shocked face after it though. There are more flavors of
Yeah.
waffles. What?
That yellow you picked is
Yeah.
in the spectrum I can't see, and it's scaring me.
It's so bad. It's like it's a blending in, but I want all of them to be on the same. I'm gonna edit
No,
it
that's
after, but I
so
want them to be
fair.
all the same saturation.
I'm yellow
level.
colorblind, so it's freaking me out, and it's funny.
It's okay. I'll fix it. Don't worry. Don't worry, baby girl. I'll fix it.
I was told about the blue one, the blue waffle. Oh, okay. I was like, hold on.
Oh my god! I don't even know what the blue one is though, to be fair. I remember in middle school people be like, oh my god, look up blue waffle. I'm like, blueberry
Look it up.
waffles? No, I'm afraid.
It's not that bad, but I'm also desensitized. It just looks like cottage cheese inside of a sack. It's just
Makes me
women's
more scared.
smegma.
Okay. I think
Yeah.
that's okay. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a lot,
think?
but it's not that bad. I don't know. I've seen worse. I feel like seeing someone's connective tissue is worse than seeing blue waffle.
I don't know, whenever I hear like blue waffle, it makes me think that it's like moldy smegma, you know?
No,
I go
that's-
like the
blue waffle isn't smegma.
No, I'm trying to describe it because she won't look it up.
I don't know, I'm too afraid.
It's mold. It's literal mold.
Yeah. It's fermenting cheese inside of you, but it's not.
Yeast.
Yeah, it's like an extreme yeast infection, but it looks like blue cheese, but it's in your skin. And we somehow want to look that up as people. It's like how I like looking at horse feet.
Don't bring that up. Don't bring that up.
I like looking
What?
up horse feet without their hooves on.
What?
Because it looks
This
like
is an image.
Chat, avert your
that's-
eyes. Chat, avert your eyes.
Look
Don't
up.
avert your eyes, I blur this.
This is one of the
Horses.
like most horrific images that like actually bothers me.
Wait, horses without
I'm a
their hooves
I'm
on.
gonna
It looks
find the
like
image
whale
for you.
teeth.
Ah!
Oh yeah, did you see it?
It's so red! It was so red! It
That's
was
what
so
I'm
red!
telling you. It
It's so
looks like
red.
a whale's teeth, but it's red, and it's weird, and I like.
Oh, it looks like I could bite into it and it would be the consistency of like cow intestines.
Yeah.
It's you really like to bring up pounders.
Cow
It's 'cause
intestines are
I'm-
good.
They taste good. It's because I've been hungering from some cow intestines too, but
Yeah.
I can't have it.
Well, also like cow intestines are great for if you're like nursing kittens because you can pretend.
Yeah,
it's
this is the
nipple.
specific image that we talk about.
flesh spaghetti.
Okay. As I said, okay. Yeah, but it's weird because it's like flesh spaghetti. I don't
That's
like it.
because
Bro,
that's
fingernail
literally
removal is not the same as horses' hooves. They have like a texture. People without fingernails, it just looks sad. I know because I've ripped mine off before. It's not that bad.
so the
Horse
thing
feet are
about
weird.
this
Are
is
those
that
the
those are
nerves?
actually those are nerves.
That's what I thought.
If- This is a dead
Ugh.
horse. You
It's like
if you
teeth.
did this to a living horse, it would be actual like cruel,
well,
like
yeah, it's
incredibly cruel.
mutilation,
For
bro.
but like I'm just mean like on a next level. Like
Do horses have feelings?
yes,
Do horses have feelings?
believe it or
I
not,
don't
wait,
like
what?
them.
everything has feelings.
No, rabbits don't have feelings.
Yes, they do.
No, they have no sentience. They have
Plants
no
have
thoughts.
feelings?
Yes,
No.
that's why. Yes, the smell of cut grass is literally them expressing pain.
I thought it was because they were horny.
No, cut grass
No, that's
is
a tree
literally.
thing. You ripped off and I shaved mine off, Kiwi, when I was cutting a potato. My fingernail.
You know what's one of my least favorite words in the English dictionary?
What?
Degloved.
Don't say that. I hate that
Deglove?
word, please. Because it makes me think of deflowered, but for men, even though that's not what it is, and it upsets me, Mark.
Oh goodness.
I hate that.
What the word means is when a bone is completely stripped of flesh.
Yeah, it's delicious.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I've seen
like
a
that it
gloved
brings up
finger
gloves.
before, which is gross.
I've seen a degloved
Someone's fingertip.
Bro, I've
Fingers
seen
are
that
caught in
but
a
with
door.
a kneecap, and it was awful because I could see the connective tissue. That's what I mean. I don't like that.
I've seen somebody's like kneecap cap before. That was fun.
Yeah, you say.
I've spoken to
Yeah,
you.
but you've also seen a hamster explode.
Yeah.
Chat, I
Bro,
hope
that
I hope
video
that
that
you're
you
not
showed me
trying to
one
have
time
dinner
of the
anytime
flat
soon.
hamster, it made me laugh.
Yeah, the flat. We
My
call it
finger
the
got
slaughterhouse
caught
for a
in
reason.
Metal door. Oof. That's horrible. I'm sorry. Do you still feel it? My mom shut my leg in a car door once. It's fine. But in the moment that happened, I thought I didn't have a leg. It was weird. The group title? Yeah, well, I'm gonna be honest. My secret interest is looking at... I don't like that. I don't like
Gar,
that
thank
picture.
you. It's a Beezy's little angry face that her model does.
Yeah,
My
it's cute.
goblin character
It
does it
looks
too. I love it.
constipated. Fuck.
Well, Chad, I hope you didn't have to eat dinner anytime soon. Smile.
Oh, if you want to
don't
start,
have to eat.
if you want to talk about things that would stop you from eating dinner, I can go into
No,
that.
no, we're good.
This was a light
No.
breeze compared to some of the
Bro.
things that we can bring up.
Well, I'm thinking about male pregnancy because of Yuma, so...
That's
Oh yeah,
fine.
she was posting about being like she wished the Omegaverse was real, so she could be a beta.
Yeah, and I told her she can't have my OCs if she does that.
And I was literally like, we all know, Yuma, if you were in the Omegaverse, you would be stuck as an alpha and hate your life.
I would rather be a beta because that's at least better than Omegas because they're pathetic.
Because just like in real life, Yuma would be forced to be the top in every female relationship that they're in.
Bro, the fact that she even tries that is sad. She tried to hit on me and I laughed. She got offended because I told her I had bigger boobs than her.
I mean, that's
That's
she got offended by that?
Yeah. Because
I
I
got
told her
bigger
when we get
boobs
our
than
picture
her.
together. Bro, that's different. Yours are built different.
Honestly,
That's not the
it's
same.
refreshing being around people that I don't have bigger boobs than.
Yeah. You got hit by... I mean, I get... There's 15 miles an hour,
Even
but you got
then.
hit by a car, bro? What the fuck? Your mom okay? Is there a Delta option? I don't know. I don't know enough about Omegaverse. I literally only found out about it because I watched this really cute anime that had that in there, and I thought they were trans, but then it was Omegaverse, and I got confused, and then I had to ask Yuma. And she's like, no, this is this, and then I was like, why are they bitten? And she's like, I'm not going to explain this to you. I was like, okay. And then I told her, because she bought my 2 characters recently, if she makes them in the Omegaverse, I will redact them, and I will charge her back. We are not doing that, please. Because she was going on a tangent about, which, like, I believe in the same thing. Once you get a thing from someone, they don't own it anymore, so you can do whatever you want with it, as long as you're not being creepy. You know?
Or disrespectful.
But, like, yeah, but, like, I told her, swear to fuck, if you do that with my characters, I will revoke them from you. Because I've revoked something for someone when they made it into, you know what I mean, bad time situation anime style, and I was like, you can't have this anymore. How dare you?
You lost your privileges.
Yeah. Or when someone told me that this was the creepiest thing I've ever gotten, and it was very recently. Someone bought an adopt for me. They made them, like, normal, right? Because it was just a drawing. And then they said, and I quote, they are of the right age now. I've had them for 3 years, and it creeped me the fuck out. And I blocked them. It's like, what the fuck does that even mean? Mind you, they were, like, on the level of, like, you know the little, like, dog that I sent you? Like, the egg dog? It was like that.
Mm-hmm.
It was just, like, a little guy. It was nothing. It was fucking weird.
guy.
Yeah, I was like, what's wrong? Yeah,
I don't like it
it's
when
like,
people sexualize little guys. They're just little guys.
bro, I hate when people sexualize anything I make. Please don't tell me. I don't care what you do, but don't tell me ever. Unless I made it for that reason. Like, what the fuck? Fucking weird. I do sometimes want to see people make human versions of my mascots, even though I'm making mascots for their person, because I get curious.
That's valid. I think there's nothing
Because,
wrong
like,
with
it's
that.
fun. Because, like, sometimes I go backwards. I'll, like, make a mascot, and then I'll turn them into a person. Or I'll make a person, and then turn them into a mascot. And I sometimes just get curious of people being like, you should make it into a variant of yourself. Like, you should make human version of your little guy.
That's a lot of work. I'll be honest. I see a lot of people do that, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. My brain could never.
Well, character design is honestly annoying. I'm gonna be for real, even as someone who does it. It gets to a point where you get like, I have done this 7 times. I can't do this anymore. But I really like drawing hoodies. Like I give up. If I draw something in a hoodie, I've given up.
So to be wholesome, my wife and I got a nephew, a Squishmallow that's a gorilla that turns into a chubby banana. Oh, that's so cute.
That's cute. My grandma got Bluey plushies for my niece because she's still into it, and they're really soft and they're very cute. And then it made me remember when I was subjecting Mark to watching Bluey. Like I held out for my birthday. I was like, Mark, we need to watch Bluey. He's like, no, and I'm like, we will watch it for my birthday. So I waited 4 months to subject him to just watching it because I've never seen it.
And then we got like 5 minutes into it and they were like, no.
I didn't like it. The voices made me upset. But it's cute. I like the one that's like, looks like Blue's Clues.
Yeah, that's Bandit.
Yeah, that one's cute. Yeah. Sadly, I'm not a Blue Weedle, but I do appreciate it because it's cute. I just don't compute like that. And I feel like I would get into My Little Pony unironically, but I'm past the point now.
To be fair, I think bully adults tend to be more like people with kids.
Yes. Like my aunt and uncle are kind of like Blue Weedles. They like it. That's why my niece likes it because she's like, you know, past that age of liking it. Not to say you have to be any age, but I'm just saying like she is past that demographic. She just likes it because she thinks it's cute. I like Australians. They just come off posh Australian. Does that make sense? I like the crazy Australians because my friend was like bogan and I like that vibe. When they sound polite, it freaks me out. It's like when I see like really polite British people. Mark knows, it scares me. Or when I see just British people, I get freaked out.
You see him, you see them, and it scares you?
Wait, yes, I watch videos with Mark where there's like these 2 British guys. I almost call them a couple. They're not dating. But I watch them eat food.
Ollie does refer to himself as Josh's first wife. So
yeah, as he should be. But they like eat food and stuff, and then they'll show British people just like in the wild, and then I'll be like, oh. That's
Does this mean you can't video call Boffy because you would have to be perceiving a British person?
Mark doesn't look British. Like, yeah. He doesn't look like a British person.
Gore was watching, like, a bunch of, like, British children eat, like, food from, like, different countries, and Gore was, like, getting jump scared by some of these kids.
That's because one of them, all their teeth were spaced out, and it fucked me up.
Gore is so brutal when it comes to, like, people's appearances. If Gore doesn't say something the second they see what you look like, it's a compliment.
No.
Oh my god.
It's kind of true, though, because I will zoom in on anything. So, like, there was a guy that had a big mouth, and I couldn't stop being like, his mouth is fucking huge. And Mark's like, calm down. I'm like, I can't.
Look, I will send Gore a 5-minute TikTok, right, of this funny joke I see. And Gore will spend 20 seconds of this 5-second TikTok. Gore will pause it millisecond in it and go, what is wrong with their face?
I can't help it. I'm autistic.
and then talk about their face for like 5 times as long as the TikTok.
Yeah, because I'm unsettled.
watch the
I don't like
TikTok.
people. They're gross. If I like your face, that's a very high compliment because I hate human beings in general. It's not because like you look weird. I just genuinely don't like the shapes of your face. It has nothing to do with attraction. I'm just like, I
just
hate you.
genuinely don't like the shapes of your face is one of the most brutal things I think you could ever say to a human.
Also, I believe in that myth, Kiwi. I totally think
Got it.
Australians
I'm
are
never
making fun of
gonna
British
be
people.
able to send a fucking.
I've seen a picture of you.
Oh
You're
no!
fine.
Have you?
Yeah, you accidentally posted
How?
it once, and I saw your face.
No,
You
I
deleted
believe
it
that.
really quick. You deleted it really quick,
I
but I
believe
saw it enough
this.
to be like, oh, I see it now. You look like your VTuber.
Elaine's
Well,
a little gerbil. It's cute.
Little hamster.
Yeah, no.
A hamster
Like,
with big tits.
No, I'm gonna be for real. I am very visceral about people, and it's happened on stream. I actually pissed off Yuma because she sent me an actor she liked, and my first reaction was, oh, disgusting.
I saw that happen because you were on stream when that happened.
Yeah, that's how you know my reaction. Like, I was like, ew, that's a lesbian, and she got mad at me. Also, those are cute, the eggs.
The eggs?
Yeah, the eggs. Is that Haikyuu? What is that?
Yeah, there's a Haikyuu advantage. My roommate's getting one, so it's like, do you want one?
Bro,
I was
you
like,
have to
"Yes."
send that to me so I can send that to Minnie and Charlie, because they fucking love that shit.
Don't forget to use code
Them-
MILKGG.
Yeah, don't forget
Yeah,
to
I'll
tell
tell
them that they can get 10% off.
Yeah, I'm gonna send
And
it
the
to them.
25% off if they join the community. Just picture me looking like...
there's the fucking...
looking-
Bro, it has all the characters I like on it. I have to send it to them. The kid from Stuart
And
Little.
then they also have like a
Me.
really nice like water bottle that goes with it as well.
So you look like a rat? Me trying to remember what the kid looks like.
No,
Nerd?
Kiwi looks like the Milky Bar kid.
What's that?
Oh, that's a British thing, I think.
Can you send
There you
it
go,
to me
Kiwi.
so I can be hateful?
The Milky Bar kid is cool and tough, and only the best is
They
good
have
enough.
a pickle juice flavor. It's sold out, but they had a
Creamy
pickle juice flavor.
That's
creamy
disgusting. Would try.
A wider bar. Only the best from Milky Bar.
Mark just looks like an American.
Yeah, it's because I'm fat.
No, it's because you have facial hair.
In the book, he was just a tiny kid. What the fuck? Really?
Yeah. Why? Why they should keep him rat or whatever he
I
is.
like him, rat.
Now, like when I saw Mark, well, to be fair, Mark has a passive accent to begin with, so when I saw him, I was just like, "You look like a human. You don't look British." And then when he showed me British people, then I was offended. Also, Mark is smaller than he imagined, and it's funny.
I'm gonna post the Milky Bar kid in the fridge so you guys can see.
Okay,
The-
I'll give you my
this is-
reaction.
This is what I remember the guy from Stuart Little looking like. I know I
Yeah,
could have
that's
just
pretty.
looked up.
That's
the
yeah,
guy from
yeah. That's
Stuart Little.
pretty. Yeah, I would say that's pretty accurate.
He looks like he has too many teeth.
A little bit. He's doing a full mouth smile. Alright, we'll put the Stuart Little kid next to him. Hold on. Almost identical. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're pretty similar.
They might be the same kid. I mean, actors
Let me
did do multiple
see.
jobs back in the day.
Nah, they're a little different. I can see that they're.
No,
a
they're
little
not the
bit
same
different.
because his nose is more upturned on the other one. This kid looks gay.
Oh,
Also, that looks like he's holding butter.
it does. A little
Honestly,
bit on it.
If you ever want to be humbled, just show Gore what you look like.
Don't.
I'm good. Even though Gordon knows what I look like, I still am afraid that
Damn,
they
Mark,
may be
you
like,
made out.
"That's not actually you."
Nah, I don't really care about women that much, so my opinions are lax.
Yippee!
I'm way meaner to men. Because they're just built different. Well, to be fair, you're also a genetic anomaly, so I kind of just get, like, offended the more I look at men. But I'm not like Yuma. I don't
Go
hate him,
out
I
of
just am
pocket,
like,
Ree.
bruh.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Gore's
I'm
the
just like,
unfiltered part of my brain.
That's because I'm
I'm
unmedicated
too
and I
afraid to
have
say
a
it.
different type of ADHD than you.
Oh.
And I'm actually autistic.
I'm also afraid. I have a giant fear of karma. I have a very bad feeling of karma. So if I think I say something mean, I think somebody else is gonna say something mean back to me, and then I'll cry and shit my pants
See,
and
that's super
lay on the
funny.
ground in fetal
I
position.
have a karma thing, but only with actions, not with words. Because if I had word karma, I think I would have exploded by now.
I think it goes with everything. Like everything, if I like do, it even goes to the point where I have to tell Pixels not like to take certain words back because I feel like it'll affect me too.
Bro,
Because
you're just more and more fitting this thing that me and Mark talked about before I hung out with you today, and it makes me sad.
What? Oh, what? What have I done? What's happening?
I can't say it on stream, but it's funny
What?
to me.
You better send it
give
to
off
me.
a very passive vibe that I could tell of things, and
Oh,
you
I was
say
talking
stuff
about
like that. I'm like,
I was talking
bruh.
about that thing that you brought up on your stream that shocked everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, is it like a oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You have
Yeah,
things that yeah.
more karmatic things you say, I'm like, bruh. Words are a form of action. See, I don't think that way. I just think they're a thing I said and then it goes away forever. But I also don't remember anything I say. Unless it's really important. And that's like not anything that comes out of my mouth.
Me, I'm like that, but like because I forget the things that I say, I feel like I shouldn't be saying.
I wish I
Probably
had
said
that
bad
thought
stuff.
process, but I don't. It's like how I care about people, but to a very certain extent, and it's only if I like you. Otherwise, I don't care. I'll literally just be like, okay.
No, that's valid. I mean, I feel like that's very. That is a very good mental space to be in. So, especially being on like the internet, you know.
Oh
You
yeah,
gotta just-
I only
you
care
gotta
about
pick
my
and
friends'
choose.
opinions.
You gotta pick and choose what you give a shit about in this world, because if you just say everything, you're gonna go insane.
Yeah. Well, Mark knows I think about karma because I told him, "Oh, I had a really good day. That means I'm gonna die tomorrow."
Yeah.
That is
I
me
hate
though.
so much though. If things are going too well, I am afeared.
Same.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Because I know
like,
something bad's gonna happen. Because I'm like, too many good things are happening to me. That means something is gonna even it out.
Good
and
things
it's gonna
don't
be
happen
worse.
unpunished.
Yeah. And it's messed up too. I'll have like the worst days of my life, and then someone will send me something, and I'm like, "Oh, I'm fixed now." Cool.
Same.
It was like when I was feeling like depressed and like spent because I couldn't like do anything because of my surgery, and then I messaged
Oh, oh.
and I was crying in front of my computer, and my grandma was like, "Bruh."
You cut out a little bit.
Yeah, we couldn't
Fantastic.
hear you for a bit.
I just said that they made me lose my shit because they made me that custom because I asked them, and then I was crying in front of my computer, and my grandma was like, "You're just staring at nothing. Are you okay?" I'm like, "No."
Damn.
I remember
most of the things I say and torture myself over something if I think there's any way it made someone mood.
Oh yeah, no, I'm like that in that specific regard. If I can tell that I ruined someone's vibe, I do feel that way. If I can't tell, then I just live. It's very specific, but I think that's an autistic thing, like fully. Because I care a lot about if I'm ruining someone's experience more than like the action that I did. And if I can sense that, then I feel horrible and then I will beat myself up. And again, Mark has experienced that to the point where he's like, "You need to calm the fuck down. You really didn't do anything.
Mood.
You're reading into nothing." And I'm like, "But I can tell. They sent a period to me. They don't do that."
That's
he's
me.
like, "You
that
need
was
to
me.
calm
I
down."
think that literally happened to me and Boffy, where like Boffy like
I was
didn't answer me because I think he fell asleep, and I'm like, "Are you mad at me?" And he's like, "No, dude. If I was mad at you, I'd tell you."
I reply with things really randomly. So I use like okie dokie, sure, like stuff like that. And some people are like, "Well, sure means you don't want to." Like, if we had someone say that to me, I was like, "Hey, do you want to do this?" And I said, "Sure." And they were like, "Well, we don't have to." And I'm like, "Bitch, I said yes."
Bro, my favorite thing is when Mark says it's not that deep. It's so fucking funny, and then he'll backtrack. Because he's like, wait, I don't think I should say that to Gore. And it's really funny. Or remember when I said just Mark, like flat out with a period and it scared the fuck out of you?
You have this thing where like you'll just all cap like Gore like never all capses, right? So when Gore sends you all caps, it's like something has happened that Gore considers very important. And it's like a jump scare, and like because I'm a pessimist, I'm always like, oh no, Gore's dying.
You also think about how things you say potentially make someone's day. No, my brain not wired like that. It's fine. Also, I hate it's fine.
I don't think I make a positive impact on people. So when they tell me, my brain stops functioning, and then I get confused. Also, I say it's fine when I'm being passive aggressive, so I also don't like it either because I know that person's lying to me.
The only way I'll believe you if you say, no, it's like instead of it's fine, it's like no, you're okay. It makes me go, okay, it's okay.
Yeah, I'm the same. I just like I get sus because like I know my own mind, so I'm like, you're bullshitting me. You're not fine.
Yeah. Because, like, when it happened with me and Buffy, I was like, I'm sure, like, you're not mad, but I just have to make sure you're not mad at me, because, like, just, like, because it was just, like, I think I asked, like, Buffy, like, a full question, but I was like, okay, typical girl brain would just go, okay, and just be like, yeah, okay, whatever, I don't really want to do it, but I'm saying okay because we're friends. But there was, like, but not girl brain, you probably mean that at face value. But I just have to make sure you're not mad at me.
Yeah.
I will literally, like, I'm very, like, communication forward. If I'm mad at somebody, I will let them know.
Yeah, Mark yelled at me before. It was funny. Like, Mark has never gotten mad at me in DMs, but we've gotten in a call, and he's like, you're being a stupid fucking bitch. I'm trying to explain to you this one thing, and you weren't fucking listening. And I'm like, I don't care. Like, we had this passive-aggressive thing because he was showing me a TikTok, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck. And he was like, I know, you're being a fucking bitch. And I'm like, cool. And because we're both passive aggressive shits. Also, if I said okay like that, Gore, that means I'm mad.
Yeah, the period. I never write with periods.
Yeah, if I use punctuation, that means I'm pissed off at you. If it's like a long text, it means I'm using voice text, and that's fine. But if I like need to be like okay,
me, right?
It means I hate you.
I use periods. I use things like that sometimes, just depending on my mood.
No, I hate you because you use
not like in like face. That smiley face is one of my favorite things.
Mother, am I learning how to people?
Because everybody has
don't learn how to people.
Everybody has a different interpretation of what that smiley face means, and it's so funny.
That's like because I had the most visceral reaction, so you did it for like 7 times when I first met you to piss me off.
I mean, I already did it before I met you.
Yeah, but you used to spam it to me on purpose, and then you did it at the weirdest times. Like when you did that when I was hanging out with everybody that one night, and we were all watching the movie, and then you fucking said, I can hear you quiver or something, and it made me so uncomfortable. It was so creepy. Like, you're younger than me, and it freaked me out.
Bitch, like... You are like a month or 2 older than me. Don't pull that shit.
I'm more sentient than you.
No, you're not.
I am now.
You stop being more sentient than me when you hit that fucking sink, okay?
Bruh, nah, I've been through it. It's fine. Like I said, you died already, so you have no say.
That's
You're not
rude.
Real. You're not real.
If anything, God chose for me to be on this earth, okay? So...
No, he killed your real self, and now you're just here.
Do I start counting brain cells? It won't take that long to count them.
I only have 2.
You can count the brain cells in this room on 2 hands. That's what I'm saying.
Mark has the most of them. I don't.
Mine's on a timeshare thing. I don't have it all the time.
Animals can smile?
The animal smile means the same thing that people smiles to me. Oh, you mean like this one? The fucking...
I've literally never seen
I think it means like a passive-aggressive smile. Like, smile.
You want to see something
no,
fun?
that's being a dick.
Google chimpanzee smile.
That's different, Mark. Monkeys are evil. I'm talking about other animals. I don't consider monkeys animals.
If you see a chimp smile, you're in danger. You're in a lot of danger.
Oh.
Aggressive and have
Oh,
sentience.
thank you for the check-in.
I still don't think
Because
certain animals have emotions, even though you want to believe that.
it's.
Primate smile for intimidation.
Do you know what is something that makes me very upset? Is they went through like this whole like era of history where they were like, animals don't feel pain, and then just did horrible things to animals. They used to think that babies couldn't feel pain, so they didn't use anesthetic when operating on babies.
Oh.
So I don't think you should ever make the assumption that something can't feel pain, because later
Don't
you'll be
think
like,
about
oh
thinking.
fuck, they can feel pain.
What do you feel like? You know? I don't like that smaller. I hate that.
It's
It
a
looks
little
like
angry.
the
It's just
well,
a
it
little
looks
angry.
like the chip thing from Deltarune, but bad, and it freaks me out. It's just
What
gas
do you mean?
escaping,
It's
not
just
screens. Bro, that's like the fucking mentality of, you know. Come on now.
You can also just say that without believing it to make people let you do what you want. Yeah.
Post an avocado. I don't know why I got so mad. I felt it in my crotch.
I knew that you were gonna get mad if I posted this, so I did it.
Yeah, but you made me like scrunch, and then I felt it in my crotch.
Oh.
Because I'm healing from surgery, and I'm not using my muscles right, so when I got upset, I'm not scrunching my stomach. It made me mad. Oh my god, did I tell you that I gave birth to my uterus? Because I had to have it that way. So I'm unvirgined, but like from the doctor only.
Did you was it a prolific feeling?
I don't know, I was asleep.
Oh.
But they
Happy
told me to get out of that way.
Happy
Bro,
prolapse.
they sewed me back together, so I'm technically like I was a non-virgin for like 2 hours, and then I became a virgin again, I guess.
Yeah,
Also, I was
technically.
performed on only by women, so I'm pure.
On virgins, your olive oil.
No, that's gross. Don't do that. It tastes bad.
Tastes
I'm
bad.
still really mad that you posted an avocado. It's actually pissing me off, Mark. You're making me have a mental spiral. Because I'm menopausal and it's making me angry for no reason. Because it makes no sense. Like, why the fuck
Live
did you
here
post
on
that?
twitch.tv/maincow. You only now can you see one of my best friends crash out over an avocado.
Yeah, because it's like we're all having a normal conversation and he's just like, avocado? It's like shit that like boomers do when they're trying to like e-sex. It's creeping me out.
The thing that boomers do.
It also reminded I got really close to saying it was a doorknob, so you're really like lucky that I said avocado, Mark. Because I couldn't see the color at first because I was looking through my other eye. Because yes, everyone in chat, I look through one eye because I'm blind, so sometimes I don't see stuff. So like I was looking at it and I didn't know what it was at first.
Okay.
And that's what made me mad. Bro, if you
Avocados
tell
are one of my favorite fruits right after Boffy. What do you mean Boffy's a fruit?
He's
not a
very
fruit.
fruity. Yeah, he is.
He's
The
fruity.
first time I met him, I thought he was one of them.
Everybody
and then he
assumes
explained to me
I'm
he
gay.
wasn't. Yeah, because you're gay.
I've been in a 10-year-long relationship with a woman.
That means nothing, Mark.
Yeah, that means nothing.
There's literal guys that have gotten married and they're gay.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. If my girlfriend had a dick, I'd be gay. I'm just saying.
You already are gay. You're the bottom. We've talked about this.
I'm not a bum.
You are. Also, if you tell anyone that avocados are fruit, they get really mad because they forget how seeds work.
I do have male life energy.
I guess. No, I
If-
feel like
if
you're
I-
a boy failure.
I'm not. Well, I mean,
Oh
I can't argue with the stats on that.
Yeah.
But
I don't feel like you would be a
But
wife
whenever I
at
play a
all.
video game, I am the I'll stay at home at base and make it look pretty. Person.
Yeah. You're good at like, being like a bridesmaid kind of vibe. Huh? But like,
I don't
you are not wife
See,
material.
the thing is, a lot of people think I'm a bottom because I'm not really interested in all that stuff.
No, it's because of how you talk. It has
The
nothing to do
stuff
with that.
Yeah, that's because I'm not trying to fuck.
No, it's because
I know, right? I was the least convinced. Domesticated bottom Buffy.
I hate this.
Wait, that could be your name.
No,
That
it's not.
could be your name.
Oh my god, Beef and Boof is just bottom Buffy.
He did suggest.
Yeah.
I will say it was originally Boof and Beef, but then he said Beef should go first.
That's because my brain says E before ooh.
Yeah. Also, tomatoes are so fruit coated because they're sweet.
E before
And wet.
ooh.
That's valid. But I'm just saying.
I love how much detail you're putting into the square.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm kind of like sitting here, like just existing.
You're just
No, you
polishing
do the
that
shit that
space
I
bar.
used to do when it looks like mine when I don't wash it, and I've shown Mark my nasty like.
Oh,
you
don't
know.
talk about your mouse.
I like my mouse a little moldy. Stop hating on it.
Oh,
It helps.
boy.
I
me
will
art.
hate on it. I will hate on your mouse.
You're just mad because I dug it out of the trash.
Yes, because your tism wouldn't let you use your new one.
No, it's still in the container in my desk. Strawberries are gross. I don't,
I like strawberries.
Yeah, they are berries.
But only
They're good.
only strawberries that aren't like cold. I don't like cold strawberries. I like room temperature strawberries.
Oh, that's disgusting.
I don't like strawberries because I once saw one that was growing from all of the seeds inside of the strawberry, and it made me very upset.
You fucking bitch.
Oh, I like that stuff. That shit looks good.
I know that Elaine's seen it because I sent it to Elaine.
Yeah.
I thought about it.
I share that with everybody.
I like showing people how potatoes work.
It's like how people always do joke about crumpets, but I struggle
What the
with
hell
crumpets.
is that? What the fuck
It's
is
like
that?
the super British thing.
Oh,
I
is
don't
that
really.
your bagel or whatever?
Everyone talks about tea and crumpets, tea and crumpets.
Oh yeah.
but
Well, I was happy that you don't drink
crumpets-
tea.
Because they just texturally look like the face of somebody with acne.
Oh my god, my
Oh.
nurse said
And-
that. I told you that.
And I just can't.
Oh yeah, the crump. Yeah, I know what you're
Yeah.
talking about.
Especially because you're supposed to put melted butter on them.
So it's a biscuit.
No.
Yes.
No, it's literally not. It's more like a
A scone.
there is nothing that I can compare it to.
I bet if I
What about
look
an
at it,
English
I
muffin?
just think it's an
Stupid.
English muffin.
My brain thinks it's an English muffin.
I will show you the texture of these things.
Let me see.
It's
Croissant.
That's an English muffin.
But it's not English muffins are one thing. I know the difference. I'm an expert.
You know what
Oh.
that looks like, Mark? It looks like the under part of my boob.
No.
Now I have to show it to Elaine so Elaine can have the visual.
No, I'm not opening our DMs ever again.
Bro, but that's what the inside of boobs look like. No, you've seen them, right? Where they look like.
Oh, I know what the inside of boobs look like, but that shouldn't look like the underside of your.
That's because I have skin issues, my guy.
Yeah.
I have pizza face, but on my boob underneath it, and it's, concaved.
Use it to store snacks.
It might go away now that you don't have hormones.
It won't. That's a
Oh.
different disease, sadly. I forgot to tell you this. I got a call about my crotch today,
Yeah.
and Mark had to listen about it. And I don't even have estrogen to begin with.
Oh, what?
So I'm not real. Yeah.
Yeah, Gore's
I
entire
can't block
life
you, though.
problem Gore's had a lot of problems because Gore has been taking estrogen hormone blockers their entire life, which has caused their bones to become dust.
Yeah, and it made me like medically transitioning when it was against my will, so I could technically file a lawsuit.
Which is why
because I
Gore
never agreed
is
to
also like going through menopause.
Yes, because you're not supposed to go through menopause at 30 unless it's like a very specific thing.
All of this just because Gore couldn't make that hormone.
Yeah, no. No, I can't. I'm good with my hands. Don't discredit how good I am with my hands. That's all I'm good at.
I don't know what's happening.
I can't eat to save my life, but I'm good at my hands. I'm talking about pleasuring women.
Gore
Okay, okay, thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome.
I implied that Gore couldn't make that hormone.
Oh!
Elena's like those like you know those like toys that you pull a string.
Yeah, I'm the little delayed noise that it makes because you gotta wait for the string to go.
Yes.
Yeah, that's me.
You're like Woody from the first movie.
We talk about it, but this conversation really feels like a podcast.
This is a podcast. Every time you guys are on my stream,
brain
it becomes a podcast.
But it feels like a dedicated like we came here to do this, but this is what we talk about.
Pronounces Tateza. What?
Titties. Totties. Titties.
Totties. Yeah, I'm but that's what we talk about. Is like Slaughterhouse and Beef and Booth is just talking. So you're either talking or you and Gore are like talking about something, and I'll chime in sometimes. But I'm just the visual entertainment, and then you guys are the vocal entertainment, the audio.
Elaine's the eye candy.
Yeah, it looks like you're making A1 beef, but blue.
A1 beef?
Yeah, it looks like that marbled shit that like fancy people in Japan eat, but blue.
You mean like Wagyu beef?
Yeah,
the marbling.
Yeah, it also looks like this stim toy that I have that's made out of silicone. It's just giving that vibe.
Warning, I may have eaten too much weed sorbet a little bit ago. You were absolutely fine. I just took an edible. This is what we're here for. This is what Friday nights are for. Oh my god, I could do that!
Make soup?
I just realized I could do that.
Oh my god, you can put weed in your Ninja Creamy.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
That would fuck you up so bad because liquid. Do it.
Oh my god. Elaine just reached a whole new level of like...
You can try that tomorrow because it's a weekend.
I could try it on Sunday because it's 420 on Sunday. And it's also
oh my
Easter
god,
on
it is!
Sunday.
Too bad I can't get high because I'm recovered in Christ.
It's okay. If Pixels makes hummus again, you could do a weed hummus. Pixels doesn't actually like weed as much as I do, so I wouldn't fuck up his weed or his hummus like that. I think I fucked this whole thing up. Chat, I don't know what I'm doing anymore.
It's called drawing. That's all that art is not knowing what the fuck you're doing, and then you figure it out later.
It's just like, I have a reference of what I want it to turn out to be like, and then I go, nope.
Bro,
I destroy
if
weed
you try to
hummus,
follow a reference, it'll literally drive you nuts. I used to do that.
Cries. Wait.
Pet that dog. No,
Pet that dog.
Yeah.
Pet that dog. I just realized.
I should drink something.
Say that work. Wellness check. Thank you. Yes, I will get some water in me. Get some water. Yeah, that fixes it. Okay. Show me where you pissed from. How's it already 7? I thought I was supposed to take my edible at 6 and now it's 7. Now it's 7. What happened to an hour?
Hey, we were talking about British people.
And how you're afraid of them.
I'm not afraid of them. They're ugly.
That's valid. That's me. Every time I play my D&D characters, both of them, if you're ugly, especially the goblin one, if you're ugly, she'll be like, oh my god, you're ugly! Get away from me! Even though she's a goblin.
I like the goblin. It's cute. No, British. What I don't like about British people, like I said, is their genetic code. It makes their like forehead weird, and then they have strange hair, and then their teeth. I don't care what anyone says. British people's teeth have weird spacing, and it freaks me the fuck out. And they have thin lips. Why? But Mark doesn't look British. He looks like he's a Scottish man. Or American. That is true. I have time blindness.
Sometimes when you're having fun, this is true. Goblin.
Yeah, goblins are cute. I have bias though. I like things with green skin. Because they look like frogs.
Frog.
Girl,
Okay, I want to say
that,
something
like,
really quick.
can't.
It's gonna be a bit,
Yeah.
it might be a bit controversial though. I don't
I
like
mean-
sexualizing goblins. I don't like sexy goblins. Like, I'm not gonna go out of my way to be like, I think it's weird that goblin, like, they're, like, because there are some VTubers that are sexy goblins, and I have nothing against that. I can't.
On the green lady, like, you know, scale, I think orc women better than goblin women.
Mm-hmm,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that. I like them more because they're stronger. Looking.
There are
it's
aspects of
like
goblin.
me.
See, goblins is more of like a storytelling thing, because goblins are kind of like more like broodish, like they're like more like focused on like the whole like breeding aspect of it, you know, because they're like, we need to make kids fast and easy and quick and pump those shits out, you know. So that's kind of like that vibe.
No, I'd fuck with short stacks. I don't fuck with short stacks that look like that are the way that, because goblins are malnourished. They're not gonna have all the big bahonkas and the big ass. In my mind,
you are wrong, right? Because goblins are matriarchal. So the women would be the ones living good, and they'd be like fat, massive, like honka donkas. You know, they'd be living a life of luxury, just having like men deposit loads in them so that they can keep breeding. Like,
I guess, but
I have never once saw a goblin and wanted to fuck it. I just want to grab it and squeeze it like those squeeze toys because they look stupid. Because they're silly.
It's like how I feel with Lalafels. It's just how I feel with Lalafels.
No,
or their baby, and I can't do it.
We should not bring Lalafels into the same conversation as anything.
Lalafels are awful. No,
to do with
absolutely not.
It's just how I feel
this
about
conversation.
it. Okay,
Not
that's
fucking
fine.
Goblin Slayer, fucking nah. I think goblins are cute because they're ugly in a cute
There's
way.
There's a game on itch.io called Goblin Lair.
Bro.
My end statement for this is I see goblins as most time baby, which just means I see them as cute.
Yeah, same.
And for me, I don't necessarily want to fuck cute things. Cause I feel like I am the most probably sexual normal person in this conversation.
I don't want to hear that from you. I was there for your Master Girls.
Okay, no, I can't say this because if out of the three of us in this conversation, I am the only one that actively has sex. No retorts, thank you.
Oh, I wasn't thinking, but yeah, you're
I got it all set up, found another D and think I can use it so much. Oh, I'm glad. Okay, I'm glad.
Mark?
I'm just saying.
An enigma. But Mark explained to me that he still does stuff, huh? Right?
Well, that's fine, but it's kind of like...
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you kind of have to, because, like, it kind of fucks with your brain space and all that, but, like, I'm just saying.
Bro, when you do that, do you think...
From my understanding, the answer to that question is going to be no.
Do you think?
Because you're, like, asexual, do you think? Or do you
I just...
You know...
I just don't think about myself.
Twilight Princess, when it came out, and Midnight activated part of my brain.
Like I said,
Midnight different though.
The idea of it is arousing to me, but the idea of me doing it isn't. So I just pretend I'm like in the corner watching, because I'm technically my sexual orientation is cock. If you boil it down, right? If you boil it down, I am not. I don't want to take part in it, but the idea of it happening and the idea of it is exciting to me, but I don't want to take part.
You're weird, bro.
But I also do not like cuck. I do not want to
Okay.
see somebody
But you
touch
don't
the girl
think-
that I like.
Okay, but okay, new conversation
But what if
topic
a
that I
woman
feel like.
touched her?
Ooh.
I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
What if women touch her?
That's mine.
Okay.
Aw, cute. Okay, that's valid. That's
I
cute.
still don't like the fact that you don't think.
I don't think a lot of guys think when they do it. It's just a thing that they're doing to get it out. From my
Yeah.
understanding,
I think.
they're not.
If you
Well,
don't
yeah,
do
because-
it,
well, I think okay, to not be gender stereotype or whatever. I think a good majority of women or female presenting are more sensual about it, so they do think, whereas men are doing it so they can actually function. Because we do it for fun. They do
Yeah,
it for
keep
fun.
saying
They do it
you're
for function.
Freaking genetic anomaly, Mark.
I
fucking
think
dream machine.
Waffy would just be a good girl. At the end of the day.
Bro,
I thought about it.
So,
This is why I talk about being.
Where's
Mark
Right.
wants to
a-
be a girl, right?
I mean, I wouldn't mind it. I have no interest in not being like. I don't. I'm like agender. I don't give a fuck
Oh,
about you.
oh my god, I was gonna ask you this. Would you let your girlfriend, like, help you? You know, like when you piss?
oh, when you, I didn't think that's where we were going.
Yeah, I didn't think
thought
that
we were
was
going
gonna-
in a different
No,
direction.
you know, because like, how, you know, like when you close and you just want her to help you, you know, and she just hold you.
I'm just.
I feel like you could just say the thing is like, would you let your girlfriend help you finish? Not would you know? Could you when
No,
when
it's
you
specifically when you piss.
Do you ever have a
Like,
dream
when guys
that?
hold their fucking, you know, no, it's like when you have to piss and then you get that like amazing thing where you get to just stand there and piss and you get to hold your dick. What if your girlfriend did it for you?
If she wanted
Okay,
to,
so it really is a piss
Yeah.
thing. Okay,
Yeah.
if she
Yeah,
wanted to,
no.
I wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
that's valid.
That's how intimate you need to be to have someone just help you piss.
Bro, if my girlfriend was like, "Want to try pegging?" I'd be like, "Cool, let's go."
Yeah, but
What?
that's
Okay,
because
what
you're
if?
a bottom.
Okay.
I'm not super interested in it, but I'm not super interested in it. But if she wanted to try it, I wouldn't say no.
Yeah, I want to hold someone's cock while they pee.
Okay, wait. I have to ask this. Okay, I have like multiple questions because I've talked about this before.
You can
Okay,
feel it
every
from-
person who does have a peen in my experience has it. Yeah,
What the fuck?
pegging, but she has to bake me cookies afterwards. That's also valid. Aftercare is very
Pegging
important.
is
Okay,
a lot.
Just to
question-
give
question
one.
people-
No.
I just want to let people know that the type of girl that my girlfriend is, she buys me weapons as gifts. I have a pair of training sai for some reason.
Say something else, and it was weird because it said training in it, and I was like, oh.
She also bought me a dildo, and I
Yeah.
bought her a flashlight. That's fun.
Peeing is a single player game. It's not though if you're a man,
it doesn't have to be.
because men have a
It doesn't
thing
have
that
to
they can
be.
use.
Okay.
Women, it's different.
I'm just gonna put it out here, right? Saying like, would you let your girlfriend hold your dick while you pee? Is kind of like saying, would you let a man spread it while you piss?
Yeah.
I feel
Okay.
like it's a bit more than that though, because like with women, you'd have to like get in there, depending, like especially if they have flaps, you'd have to get in there and kind of like open it. But for men, it's kind of like an extra extremity that you just have to hold. Okay.
Yeah, you just grab it.
also, yeah, question time. Have you guys ever actually heard people have sex in like real life? Like maybe like you're in a room adjacent.
Yeah, I've heard. my
I
mom say.
haven't.
I've been in the room.
I haven't.
I've been in the room and they're aware that I'm in the room.
Moon. I've had that happen too when I was a kid.
What?
I'm traumatized, bro. I've heard my neighbors have sex above me. I've heard my parents have sex. I have walked in on someone having sex.
I've seen a lot of shit.
It's not good. It's actually shitty. I honestly, people that think it's sexy to hear someone else having sex, I don't agree with that.
Bro,
if
people
it's a
used-
stranger, it's creepy.
People used to have sex just during class in my school. Like, I don't know how to
What the
tell
fuck
people.
is wrong with you British people, man?
Bro,
Oh no, but
I
you
went
guys
to
like playing with your balls, right?
my area, Batwing. My my area in school, the school that I go to is rough, right? It's got a bunch of people in there who, like, you know that, like, episode of, like, Family Guy where, like, Brian goes in and he's like, if you keep this up, you'll become a prostitute. And they're like, I could become a prostitute? That's the first time anyone's ever believed in me. That's the kind of people I grew up around, okay? So
You'd make a good hooker.
So them being like, yeah, they didn't give a shit.
Bro,
Okay,
Elaine's being
okay.
real and add in the weird shape that you have on the key thing.
Yeah, it's a highlight.
Yeah.
My wife cannot hold her liquor. I had to hold her up while going to the bathroom. Oh, that's valid. That's very sweet, though, that you would do that. Yeah, fucking sucks. I hate hearing it happened in college. Okay, but
Gross.
okay, but
Well, it's
devil's
worse when you
advocate,
can hear
though.
them, like, this is the thing. It's not as bad if you're just hearing them have sex. What is worse is when you can fucking hear them having sex. You know what I mean? Like, not making the sounds like,
Oh,
they're
yeah,
making
yeah,
when
yeah,
you can
yeah,
hear
yeah.
the walls shaking, I am not a fan. I'm scared.
That's
and
valid.
I'm like,
But
how
I feel
bad?
like, okay, maybe I'm the weird one because I was talking to Pixels about this the other day because, like, I had this question because I just popped into my brain. And I was like, but it could be a thing to turn you on because, like, for my brain, it's like I'm hearing people have sex and then I'm thinking about sex. And then if I'm thinking about sex, I'm thinking about the person I want to have sex with. And then I just
Elaine's
want
like,
to have
player
sex.
free has joined the game.
God.
No, I don't want to have sex with them. It just makes me think about
Oh,
sex
no.
in general.
You join in wirelessly.
No. Bluetooth connected.
Yeah.
Do you truly love someone if you haven't caught their vomit? That's a good point. I don't think Pixels has ever caught me vomit because I hate throwing up.
Oh, yeah.
I hate throwing up.
I hate throwing up. I will suffer for like hours when I could just throw up and like it'd be over. Like, and I've had people get so angry at me because I just throw up, and I'm like, no.
Bro, okay, but
No.
I have to be so candid with you, right? Because I was
I
so
paid
fucked
good
up
money for that
after my
food.
surgery. I like had the most pitiful throw up ever that it just felt wrong. Like it was like the kind where you sad throw up because you're so like exhausted, and it made me feel disgusting.
Like a
all
baby
day.
when they like open their
Yeah.
mouth. Like,
Yeah, it was horrible. I hate puking too, but those kinds of pukes ruin my day more than just like projectile vomiting because it gets out faster. That was just like pathetic. I hate puking though. I hate puking, and I hate like, this is gross, but I hate when like you have diarrhea, right? But it's just like air.
Yeah,
That shit's horrible.
I am
it's worse than,
incredibly
like,
open
fire
about
diarrhea.
everything. So if you guys are like,
Well,
Facts
man,
is always better out than in. This is true.
Bro,
Like, you ask a question, I'll answer it.
I told Mark because I had to wear a menstrual thing for the first time in 15 years because of the surgery because they were scared of like whatever, and I fart because of like I farted and it gets trapped, so it feels like it's in my ass and my crotch at the same time, and I feel like I just have one hole and it's horrible and I hate it.
Might be weird because I don't hate puking like other people seem to. It still sucks, but it feels so relieving. To be fair, being able to rationalize the relief after is a good thing. I don't think it's weird. I think it's like, it's good that you like made yourself be like, oh, but I'll feel better after, because it is. If your body wants something out of your body, it's gonna do its best to get it out of your body. But also, it's just like how I hate sweating. I hate sweating. I fucking just hate it. I don't know what it is. Oh my god, Hawk to a Skibbity Rizzler. Welcome in.
Yes.
We're just talking about silly things that we probably shouldn't be talking about on Twitch. Okay, my
but,
second
like,
question.
normal sweating or ass sweat? Because I hate having ass sweat. That's worse to me.
any sweat,
Swamp
any
ass.
sweat on my body, any liquid produced from my skin makes me upset, and I don't.
Oh god,
like it.
boob sweat is worse too. Fuck.
I don't.
I got that
yeah,
today.
I don't like
from being
it.
outside.
I don't like it. Boob sweat sucks. Okay, new question though. This is more for the feminine audience. You ever just want to touch a BB? You just ever just want to touch it?
all the time.
What, a dick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, not for
always.
any sexual reason. Just want to just be like, squish.
Oh yeah, no. Well,
Are
I
you
like
guys aware of how
cock
cool
with
like the
foreskin
anatomy?
because I want to touch it.
Go like something to chew on.
No, I want to pull it and see what happens. And then when I found out you're one of those, I can't look at you the same because I make fun of you in my head. make fun of you because I know what your dick
Sweat
looks
hair
like
from
in my
sweat,
brain.
yeah.
I was shook to find out I have a foreskin.
Yeah, I make fun of him every day. Wait, now that's
What?
bothering me. So you don't
What?
think and you have that?
Wait, what does one have to do with the other?
Because you'd like fuck with it, I'm assuming.
Not. It's just skin.
How
if it
far
grows,
can
it just.
you like, like human nature? How far can you unpeel?
They call me Monkey D. Luffy.
I have like that horrible thought: is if you have foreskin, how far can you unpeel it before it's dangerous? Or does it stop? Also,
It has
Doesn't most
a-
of the peen having world have
So-
one?
So
Yeah.
there's a thing called a frenulum, which is a piece of like elastic that's like sticks from the end of your penis to your foreskin, and that has a certain distance that you can pull it before it snaps, and you don't want that to happen.
It's like a dick bone.
So basically, there's like a safety net, so you don't pull it back too far, because it's like got
Yeah, like
like a
how
thing that
muscles work?
attaches.
Doesn't most
Yeah.
peen have? I don't know. I thought only like people that for the longest time I thought you were born without it, and so when I found out you're born with it, I got confused because
Yeah,
that means
no,
everybody
yeah.
doesn't have one.
Yeah, no, everybody is born with a foreskin. It's up to the parent whether they remove it when they're baby.
It has become the norm in America to remove it at birth. Like, you don't even ask for it, they just do it. And that's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, it's because people don't trust their kids to be clean. I wouldn't have my kids get circumcised though. I would just I would teach them to be clean. I'd be
Yeah,
a
I
good
just
parent.
want
Just
them
teach
to,
them to be
you
fucking
know,
clean.
Know to use their sleeve right.
So
So you do have a shape under that. You're not like just a weird sock.
Yeah,
no,
I'm
Okay.
just very concerned by your belief system of dicks.
Because my ex
By
had a
your
really fucked up foreskin, so that's my only projection I have, Mark.
I'm
It's
looking
more
at
like
like
a
listing it
wet
now, they say it's a
donut.
hygiene thing. I think it's both.
Yeah, some people are gross. Some
Mark,
people like.
I hate you with a fiery
What?
passion. Because
Why?
I sniffed my hand and I felt like I was sniffing someone's fucking cock and I want to die.
What the
I mean,
fuck?
that's all
It's because
you. I
we're
don't know why
talking
that's.
about dick, and my brain is imagining smell, and I am pissed. Once again. First I crash out over your avocado. Now I'm thinking about smelling dick. I hate my life.
Scratch and sniff.
Bro,
Ew!
don't do that. Thinking about that makes me hurt and I don't have one. Also, what did they call my
Oh,
thing on the phone
Yeah,
when I was really
The
confused?
fun thing about having a foreskin is if you when you pee, you can hold it closed and it fills up like a balloon.
That's disgusting.
What if you
That's
sewed it shut?
disgusting. That's disgusting.
Could you blow it up?
Yeah.
You shouldn't do that.
Yeah, I like
Wait,
that you
can you put things
shouldn't.
in it?
Yes.
I feel like
Have
you could put
you?
anything just as much as
Not really.
anything in the.
Okay, thank God.
Not really.
I think
I'm
I
not
stopped
like,
talking to you.
man, ever since we stopped using chain, just kind of hasn't been useful.
No, I'm thinking of like, you know those little army guys from Toy Story?
Nah, bro. It's where I keep my mini M&Ms.
No! No, the same shape.
Yeah.
And I like those, bro.
I know, that's
No,
why I
that
use
doesn't make me
those.
think about the fucking VTuber asset of it being plugged in her crotch. I hate you. I hate Kevin. Can you just delete?
Subsection of sounding, I believe. I'm sure. I am.
What the fuck
I'm
is
sure.
sounding?
Sounding is
Sounding
when you
shove
put stuff in your
something
pee hole.
down the pee hole to like cause stimulation on the inside of the penis. And
Yeah.
some people, for some people, it's about stretching it, so that you can like use
You
like
do
hydro
that if
pump.
you have the skin, though, right?
No,
So the guys that don't have it are left out.
no, you don't need the skin for that. You shove it in the dick
No,
itself.
no, it's in the
like-
pee hole. The hole where you pee out of.
Oh!
Yeah, they put stuff in there.
Yeah, you put like a metal rod in there, and they come in different sizes. like thicknesses. It's
fuck
kind of like
would you do
gauging your
that?
ear, so that when you piss, you have a wider stream.
Bro, why do people do that? Are they
Like
mentally
hydro
okay?
pump.
Hydro pump.
When you said that, it made me
Vagine
think of
havers
the
can
Black
sound
Twist song.
too. But the thing is, with
Bucket
the
release.
vagine havers,
Yeah.
it'll go back to its original size, you know?
You-
Doesn't really...
You can
We
also
can't
sound.
do any of this shit with
No,
our
no, no.
crotch.
No, vagina havers. You don't sound your pussy. You sound the urethra.
Oh,
Where's that?
right. It's the hole you piss out of.
Great, I have no idea where that is.
It's
Whenever I
near
have
the
to
clit.
like shove the cup
It's near the
up my
clit.
crotch, I don't know where it's going when I have to do
It's
the pee test.
it's like right underneath the clit.
I don't, Elaine. I've never seen my vagina.
Okay, it's in the front of your front butt. It's in the
See,
very
this
front.
Is what I was, this is what I was talking about before when I was like, have you guys ever seen your own butthole? A lot of people haven't ever seen their own butthole.
I have seen my butthole, but that's because I shave. But I've never seen my vagina.
Oh my
'cause I can't
god,
bend
guys,
that far.
Blueprints is on sale. Fuck. I wanna play this game. Gore's a man confirmed can't find the clit.
I wish I was a man. It'd make my life. I mean, I'm technically a man. If you want to get
Bro.
into technical medical
Bro.
terms, I am.
If Gore had a fucking like foreskin, we'd never hear from Gore. Gore would be able to
No.
entertain themselves for hours.
I think I would have went to prison. If I had a,
Went to prison? Went to prison?
Yeah.
What kind of gooner would you be?
a horrible, horrible, horrible person, because I'd actually have a sex drive.
You're not gonna get a hydro pump for that. You'll get a sprinkling can. Oh no,
Bruh. Oh, I used to think that. I
Have you
used
seen
to
those
think that
people that like
dicks had a bunch
split
of
their dick-
holes in them, like nipples.
I used to. Oh, that's the worst.
I used to think that dicks had bones in them all the time.
Some of them do.
I could see that. Well, you can snap
Yeah,
it.
some animals
for
have.
pain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
some- Oh god, that is one of the worst things that I think I could ever imagine.
What, snapping?
Oh yeah,
Does your dick fall asleep?
no.
Yeah, does it get
You don't
numb?
get numb? Because my vagina
No.
gets numb if I sit a long time.
No.
Oh, do you
We
feel?
already
your
know
Also-
if Elaine had a peen, she'd be locked in the bathroom. I only a little bit. I just want to
She's
know what it
always
feels
awake. Listening. Waiting.
Bruh. I hate knowing men.
Sorry.
Yeah, can you change that, Mark?
You guys can just swap genitals. It'll be okay.
No, I don't want Marks.
What does that mean?
I don't want your British gene pool, please.
The relaxed muscle is what makes it hard. When it's soft, the muscles are tensed. That's
You know how
weird.
like interesting the like actual tissue of like the dick is? Like how like erections
That's
work?
why I just want
I
to
know
touch it.
everything about penises, but nothing about vaginas.
Did you know the penis is the only square in the human body?
It's yeah.
Because the tissues are
What?
square.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're square.
Why? Why?
Better blood
Why?
flow.
Yeah, it's weird.
Hmm.
Penis is an anomaly because it's just an oversized clit that fucked up.
Oh yeah.
Just like how, your ovaries or your ball sack, and I always just, I'm so jealous.
Oh yeah,
That's why your-
'cause
That's
it
why your
says my
brain doesn't
prolapse.
like it when they get hit, because they think like something damaged your internal organs.
Yeah, and that's why our ovaries hurt
Makes
so
sense.
bad. Because it's the same as a guy being
Pro-
punched in his
pro-
fucking balls.
Prolapsed uterus is a penis.
Bro, if you kick someone in the crotch, it hurts just as much. It's just not the same sensation. But if you hit them in the right spot, it's bad. As a woman. But people don't try, because they're pussies.
I don't want to get kicked in the crotch.
I don't know. I think it's worse to get like right above your stomach, like where I don't have it anymore. But like if you get hit in the womb, it hurts really fucking bad. Like that.
Oh my god.
What's up?
I don't want to talk about this subject.
Tell me, Mark.
No, I mean the subject you're talking about of being punched in the gut.
Oh. Elaine doesn't get that joke, Mark.
Yeah, that's for the best. I wish I didn't get that joke.
Mark, I also, wish that things weren't what they were. But we are on the internet. God, my fucking incisions itch so bad because I'm around you. Giving me a rash.
You're giving me a rash.
Yeah, because I hormone sweat when I talk to Mark. Because he pisses me off. It happens, like, I'm not even joking. If I get in a serious conversation with Mark, I get super fucking sweaty. Stop posting the fucking avocado. It's not gonna work again. You have to do something new to make me mad.
It already worked.
No?
No.
Mark, oh, I was explaining this, but because I got my uterus taken out, I actually feel more like a woman, which is redundant.
I feel like a woman.
Yeah,
Dun, dun.
yeah. I feel more female when I got my internal organ taken out of me, which is so fucking backwards.
That's just how it be sometimes. And the
but that's
frenulum is
because
where
I was
everything
being a
fused
man.
after you were formed as a woman. Huh.
Yeah.
Huh.
Don't post that guy. I saw him for the first time being a streamer and it weirded me out. I didn't know he was real.
Guys, I don't know what to do now. I'm just gonna do it. Oh my god! I can redeem one of the fucking thing. I'm playing Jigsaw Puzzle Infinite for a little bit.
Play your puzzles.
And it's gonna be vain because it sits of an art piece that I have.
Oh yeah, Elaine, I got some of my toggles back. I'll send them to you.
Yippee!
Oh god.
God damn it! I opened my DMs and Bobby's fucking crumpet was there and.
Oh yeah, I have a picture of a cat's foreskin. Hold on.
Huh, no!
Cats don't have foreskins. They have a sheath that's different.
No, you know what it is.
Cloaca?
No,
cats don't have a cloaca. They have a barbed penis. But I have one of a cat's foreskin, and I'm gonna send it to you. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
It's fine. I promise.
I'm not sure it is.
I don't believe you,
It's
but
fine.
okay.
See? He's just vibing.
See, I said as I get a DM. Oh, it is fine.
Yeah, he's just vibing.
Oh, I remember now.
I was so afraid.
I love how we understand the bullshit I say. Like when I talk to you and I said, "Can we watch the show with the M?" and you're like, "Yeah."
Eventually, you just get used to like understanding Gore. Like Gore will say something that's not anything what they meant, but I'll just be like, "Yeah, let's go." Like I know exactly what you meant, even though you said the complete wrong thing. I know what you meant.
Oh my god, cute.
Here's my yes hands, and then here's my middle finger.
Yeah, I like it.
I told them I look passive aggressive, and they're like, "So yourself," and I'm like, "Yeah." Here, Mark. I need to ask them to make my tongue, even though they hate doing that. Should I have my tongue pierced again so then I can be pleasurable?
Who you gonna pleasure?
I don't fucking know. I don't want to eat no one out. They taste bad.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. I might be gay, but I don't like the taste of pussy. And no, I have not eaten ass. I've only ever eaten that, and I've given a blowjob once, and it was not cool. I'm pretty sure my ex made me gay.
That's valid.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that's not how
one of
being
them,
gay
like
works,
Mark.
but
He made me confirm I'm gay because I gave him a chance because he was one of those like bottom guys, you know? And I was like, maybe I can be into that because he's not really manly. Didn't work.
Oh.
we do a lot of McDonald's.
Yeah.
What? What did McDonald's have to do with this?
Fucking can't. Oh, ever since I got my surgery, I'm getting more facial hair again. It's great.
Nice. Grow a beard.
Yeah. I can't.
Grow a beard.
This is the most. I've never drawn a cat before, but this is a cat. Like, I drew it for my mom on a piece of paper, like baby art, and it's so cute to me. I'll send it to Elaine. Look at this cat. It looks like it was drawn by a child. It's so cute. It's so cat.
Aww. That's cute.
It just looks like a very fake cat. I like it.
Little cat.
I love VTuber models until they are possessed by people.
It's funny that Elaine feels most innocent despite being the one that fucks. It's because I have the least amount of brain cells, that's why.
Elaine's one of those people that has sex, but that's it. You know? I don't think that
it's just like my sex brain and then my not sex brain is very like separate. Because when I'm horny, I'm like, oh, I could talk about sex no problem. But then when I'm not horny, I get very bashful about sex.
I could never imagine you being
it's
horny.
A big
That's
kid thing,
so forbidden.
you know?
Yeah, you were like, you were too silly.
I feel like Elaine would be like a bimbo.
In that way.
I am a bimbo. That's the joke in my household is that I'm a bimbo.
Yeah, I feel like that's how you'd be if you're sexy. Because if you're silly, then you're gonna give bimbo energy. Mark, I found my favorite picture again. I'm gonna make it an emote. The zoomed in face.
Oh.
That panda is so fucking scary. The fake pandas are so fucking scary. The zoomed in face. Yeah.
Yeah. I like when people wear like the head mask things and they look like a fucking sock.
A sock?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Mark, we're gonna get art of you and you're gonna be slay. I'm going to ask them to make you a woman. You can't be a man. Can
Whatever
I like,
Gore wants.
commission someone to make you a woman?
I feel like Gore's gonna like militantly make me trans. I feel like
militantly make you trans.
Yeah. Well, I want Mark to like objectify himself, but he won't, and it's boring. So if I make him a woman, then I can for myself.
Yeah, because I was like, I want to get like sexy stuff of my character, but my character is me, and I don't find me sexy.
Yeah, but I told him that there's lots of people that like that shape, and he's like, but that's not for me, and I'm like, yeah, it's not. It's for me.
Yeah, it's not. It's for me.
Yeah, I objectify anyone that is of a certain shape. I don't care. I don't like you in any sexual manner, but I'm going to objectify you because I can. It's like how I was objectifying Dante as his human form. Someone drew Dante as a woman. It was hot. I wish I still had the picture, but I don't remember what happened to it. Pear shape is best shape, but I argue girls that have chicken-like legs, you know, like where they look like a drumstick from KFC, good shit.
Have you seen those women who can't fit through doors because they just got so much ass? It's crazy.
Those ones are my favorite. The videos of the women that go on the plane and their butt is like the entire shape.
One of my mom's friends is like wide, but she's not like fat. Like she's not like big. She's just wide. She just has fucking like a huge ass.
That's
and like
she's British.
When she walks through the doors in our house, she touches both like door frames. It's crazy. And like
that's crazy. I like Bayonetta.
I'm just like, yeah. Like,
bro.
Like, I'm like, why? Like, why you built like
can
that?
Can you send me a picture of yourself so I can edit you into a wheelchair?
What?
Oh.
What did I just hear?
I'm sorry? Oh yeah, there's been a running joke. Gore told their grandmother that I was disabled, and their grandmother internalized that as I'm in a wheelchair.
Because she doesn't believe in any other kind of disability.
And keeps asking about my wheelchair.
I sent her a Victorian wheelchair and said that was what it was, and she believed it. Also, this part of the puzzle looks like Pikachu.
It was very yellow, isn't it?
I could see Pikachu shape. But yeah, no, so I was like, I need a picture of you so I can Photoshop you into a wheelchair so I could show her and be like, this is Mark.
I don't think I want your grandmother to know what I look like.
I got really close to you hearing you, and I had to mute you.
Yeah. I specifically didn't talk because I knew you were on speaker still, so I was like, I was sitting there like, I could do something really funny right now, but I feel like it would, like I wouldn't survive.
You can't. No, you cannot. Also, she wouldn't like the fact that I'm actually talking to a man because she doesn't believe that.
It's okay. I'm not really a man.
No, you're not.
You could say you're a eunuch.
Mark wishes he was.
I would
He
be.
Wants so bad. He had to sell it.
It would
Okay,
make my
for
life
your
so
wheelchair
much
license.
easier, bro. It would make my life so much easier.
When you that, does it get rid of your balls only?
You can get rid of both, but if you get rid of the sausage, it makes peeing difficult.
Can you just like? Can you just like?
You gotta
make it a
sit down like a
vagina?
woman. You gotta sit down like a woman, and I don't want to
like
give up my
sitting
standing
down.
privileges.
Like I'm jealous of the fact that you can hold.
Bro, do you know how much
hold
harder
something,
it is
but
for
I
you
like
guys to
sitting
write your
down.
name
How
in
do
the
you
snow?
sit with a dick?
Oh my
It's not that hard.
god.
Use a cup. No,
How do you
but like
sit
how
with
do
your
you sit
fat
down?
pussy?
Easy. I have cushion, bitch.
Exact same.
You guys
How?
have sexual
But if you
relief
sit
for
on
women
your dick,
empowerment?
wouldn't it explode?
No, it fits between my thighs.
So you can't sit directly on it because it would explode, right?
Well, also like yes, it's possible for a guy to sit on their balls, but like you learn how to sit without that happening.
I'm not
As
talking
you-
about your balls. I'm talking about your dick, bro.
The dick is on the front, not the bottom.
Yeah, but when you sit down, doesn't it like go in your
No.
ass?
No.
But when you sit down, doesn't it go into your ass?
Yeah, I don't understand.
No, it's more front than I think you're imagining
Bro.
it.
Bro,
So
if
go
if
backwards?
guys could do that, we wouldn't need you. That's what I'm saying.
So again, you're going back to the fact that you just want a dick in your ass.
Every man does, they just too afraid to admit it.
Yeah.
I'm
don't know, it
sorry,
just fucks
that's
with
where the
me.
G-spot is. It's like physiology, you know?
Would
Men
you
like
sit
dick
on
and
something
ass.
on purpose?
No.
Have you ever done that, like being bored just to see?
No.
Just to see.
Man, if I was a guy, I still think I'd get arrested because I would just do so many things to figure out. Like I'm not saying like imagine if you could just like snap your fingers and become a new thing just for a little bit to experience it, like God gave you a present. I would do so many things to get arrested because I'd be like, how does this work? Can I bend it? Can I
flatten it.
sit on it? Yeah, and then I would like try to shove something up my ass, but in the most weird way possible, like casually sitting down in a chair.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. There's nothing stopping you from shoving stuff up your ass. That
It
is
doesn't
not
feel
a
the same.
gender.
It feels like I have to shit.
Shitting is just backwards anal.
I know
Yes.
we talked about
I
that.
had someone say a
but I
swear on
don't
my
like
stream
it.
by accident because of that.
Bro,
That
I
was-
still can't believe that shit.
That was one of my
That was
happiest. That was one of my favorite moments. That's like a highlight reel of this year for me.
That's yeah.
wild. It's okay. I had someone use my TTS and repeat a slur for 50 minutes.
It's hard because it's not like they mean it in like an ill way, and it's part of their
I know the
natural
person knew it,
vocabulary.
too. Bruh.
Kiwi, I don't
Yeah.
know the answers to that, and yeah, you would need portals for that because it's too front facing.
I don't know.
Eunuchs weren't sexual relief. They were actually there for the express reason that they wouldn't be.
Yeah, isn't it like
Yeah.
the equivalent of like getting rid of as much as possible?
The idea is that
Or
they can be
competition.
around women and will not be tempted or like temptation for the woman. So that's
Yeah.
the
Yeah, so I
reason.
think a
that
lot
it's
of like
there.
doctors.
There were many people who had fake eunuchs that they'd use, but that's a whole different thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and in my anime that's happening. It's nice. No, but like the doctor thing is a real thing. They actually would make doctors eunuchs because they wouldn't want them to operate on women if they
Yeah.
still had their organs.
That's a whole thing,
Because they think that they would get aroused by seeing them naked,
bro.
which is
If
weird.
portal technology will be made one day, not because of like transport reasons, but just sex. Someone's gonna be
Yeah.
like, man, I'm in a long distance relationship. That sucks. Let me invent portals so I can fuck my girlfriend from the other side of the world. Like, that's how technology happens. It doesn't happen because of the good reason. Like, Do you know how much the Bioshock fucking Infinite progressed the animation, like, what world? Wanted to find better ways to watch that girl get fucked. Like, that is a legitimate thing that happened.
Oh no, I remember.
man,
It
motivation
was
is
a lot.
motivation.
That's because
And
a
the
lot
same
of
is happening
people
with,
just
like,
want to have sex.
Overwatch and, like, those things have, like, actually, like, improved, like, 3D, like, animation so much that, like, they're, like, the shit that they learned from those things are being used in, like, Disney. Like...
Bro,
So to wait for a
makes me
second and came
happy-
back to interdimensional glory holes. Yep.
Yeah, no, what makes me happy is the people that, like, make the Gooner games and stuff use the same technology to, like, animate real things, but they test it out more and more to see how much they can make someone's ass clap. Great.
Oh, yes.
Inspiration will take you far.
I don't understand why
wish I
people are
had that
so
much of a
obsessed with
drive.
using AI to make things realistic when you could just not.
Shrugs.
If I was smart enough, I could deepfake you into a wheelchair.
I love the you know, like just the
What
the
needs-
circle back to it, the very
needs
casual
a
circle
hobby?
back.
Who needs a
The hobby is
yes?
figuring out how to get you into a wheelchair.
My hobby is dissecting Mark like he's an
If-
alien.
If somebody wanted to take my legs, I'd let them.
Yeah. No, Mark is like an enigma to me because he's the first man I've met that's just objectively different. So I
I'm
dissect him
convinced
every
AI
day.
is being spearheaded by pedos. I wouldn't be surprised.
Bro,
Oh,
it's
absolutely
spearheaded
is.
by fucking, like, people that have weird fetishes, too, that I can't specifically say on stream, but it's getting real bad. Real bad. And
Everything-
it's not in that direction, something else.
Nothing progresses for good reasons. That's all I'm saying.
No. But I want robots to happen so fucking
That's already
bad.
happened.
Yeah, but I want the one that people are scared of, and it's not here yet.
Man, I
You
bet
know?
you're gonna be able to chew on like a robot foreskin.
I don't want
Ew.
that. I want it to be like the training dummies. I'm not
You could
into
already
people.
do that,
I'm into
though.
shapes. Yeah, but I like the ones that walk around that look like the weird dogs.
Oh, did you know that Japan released a thing that's like it's like transportation, but they use like a large one of those dogs?
Yeah, it's cute. I also like the cat one that like takes dishes. I like
yeah,
that
I like
thing.
them too.
I
Those
like
hotel
robots
ones
that
freak
look
me
like
out.
Wall-E. Bro, I just like the ones that like have barely any sentience. Like I would happily have a Roomba as a pet. Those are charming to me. I don't want things to act like a person. That's not
You
the
can
point
have
of
a Roomba as a
robots.
pet right now. Like,
No, my carpet sucks and my grandma won't let me
you
have
should
one.
get
and
one
I
of
want
those
the really
desk
tiny
pets.
one.
Have you seen the desk pets?
Oh
for,
yeah,
like,
you should get a little desk pet.
like AI robots that like react and like fuck around.
No. Is it like
You
those
should
eye
work.
dogs?
A little bit,
Yeah.
but they're like high tech and they can like do stuff.
Ooh, I
Yeah,
should
they
get
play,
that
like,
to
little
annoy my
games with
grandma.
you.
I found this
Oh.
like
I
There's
used
this
my
one,
grown
like-
tube to ask her for food yesterday. She told me no. Like, she just came into my room and said no, and then she just left. It was rude. Because I was shaking it.
I love using grown tube as like a calling bell for a southern.
You told me to try it.
Yeah.
Just like how, you know how much fun I'm gonna have when I go to the grocery store and I can't push the cart, so I'm gonna feel like I'm like, she's like a peasant, and I'd be like, get my food. It's great. I'm excited.
Woman. Cart to
Oh,
aisle
woman.
3, please.
Yeah, but it's good because of like the era she was born in, so she'll feel like at home.
Damn.
Man.
Oh, I almost scratched my thing.
Oh
Don't
no.
scratch your thing. Don't
It's
do
okay.
that. Don't do
The
that.
tism got me to stop because I remembered it was there.
Good.
I can't scratch them. I want to pick off my scabs so bad. You don't understand. Someone who like enjoys picking off scabs, this is actually hell.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I would be in. I would get it because whenever I feel scabs, I'm like, oh, this shouldn't be on my skin, and then I want to take it off, and then like,
Yeah, I love
Take off.
picking my skin. It's like a literal thing I do without thinking. Like I have a burnt piece of skin that I've had on my thumb for like 2 years, and I just pick at it so it will never grow back. Mark's told me to stop before, and I'm like, no. And then I sent him a picture of it. He's like, you need to stop. And I'm like, no.
No.
I don't need a cone that won't prevent me from using my hands. I'm a human being.
Picking scabs, I hate when they're almost fully healed and then they have that one little piece still holding on. Yeah!
Oh
Just,
yeah,
like, get off.
like beef jerky.
And then you
Yeah, I
pull
hate that
it
shit.
because you think it's like enough that it like won't matter, and then you end up bleeding like a bitch.
Yeah, that happens
Yup,
every time.
yup,
I'll have like the
yup.
tiniest speck, and then it'll just, yeah, it sucks. I get scared. Or you know what my least favorite thing is when you have a hangnail, but it's not the sharp ones; it's the like skin ones, and you pull it, and then it just
Oh,
rips off all of
yeah.
it, and you have this line of
Yeah.
fucking skin. Shit sucks. I hate that fucking shit. I also have that with like my lips get dry a lot, and I'll like chew on the skin, and then I'll just keep ripping it off, and then it just feels weird. I
That
hate
feels
that
smooth,
shit.
though.
It does for like a second, and then I can't tell if it's just my pores bleeding. Because I've never had like, I've seen it before and it freaks me out. People that have like such scabby lips, like they look painful as fuck. Mine don't look like that. They always just look like if you went in the sun and you were peeling kind of vibe. Even though I drink a lot of water.
Feast
And so
upon
I'll
thine
chew
own
on it.
flesh and stare into the face of God. I do.
Yeah.
I eat my I bite my lips sometimes.
Bro, we already talked about it. I eat my fingernails. It's fine. And I eat my lip skin. I spit it out when I'm in the presence of normal people. So I look like I'm
In
normal.
the presence of normal people.
Yeah, I'll act normal. And then when I'm at home, I just eat it. Because I don't care. I'll eat almost anything that is a bodial function that is in my mouth because I don't care. And I'll own up to it. I don't give a fuck.
What if your uvula fell out? Would you eat it?
Yeah, I swallow those like tonsil stones all the time. So I'm probably gonna have a heart attack.
It's recycling. No.
Yeah, it is recycling.
No.
It is. No, like, I'm one of those disgusting people where, like, I don't care if I have mucus, I'll just eat it in my mouth. Like, I'm not, like, picking my nose, but I'd be like, if it's draining, I'm not gonna spit it out. It's
Oh,
going in there.
yeah.
I don't care. The only time I spit it out is when it's, like, gross. Because there's, like, a consistency where it's like, this is not okay. But if it's just mucus, I don't care. It's the same with, like, I'll eat my plaque. I don't care. I'm gross.
Teeth.
I have gingivitis. Like, I don't care. Oh my god, I'm remembering when I was on fucking Rin's stream and I said that I was laughing so hard I could smell my gingivitis.
Ooh.
And everyone was just silent. I was like, I have ADHD. I don't remember. Like, there's just so many people that don't like to admit it because it is gross, but it's my body, my mouth. I don't care. I went 10 years without brushing my teeth because I just didn't think about it.
No.
So I've paid the price. I'm missing like a couple teeth, and like I accept my fate and I try my best, but it's just not on my radar. It's one of those things that I didn't grow up with. Like, this is the thing you need to do. So my brain is just like, I don't care. But I'm not like on the level of like, oh, I hate the taste of things because I can taste the shitty feeling in my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's
yeah. When I
like,
forget,
if
I'm lucky
bad,
because Pixels remembers, so
that's a
I'll brush my
problem.
teeth when he brushes his teeth. He's good about his teeth.
I've been doing it now again more often because I'm taking medication and I don't want to get thrush. Because that's gross. I do not want to have a bacterial infection in my mouth. Because that shit's disgusting. Like, I had a friend who would have inhalers and they wouldn't rinse their mouth out and their tongue just looked like cheese.
Ew.
It was horrible.
Ew.
I sent them the flavor and they just sent me this cat looking like it's stoned. I'm hoping they can get it because I'm being their, like, financial substitute. because I'm getting my model.
Yippee.
Yeah. I'm gonna pay it off fully in the first week of May, but it's torturous that I can't use it or touch it or stream. Because, like, that's the thing.
Understandable.
I wish I was one of those people where I'd have to wait. Because the moment I get it, I want it.
Oh, that's valid.
Right?
Yeah, because that's how I feel with like my model.
Well,
It's
it
like
gets
I will see
frustrated.
BZ like add a new like feature to my model, and I'll be like, I want it now. But I understand
Yeah.
like she's still working on it, so I'm like, no, but I gotta wait.
Nah.
I gotta wait.
But it's kind of the opposite though, because Gore is actually like Gore wants to look forward to it and wait for it.
Yeah, I get cucked. If I get it too soon, then I feel like it's gone forever. But I respect other people's like grind, so I don't like get mad if I get stuff really. I'm
Well,
like,
once
okay,
the
I'm one of those rare
anticipation.
people where I actually would love to be on raid and be ghosted and not get my shit for like 7 months because it gives me something to look forward to. Where everyone else is like, I want that right now. And I'm like, I don't. Because once I have it now, then I'm gonna want to use it. And then once I use it, then it's like, well, that happened, I guess.
That's
a
valid.
mental illness. Also, I have to stand up because I wasn't bending my knees. Again. I was gonna have eyes like that, but I only have one. Well, I don't. I have two, but I'm covering it.
What?
Okay. My grandma came home.
Welcome home.
Yeah, I wanted to have eyes go like weird, where you do like the bonk, because I had that once on one of my models, but I decided to again not have front facing eyes, so there's no point in doing it. I'll just look like I'm looking sideways.
Well, it's just
And I'm
like
only
you
here.
can still
Yeah.
do it. It's just the eyes go like one would stay the same and the other would go wonko.
Yeah, but you would
Like
see
lazy
it. I
eye.
mean, I'm gonna have it to toggle my bandage off only for when I wear the glasses. Because yes, it's silly to do that, but I don't actually want
What in
the
the actual
glasses
fuck
over
is
the
this?
bandage.
Ew, 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 Kiwi, ew.
What the fuck did you post? I want to see because I'm standing up.
Well, the Kellogg's Frosties one might not be bad. Rest of it though, okay, the Cocoa Pops aren't bad, nor the rolled oats, but the rest of it, I don't want any of it.
I like the one
Actually,
that looks like cheese.
Apparently mayonnaise ice cream's pretty good.
It is, because of the it's already kind of
Golden-
sweet. I would not eat it though.
Golden syrup ice cream would looks good. Tea ice cream is probably terrible. Mm.
I want the ketchup
the
one.
beans one and the soy
I'd try
sauce
it.
one offend me.
Soy sauce
try
is
beans.
actually really good on vanilla ice cream. Like, no joke. Because the salt.
Oh yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah, yummy.
I'd have the Polos one as well. That's a mint ice cream. That's a good shit.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
true,
ice
it
cream would
be like a
technically be custard. Is it because the egg?
Yeah. It's
Okay,
'cause the egg
I've got a
consistency.
question, Elaine. Right?
Mm-hmm.
If you could try some of these, but in order to try some of them, you had to try all of them, would you do it?
No, I have a Ninja Creamy. I can make something better.
Yeah, but there's the effort there. You gotta. You
I don't
can
care.
make something better, but this is right here in front of you, being
I
offered
don't
to
care.
you right now.
No. Would am I getting paid? Someone gonna pay me?
No, you're getting ice cream.
No.
No benefit in eating something without, like, I get money because I don't like it.
I don't want to
If
hear
I
that
get
from
money,
you and
sure.
some of the things that you've eaten over the
Yeah,
years
but
for money.
that's different, bro. I did that because I wanted a pizza.
Pizza.
And plus, all the things that I ate was because I was under a certain age group where I would literally eat anything. Now I would not. I have thoughts.
Yeah, everybody's gotta have that experimental phase.
Huh?
Everyone's
What?
gotta have that experimental phase.
Hold on.
Oh.
What?
You're talking to the demon.
Yeah.
Bye.
I'm good. Huh? Yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. I forget that I'm healing, so being asked if you good is actually a normal question. Not just like, you've never spoken to me like that ever. You know, because like if your grandma would be like, you good? I'm like, what? Like, yeah, I'm fine.
Ooh. Ooh. I think this is supposed to be this way. I can't.
All my fellas.
All my fellas. Ding. Oh, I think this goes under the hand. And that goes here. Haha! Chat, I'm figuring it out.
Why music stop?
I don't know. Do you need me to restart the screen share?
Oh, is it not working?
Well, it works for me.
Oh. Well, it's not
But
working
if
with the
it's not
screen
working
share,
for
no.
you... Okay.
This
Oh, you know
entire
what? Yeah, it's probably... Yeah. What the fuck? You guys didn't tell me?
It just started again. Oh,
Oh yeah, I never heard it this entire time.
I turned it up, and then it just started playing, and it freaked me out.
Yeah, because I didn't have my audio sharing on the screen share.
Yeah.
Would you eat a panda burger?
Yes. I'd rather eat kangaroo.
That's not the offer.
That's a
That's not the
hard-
offer.
Well, I'll
hard
eat one because
maybe.
I don't like them either. You know I don't like pandas with a fiery
I know, but I'm
passion.
just
I
talking about
think
in
they're
terms of,
ugly.
like, ethically, you know?
Is there a thing? I don't know about pandas.
There's, like, very few pandas alive. So if you ate a panda, it'd probably be, like, and, like, you'd know that this panda was killed specifically to make the burger.
So what you're saying is I will have a delicacy. Hmm?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Hmm? Why not?
No,
don't
I
mind.
wouldn't eat a panda.
But that's because I don't like them. Hmm?
I like pandas.
I think they're scary. Hmm?
I don't know if I like pandas. I haven't tasted it yet.
I had a panda that's a parrot. What? I had a... What?
I don't know if I like pandas. I haven't tasted it yet.
Oh, that's because of your damn weird culture where you eat things. Hmm? Fucking
Yeah,
eat
eating
Oh,
things,
I'd
things.
eat a
bro.
panda.
Very unique.
That's a...
Yeah, you eat like dead people and shit.
Oh, that's fine. So you'd eat a panda that already had kids, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
what
then
if you had,
it's
like,
you.
panda veal?
No.
I forget that veal is the small
No.
ones.
It's the babies.
Wait, are those the ones that are like soft? Because they're like babies? I don't remember.
I think so.
There's like this thing that they do to cows where they just like exist.
Oh,
and
yeah,
they taste
that's
better
veal.
since they exist. Yeah.
Veal's fucked up.
I forget that animals are a thing when you eat them.
Same.
So
I feel like panda is best
yeah.
aged. It's
Boar
valid.
refuses to eat crab because crabs are cute.
Yeah.
But would eat a
Well,
panda.
Spiders. Yeah.
Crabs taste good though.
No, they're too cute. They just
No, they
They're
taste
strange.
good. Fuck
I
them. They
don't
taste
care.
good.
Bro, I've never eaten one and I don't like the way they smell. Huh?
Okay, that's valid, I guess.
Because I like seafood, but crabs just smell horrible to me.
That's I
But
mean
they're
that's
cute.
valid.
Everything involves, yeah, but I'm not gonna eat an actual crab because they just shape.
Wouldn't
It's
that
like,
make me stronger if I ate a crab then though?
technically, I'd rather eat an isopod.
Noxia, close your eyes.
They
Noxia
just
is
look
my
good.
friend that's an isopod VTuber.
Close
Uh,
or wink, suggestively. Those are your two options.
Isopods, yeah, I would, yeah, I like them.
Okay, but like
What kind are you though? Because that'll determine that.
I'm not against it. But it wouldn't be sexy. They would just
You don't know what Noxie's into.
I like vor. It's fine. You're a deep sea. I guess that's fine. Yeah. I don't like the ones that like are huge because they look weird.
there's one that's
'Cause, like,
called a
there's
Darth
isopods.
Vader isopod.
Yeah, that
One of
one's
those big
cute.
ones.
I like the duck one.
Yeah, the duck isopods are so cute.
Yeah, I also really, really want to touch those poisonous sea slugs because they're pretty.
That's
But
valid.
I would die. Because they're cute.
Oh my god.
Mother, I wish
These
to
puzzles
taste
so-
flesh.
Well, you've had a chocolate bar before, my guy. You have tasted flesh. Technically, you've tasted... Well, unless you're saying human flesh, which is an entirely different conversation.
You know that people who are allergic to cockroaches are usually also allergic to pre-ground coffee?
Yeah, I heard of that because, like, isn't it because, like, a lot of pre-ground coffee usually contains, like, some percent of, like,
Yeah.
bugs?
I should tell that to someone and make their day bad.
That's what I just tried to do.
I don't drink coffee. Also, I like
It sucks for you, I already knew that, and I still drink coffee anyway.
Yeah.
Now I gotta do all the yellow pieces. Fuck.
And technically, if BLT came out of you, they technically have eaten human flesh.
What?
Every infant has technically eaten human flesh because of when you're in the sack.
That oddly makes sense. Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Yeah. And same with you've technically drank pee, so everyone has done that.
See. I think I'm okay on that one. I think.
Yeah, but then
that
you have to try
one
it.
can just.
You know you've tried it, you just don't remember.
That was
So
before I
you can put that on
died.
the list of you've tried it. Yeah,
I think that
so
could have
you've
stayed
never
in the
had it,
vault.
Mark, because you're some weird, anomaly. Do you ever have dreams of your past life?
Yeah.
Maybe? I don't really know.
Well, I feel like
I have a lot of dreams, period.
When I was younger, I used to believe that I used to be a guy called Jack, and I remembered
Mark.
Yeah. You fake
and I remembered getting hit with a car while riding a bike when I was really young, and it freaked my mom out a bunch because I was too young to know what any of that was and to understand that. And
That's
she still
because you
still
have
freaks
the
her out.
soul of Jack.
Still freaks her out. She talks about it a lot sometimes. It's fun.
I would too if my child told me some weird shit. That's like the highlight of your day when you have a kid is they tell you some ominous shit.
Because it really fucked with her because I described how the cars looked weird apparently when I was too young to know to know stuff. And I apparently perfectly described an old car, an olden day kind of model of car. And it scared the shit out of her. She didn't like it.
If you had a small toddler and they knew what a
I still remember these memories, but it's one of those things where I don't know if it's real. Because when you're young, you can create memories out of force of will. If you're fucking with people, you can just
Yeah. John
You asked if, you asked if your name was John Jingleheimer Schmidt. That'd be great if it was.
Mark has a very normal name. Considering it fucks with me. Whenever I get to see people's actual names, their real names, I'm just
you know what's fun? I can say my full name on stream, and it doesn't fucking matter because there are over 5,000 people in the UK with the same fucking name.
Yeah,
full name.
Because you're like a J.
Because of how fucking basic I am.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying you're not British.
Do you know what's fun? No, not Mark Smith. Mark Miller.
Yeah.
In every single movie credits, there's one person called Mark Miller. Fun fact.
So you've written every movie.
Yeah, I have so many credits.
Famous. I'll just never forget the day I first met you and I was very confused and thought you weren't a man. And you were really polite. So I thought you weren't real. Because you were playing Valorant and you were really polite, so I'm like, he must be using a filter. This isn't who he is. And I talked to you and I'm like, oh, you're nice. And then we talked for 5 hours and I'm like, you're a freak.
Yeah.
I like you. And then I stole you from
So wait, so
everybody for
Boffy is
2 years.
Eminem? What does that mean?
Yeah, my initials are Eminem, Mark Miller.
Yeah. That's what I was talking about, putting the small ones in his foreskin.
Oh.
I am the real Slim Shady, in fact.
I am the real Slim Shady, in fact.
Have you ever tried to be more British? Just to,
No.
like, piss people off?
Ironically, I'm really bad at, like, a fake British accent.
What? What does
Like,
that
Ryan is way better at a British accent than me.
What?
Mark,
When it comes to, like, really exaggerated... When it comes to, like, really exaggerated, like, accents, like, Ryan has a better British accent than me.
And he also has a deeper vocal tone than you, so it sounds more believable. Because you don't have, like, a deep vocal tone.
Oh my
at all.
god, guys.
Yeah. You have, like, this... You are
I
a
wish
man.
I was one of those guys. I wish I was one of those guys that could just, like, effortlessly talk like a woman. Do you know how much money I'd make?
Like Vladimir.
Yeah.
God, he's so
You just
sexy,
gotta
by the
do.
way.
You gotta do some
I have-
trainings, bro.
I've
Practice.
legitimately been tempted to start doing, like, trans vocal training. So that I can sound like a woman. So that I can make, like, money online.
I thought about starting that as a thing because I'm bored. I didn't continue.
I mean,
that
vocal
thought, but I
training's
thought about
like.
it.
Oh my god,
Like,
guys, I'm
it's-
so wet right now. God, give me some more money.
Yeah, but you could talk like that and still get money, Mark. Unironically.
Yeah, but
That's
I
the
feel bad about it.
But
Yeah, but you
I'd
need to
feel
suck
bad
it
about
up.
Damn.
I'll be
You
your
heard 'em.
manager. It's fine.
I don't know where this piece goes.
That's my favorite thing at
Do a different
puzzle is when you get to a point where the pieces are so jagged, so you're just like, this looks right. It's not.
I can
'Cause they
tell
all
because
look
of the
like they fit.
subtle color changes, but it's like, but where go?
Yeah.
So I want to get this quadrant. I want to get this quadrant. What are you even listening to?
The vibe change is so funny. It sounded like someone was having a manic episode to just actual music.
Smile.
I scared
It's hard
Mark.
as
It was funny. Because Mark rarely sends me all caps like how he talks about me too. When I sent him my model's tits, I had to explain to Charlie that I wanted porn star tits because they made me modest and it upset me. And I used to
He's gonna be like, I want bahonkas.
I don't even
Yeah,
think
they
there's a
said
porn star
Elaine has
tits.
Well, that's because I'm wearing a fucking hoodie. Because I was like, I want bigger cleavage like Elaine. They're like, I can't do that. It'll literally fuck up your model art. I'm like, okay.
Did I
Like, if you
stop them?
seriously want, they're like, unless you want joke boobs, like where I'll just slap them on your chest. And I was like, I mean, they're like, no. I'm like, okay. We're
My
only
favorite
going
meme
so
about my
far.
model is that it's like they've grown since my first model.
Oh yeah,
because
your boobs are way bigger.
artist
Also, just
interpretations.
depending on how you crop yourself, it's so inappropriate.
Smile.
It's so funny. Like you were trying to get away with hiding your model that entire time, and I'm like, this is way more inappropriate
Smile.
for your debut because it looks like
Smile.
you're half naked with a bow tie on.
Hey man, I look even more naked without the bow tie on, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, I know. When you did that, that was funny.
Smile.
Are you
Okay, I
gonna
wanna
have
watch
like
TikToks
a
now.
bunch of outfits on your model?
Mhm.
Jesus
I
Christ.
have 2 planned.
Bro, I
two
could barely
planned.
handle when I had my model.
It's just I'm very
And I only
thematic
need
with
2
my
outfits
stuff, and I'm like,
because I would
like-
press the wrong button.
mm-mm. Because I have like technically in my design I've been designed 5 different outfits in total in the lifespan of like being a VTuber outside of like my normal one. But the model that I will debut for 3.0 will have 3.
I like the farmer one that you wear when you're a baby.
No farmer. I like the farmer one too.
Yeah, with your like necktie. I like that one's cute.
Mm-hmm.
I just have one outfit and I don't have pants on, so that'll be fun to mess with TOS. Because at least with my hoodie, it was a lot longer. This is like pushing that limit of pussy. But we wouldn't have that, obviously. But in reality, it would just be pussy.
That's valid. I mean, it's not like you're gonna show that much of your model anyway. Most people don't always show.
Oh
their
no,
feet.
unless I want to get in trouble on purpose because I'm bored.
Mm-hmm.
Like, first of all, I don't have base models, right? Like, I'm pretty sure you do, but I don't. So my models are just pieces. So like, I don't have like a crotch. I don't have feet. I can't like take my clothes off. We did have one episode where I was like, I want to take my clothes off because I was bored with my first ever model, and it was shirtless, and it was the most. Why are you doing this? I think it was really when I was first.
If I ever get a super detailed model, I'm gonna give it just a fucking disgustingly tiny penis.
That would make sense.
So that like I can just pull it out sometimes and. I might make a toggle so I can switch between disgustingly tiny and just fucking gigantic. Just based on mood.
Yeah, but you have to have a bush crown.
Oh yeah.
Because
it'll kind of look like when you like get someone's nose, you know?
Hell, you grab their nose.
Yeah.
Bro, but like that's what makes it more offensive to me is not having a small penis. It's when you have a bush and a small penis because it just looks like a thumb. In a wig, and it's uncomfortable to look at.
A Tic Tac model, exactly.
God. Yeah, I think you should have hyper-realistic nipples, because those are my favorite things to see on models, when people, like, look normal, and then they're shirtless, and then their nipples are just so circular and so realistic. It's so disgusting.
The worm is lost in the jungle.
The worm. Bruh. Or you could have a sensor, like people do. And you could just have your sensor be Steven. When people have like that leaf bullshit or like they censor themselves with like a thing. Like I know someone who draws art and they draw porn and they censor it with like this silly little cat that like spreads out his bean toes. So he's always just like strung out like in a weird shape and they use it as a censor. And it's funny.
I could see Buffy putting realistic eyes as the nipples.
Pro. Thinking about Mark's design naked makes me think of people that are in hospitals.
What? What?
My design naked's gonna look like that chicken guy from Overlord.
Don't make me think about that. Because when I think
The
about
immediate
Buffy
don't.
having sex. Because that was bad. That was horrible.
I love the Overlord chicken man. Leave him alone.
Bro, you should be lucky that you don't look like that. Because that just looks like fat bastard. Bro, I hate it. It's like fat bastard in an anime. No, I'm saying
My
you,
neck
if I
looks
think about
like a
your
vagina.
shape- Bro, the reason I'm saying you look like those people in the hospital, because I'm brain dead, is you look like an anatomical model in my head. Like that weird posture if you were naked. Like standing there naked. Like an Attack on Titan thing. Just like ominous, you know?
Man, you know what? I actually do have plans for like a sexualized thing for my character. And I've been having trouble finding like a beautiful like man of my magnitude. Like I want him like lounging on like a chaise couch with like a
You've been
like a cup of
having
wine.
trouble, my guy. You need to ask me. Bro.
Yeah. Well,
My
you
collection.
were dead at the time, so
Okay. So I'm like, bitch, I have a lot of collection of fat men.
you know, like I wanted to be like, you know, like, he's gonna be like wearing like a he's gonna be wearing like a bathrobe.
Like that episode of Peter Griffin when he was being sexy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I was talking to Discord. I was talking to Joker.
Kidding, I don't know why.
You know Joker would draw that so well.
Is this a chat
Oh,
allowed
yeah.
to be joined? What do you mean?
No, I think
Are
that's
they
wants...
for sexualized feet? Yeah, do it. Goblin feet. Let's go.
Convince me no matter what.
Toes. I hate feet.
Always hidden by
and
Lane
also
saw you
cat
did steal my
feet,
socks.
bro. But
Oh
then
my
you
god,
have
if
to
you
have,
ever
like,
get a model, it'd
monster
be so
nails.
cute if one of the socks had like a lane stitched in, like it looked like it had my name stitched into it. Can I get on this VC? This is we're in a little private chat, but if you guys want to move, we can move. But we're about to watch TikTok soon because I'm getting high.
So fucking tired, bro.
Elaine's reaching critical mass.
I've
I
reached
am.
critical mass for like 20 minutes, but I have thoughts, so I'm saying them before I go lose consciousness. Because I want to bully Mark on stream, because that's when I treat him like shit.
That's valid.
Like,
Oh,
I
and Frida,
seriously
no problem.
specifically treat Mark like shit only when I hang out with you.
The
When
fuck?
we hang out together, we watch stuff
Me-
and we're fine. But when I'm on stream, I treat him like
Yeah,
shit.
me and Gore have a similar relationship like you and Body, where we treat each other like absolute shit sometimes, but like we're like good friends.
Yeah, but Body and I are like that by default.
Yeah.
We're not like he's never really that nice to me. We're like silently nice
Oh.
to each other.
We'll get spicy in public.
Yeah, I don't like Mark that much, but I hang out with him.
Wow.
Buffy is
Or-
Gore's big little brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that.
Bro, if Mark and me were siblings, I'd beat the shit out of him. And then he'd kill me.
What? If we were siblings, only one of
I
us
feel like it would be
rem-
by accident though.
only one of us would remain if we were siblings.
Yeah, and Mark would be the one because he's bigger than me.
I'd sit on
Unless
Can I be
like,
the
crawl- yeah,
adopted
unless I
like
crawl
third
under
child?
Yeah, you can be the dog.
Bark, 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 bark.
I'd like trip Gore and break that leg. Like,
Bro, you would literally just breathe on me and I'd die because you're diseased.
Wow.
Oh
diseased.
wow. Okay,
I don't
I
wanna
think it's
hear
time for
that
us to
from a
watch
person who's-
TikToks.
Actually, like, full of like medical problems.
I have rabies, and probably if I donated blood to you, you'd die.
All of my medical problems started at birth. I haven't gotten worse in a while, okay?
Bro, I have this condition called I'm living on this earth. Leave me alone.
I've already
You should
died
absorb
once.
into utero. Bro, I already did that, Kiwi. I absorbed my twin. That's why I'm.
Didn't you
like
both do
this.
that?
No.
No.
Mark died.
I didn't absorb my twin. My twin was just dead next to me.
Yeah,
Oh,
because Mark is deceased. And then he died,
I-
and then he
To be
became.
fair, I was also dead until they brought me out and resuscitated me.
Yeah, which makes me concerned about your personality.
Sometimes I wonder if they resuscitated the wrong child. Just saying.
No, what happened is when you died, you ate your twin's soul.
I saw this
We've already
video.
gone over this. I hate this because it's like
Bro,
I
do you
felt
know
like
what's
Mark was saying this to
Fucking.
me. Oh, I don't like that dog. The dog that was sitting.
Bro, Elaine, do you want to know something crazy?
What's
I
that?
found out that I had a twin and I died in utero this year.
Mhm.
Yeah, Mark
Oh.
found that out, so he's been telling me, and then
My
I
mom
bring it
was
up
just
all the
like,
time.
"Here you go. Here's some information." I was like, "What? Like, you never thought to tell me this?" And she was like, "I thought you knew." And I'm like, "No, never."
Hey man, okay, wait, hold on. To be fair, that was like the thing that I talked about on stream, the pedophilia
Yeah.
thing.
Oh, I thought.
I
thought
thought
you were
everybody
talking about
knew
the
I
one-
was groomed.
We were talking about when your dad chopped your dick off.
Yeah.
No, that's a
Kitty.
silly thing. That's not real. I just thought everybody knew I was groomed. Well, you specifically, I guess, because we've been friends for a while.
Oh
To
my
be
god,
fair-
you were too?
The mentality wasn't, "Oh my god, that's so surprising." It was, makes sense.
Oh no,
Yeah.
like I'm being so for real when Mark.
And I
was
mean
doing
that in
was
nice.
like,
I
that
don't
makes
mean that in like a negative way. I mean that in like, I've always been like, man, it's so good that Elaine has people around her that can look out for her, because she would be like so easy to like corrupt and
manipulate.
like.
Yeah. Bro,
Oh yeah.
You know, that
Elaine
I'm
needs
so
good
nice.
people around her.
Bro, I'm so nice to Elaine, you don't understand. I could be telling her medical bullshit that's like a lie and she'd believe it because of how I
Yep.
talk.
Yup.
And I'm just like, no, I'm good. Because you'd believe it, and I'd be like, please don't, because then you're gonna try it. Don't do that. You'd be like that kid where I'd be like, don't get close to those things, please.
I remember this TikTok. Okay. I just yeah, that's I mean, I've only been surrounded by I feel like good people in my life only a few years like after COVID ended.
Kind of,
So it's been pretty
honestly,
spanking new.
the only nice people I've met is you, Mark, Garrett, Minnie, and Charlie. The rest of the people in my life were creepy gooners, weirdos, people that should never have left 4chan, and like, in the nicest way possible, internet predators, bro. Because I was on the internet since I was like
Yep.
15.
Yep. Why can't I share my
ugh.
screen? What is happening?
And I was around the worst thing possible. Early 2000s Fujoshis. Horrible people. Awful people. Corrupt people. That's why I'm weird about my art.
The call. I'm gonna read
Bro?
the call 1 second.
Chaos internet.
Why can't I screen share?
Cause
It's forever
this
loading.
shows Genshin.
Oh, I got
That's
it.
why.
There we go. I remember this one. Waffy was like, "How does this is how it feels to have someone else living my dreams."
Is this a threat?
Turns out, no, it was not. I now officially have, and I kid you not, gender-bent
Yeah, this is
big
what I want.
Genshin girl fan art. They even got, like, the air fryer down to, like, the exact model. How is this happening to me? And so if you don't have much to say, then oh, bring it on. I'm not dying here, I'm still fighting here. So if you don't have much...
Me.
Hey, Misty.
Which Greek god has the most gay lovers?
Yeah, we
Smart.
watched this
You
one.
should dress like that.
The snow. Oh yeah, we watched this one. What the
Hey.
fuck? Where are I?
Boy. He's shaped.
Listening to. I think it might be here. Nope. We watched this one as well. We watched this one as well. What the fuck? Where are we? Is it the 12th then? Yeah, well, it might be the 12th. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember Chris
Oh, I
Rock.
fucking love this one.
Yeah.
I fucking love this one.
Oh my god, bro. That's so funny.
Maybe.
Bro sobered up real quick.
I saw this one too. I love this one.
I love this person that makes these animations.
I love. This one's sad though.
This is what it felt like when I was playing Repo with you guys and then I got lost.
Good day. I'm Big
That
Red
one
Necromancer,
time.
and today we're doing an unboxing. Make sure to stay tuned for part 2. You're not going to want to miss it. Good day.
I want to see
Oh my god. Oh my god, I saw this.
Not this person!
I saw that one.
I love that beat too. They're funny.
Aww. Thank you, Kitty Cat.
What's that cat giving me fuck me
No.
eyes?
No.
Bro, that's Mark's
uh-uh.
weird fucking spoons,
spoon
bitch.
two left. Spoon two left. Big left. No.
I said this
I
to
don't
you
like
as
the way
well.
that I'm gonna be honest. I don't like the way this guy talks about the spoon. I feel like the autism thing is you look at it and you go or That's it. Your brain already mentally configures that it's too wide and it's too sharp and it's too bad.
Bro,
You
that
don't-
shit isn't a spoon. It's that thing that you use to get rice.
Oh, it does look
Send
like
this
that.
to someone who needs
Yeah.
to drink water.
Fine.
Some water, damn it! It's good
Okay,
for you to drink
shit.
it. It's healthy. You're
I've sent
dehydrated.
this to
You
my
need
friend
to
that
drink
hates
water
water.
now.
Send this to someone who needs to drink water.
Okay, I drank water and I spilled it. All right,
My
I'm
teeth
sorry.
won't
Okay.
close. My dentist keeps trying
Oh.
to get me to fix it because he says I can't eat a tortilla. Today we're gonna prove him wrong.
I can't eat a tortilla.
No, you're gonna prove him right.
Oh.
My teeth won't close.
That's so unfortunate.
Well, that looks like that bird thing.
That would scare Elaine as a
The
child.
Fuggler dolls are so great.
We had a Fuggler.
I do want to tell you a little
that
bit of
sounded
history
like the
about
fart you had when we were on stream
this
together and I
world.
died.
But this area is not going to have a whole lot of activity. Oh, what the
Wait, that reminds me of a meme. Hold on. Have you guys seen the?
Is anyone
I don't
using the
know what
shader pack that
is.
came with?
Oh, this is when I was watching Beatopia. Okay, fucking, Tay Sunday fart. Yeah, there it is. Hold on. Fucking, this is so.
I'm gonna
That's so
fart.
loud.
Don't tell anybody. Oh God,
I
that's
love
terrible.
this.
I hope the microphone didn't pick that up.
Oh, that's like what Mark did. Me and Mark were hanging out, and I was streaming, and I was vibing, and then I like got slightly tired, and then he just ripped the fattest fart ever, and I thought I was gonna die because I was laughing so hard because he was acting like he didn't do nothing for like 5 minutes. And I was just fucking dying.
I fart and just remain perfectly still and just wait for people to acknowledge it.
And he does it all the time. Like he'll fart, and I'll be like, I heard that. And he's like, did you? I'm like, yeah.
You sprinkle it into conversation.
Dude, that's amazing, dude.
Hold on.
Fuck.
I don't like this hallway.
Alright, he's just gone now. He just fucking left us.
He's just gone.
He's like a sausage junkie.
Oh, I like this one, the cat, thinking he can see music. They're watching. He likes it.
Yeah. Me.
Oh, I like otters. They're cute. Their dicks look like belly buttons.
Okay. That's me. Okay.
Yeah, Elaine.
Oh my god, this is breaking news. I just heard about this today.
I want it the other way.
You're gay. You're a little homosexual.
Me and Kiwi have like the
Oh my God,
same
this is
sense of humor, and it makes me laugh every
Yeah,
time
I mean,
we
you guys
watch
have the
these.
same personality from the personality thing. Oh!
The goldfish.
DSM fish.
Oh my god! It's like my freaking Hamtaro, dude.
Yeah.
I love
Are you really
BDSM.
even best friends? If you're not scrolling on TikTok, you find a relatable, funny video, you send it to her, and that bitch wakes up and sends you the exact same video. And
Yeah, I've
says,
had that
"I
happen so many
forgot to
times.
messages when
Yeah,
I
Mark
sent
does
TikTok.
that
I didn't know
bullshit
you
to
sent it
me,
first."
and he tries
Are
to
you really
gaslight and
even
say he
best
didn't send
friends?
it. I'm like, you did, bro.
This is why I don't send people TikToks. I only show Pixels TikToks because I feel like this will happen because you guys are sending me TikToks throughout the week, so I don't send you guys.
It is to check in and see how everybody's doing. So, tell Elmo, how you doing today? You know, Elmo knows that sometimes we don't agree, but Elmo's here for you. Elmo cares.
Why are you so red,
Elmo's ready
Elmo?
to listen.
I would like lose it.
Really?
You talking to fucking Rob?
That's how you feel. You believe this? Elmo tried.
Fuck you, Rocco.
Who's that Pokemon?
Oh no.
Yes, it's definitely not Squirtle.
Ditto.
It's sideways or something. Who else
too
has
square.
a tail like that?
Yeah, it's too square.
It's
definitely
It's
not
okay when I
Squirtle.
see a
Squirtle,
plus
it's not
next to your
Squirtle.
notifications
Who has
for me.
like
Oh no, that's okay. I like
rigid,
it.
just straight back like
Makes
that?
me feel important.
No caboose.
Just flat ass.
I mean,
It's gotta be
yeah.
Charjabug and something.
All right, I'll just throw out a guess. It is Bibarrel.
Incorrect. Sketch, you said you know it.
I've learned from the other ones, it's like, it's not what you expect. And now at this point, from the Jigglypuff from above, you're like, this looks like this Pokemon, but it can't be that Pokemon. I think it's one step further than that it is this Pokemon, but there's something changed about it. So
it's like-
I'm gonna say this is Squirtle?
Square.
He's got it!
Oh my god!
That's incredible!
I understand!
I
understand.
Points. That's cool.
Y'all, what if dad jokes are actually autistic humor told by people who don't realize they're autistic? You know how people with autism are often known for taking
This made
things
me laugh.
literally, and how dad jokes are literally just taking things literally? Like, I'm hungry. Hi, hungry. I'm dad. That's not just a joke. That's a neurodivergent handshake. maybe dad jokes aren't bad jokes at all.
Yeah,
Maybe they're
Mark did that to
just
me, and then I knew I never wanted to
subconscious
speak to
humor
him
of
again.
folks who don't
Once.
realize
He made like a
No.
dad joke, but it wasn't, and it pissed me off so bad. I hate this thing. That thing's weird. What is that thing?
The bird.
No,
It's a
like
woodcock
deformed
bird.
Duck.
Also, I've just been made aware that my
Weird.
shirt does not
Oh
work
my
in
god, I
this
saw this and I love this so much.
That looks like Christmas.
No, it don't. I don't know how to solve
Cute.
this problem.
Legend of Avengers,
You'll have
yeah.
to move over or something.
You have to move.
We need to get him. We need to get him like a booster seat, so it picks him up over Bitsy's face.
Oh my god, Derek, that's a
The question: are you seeking or advertising?
Hate that.
You have to know. Also, I've just been.
Fuck is this? Bro.
It's Fate Strange / Fake. At
Oh,
least
it's
that's what people
Fate.
said.
Oh, ruined.
Oh.
Ruined.
Yeah, not first try.
Kitty. Why does she sound like Butters?
Cut out the cat. Cut its whiskers.
She's a voice actor. She can do whatever with her voice.
Okay, because I was like, she sounds.
Isn't she the one that played the like VTuber in the anime, the
Butters
Strong
Road.
Zero?
Yep.
Oh, I know that guy.
Yep.
I watched it. Yeah.
That's Sayu. This is Sayu's wife.
Yeah, not first try.
Also, why is it called the roof of your mouth? It should be the ceiling of your mouth. The roof is on the outside.
Mmm.
The roof of my
That's
mouth
true.
is my scalp. Right?
Ew.
Yeah, Mark hates Fate, and I don't like it either, Garrett, but I tried my best because it was silly.
I've tried Fate multiple times. Didn't work.
I tried to watch it. Oh, that's ominous. That is the worst Easter Bunny. I hate Easter Bunny so much. Oh, Mark, this looks like something you make in your character creation.
That's fucked up.
That's mean.
He looks like
Gora's
one
talking
too.
about a bald gnome I made called the baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, you played him with me the one time we played Baldur's Gate with the
I love
Friday
it.
crew.
I love the baby.
Oh my god, he's so mean. Shrimp! They're so cute. What are they doing?
Tiny feet.
Oh, you want to eat my brain rot? He's just gonna have a feast.
Yeah, because. Thank you.
There's even space for brain in there.
Oh my god. I saw this,
I
but I,
like
accidentally
watching snails
refreshed.
eat it.
Bread rock.
Is it a rock?
Yeah, it's raw.
Oh, it is bread. Oh, it did look like bread.
Bread rock.
I was very confused. I was like, why?
3, 2, 1. Ui. Wow. Now.
Oh, okay.
He could heal wounds
I'm a cow,
without
thank you very
weaving
much.
a single sign. In every jutsu he attempted, he was in a class by himself. Everyone viewed him. He could heal wounds without even weaving a single sign. In every jutsu he attempted, he was in a class by himself. Everyone viewed him as the ultimate shinobi. He could heal wounds.
Did you know you talk
I saw this.
Tell me though, who's Penelope?
She's my wife.
Anyways, I've got all you could want here, all you could
She's that
need
crazy
here.
bitch,
Just
right?
you and me, my dear, my
What?
love for life.
She's that crazy bitch, right? Where she like
Yeah.
trapped him? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, technically she didn't trap him. She was just also trapped.
Oh my god, that dog is horrible. Look
Look
at
at
him.
those feet.
So ugly. He's so
Look at his balls.
That's his dick.
No, dogs have
those are-
teeth.
Dang,
You only
yeah.
see
Like,
dick
What's this
when
manga
you
about?
only... Go back up. I want to see.
That
What's this manga
That's
about?
cut
Well,
off
take a
was
look
bad.
inside. You see, the
It sounded
various
like he was
Toa
gonna
of
say the
Matanui
M.
are in search of the master.
Yeah, barnacles.
That's right. You've fallen for my trap, and I now get to actually talk about the Bionicle comics.
This is better.
I like
Okay,
that.
yeah.
No, don't show
Oh my
me
God.
Blue Lock.
This isn't Blue Lock. This is One Piece.
I know. I got. Oh, not this shit. Is this one of the commercials?
No, it's one of the specials.
Oh, I've never seen this
So
one.
confused.
It was a
I've
World
never
Cup
seen this
special.
one. Yeah, I thought this was the like commercial like they had with him playing basketball. Oh my god. Old man Yowie.
Old man Yowie.
When you nut and she keeps sucking.
Bro.
Oh.
That looks good. I like bow.
Not sad, you just need a bow button. I believe it.
I know a
I'm
girl
poor
that-
though, so
that
I guess
looked
I
like
am
that
sad. What?
That's what I thought you
Animal
said.
hygiene.
Now let me offer this as a rebuttal.
Baby, no money?
That.
Baby, no ass.
Oh!
That was gore earlier.
Ah!
What happened?
Oh no!
Come back, sugar.
Oh, yeah. Weirdly, that doesn't make me want to throw up. What makes me throw up is, like,
I
human
saw
beings
this.
throwing up. Are those anal beads?
Oh, yeah.
Would you use it?
Stop trying to give it. Stop talking about me inserting things into my anus. I don't and will not.
I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about your foreskin.
This is not how foreskin works, though.
I need a drink.
You don't know that.
Hi, Ghosty. Would you sound with this, though? Because that is how it would work.
No, it's not.
Good lord.
I like the sound
Good
because it makes
lord.
me feel like the person's suffering.
I saw this!
That
Ew.
is an evil specimen. It's really pretty though.
Yeah, it's
Like
really
it looks like the Van Gogh painting. It's just very scary.
Starry Night. Watching TikToks. No.
That. I can keep that to myself. Guinea pig.
Pull his teeth out.
Damn.
Oh.
Oh, that makes
Okay.
He
My mom looked at my shrine and gave me this balloon.
I want this. Bro.
She was
W,
Don't
Mom.
worry. My mom looked at my
I don't think over. Are we zooted? Yeah.
What is that? Oh, it's
Me.
It's a burger.
Why are pandas' asses always so diarrhea?
Because they have white fur and they can only sit on the ground.
Because I always wondered if they're like shitters.
I mean, yeah.
The babies.
Oh.
Oh.
That's me when I
Yeah, get into it. Yeah, get into it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, little baby. Oh, doing a little roll. Ew, ew, don't touch that. Ew, ew, eat it. Dude, that looks great. Oh my god. No, not the baby. Not the baby!
Her greed sickens me.
I saw this. I wanted to show this to
I
Pixie.
love this meme. I love that greed sickens me.
Yeah,
Have you
the
seen one
greed
when they
sickens
have,
me.
like tater tots? That one's my favorite.
The truth
I
is,
think I saw the tater tot one.
I want
Yeah,
you to
it's cute.
resist. I'm not here to save you. I'm not here to spread the greatness of the Viltrum Empire. I'm here because I enjoy this. See, to me, there is no greater pleasure than feeling the warmth of my fists drenched in blood. The truth is,
This indie dev
Sexy,
accidentally
okay.
became so popular, he had an entire game genre named after him. You see, it's 2008 at Princeton University, and Ben is working on his postdoctoral research on drug addiction. And this is where Ben gets the idea to develop a simple game where you control a runner doing a 100-meter dash, but the problem is that you had to press the letters Q, W, O, P to control each parts of the legs individually, making something as simple as running into an almost impossible challenge. The funny part is that the game became a viral success in 2010, with people becoming addicted to playing QWOP. You know, that one topic he was researching? And Ben's hobby as a game designer completely outshined his career in philosophy. So this is where he had to make a call, and Ben decided to go all in on game design. So from there, he decided to keep making games that were all linked to this cycle of reward and punishment, where you took a simple task and made it insanely difficult, all while having a single mistake cost you all your progress. But it wasn't until 2017 where everybody would start screaming Ben's full name pissed off while making their keyboards, because that's when he released Getting Over It with Bennett.
That's
Fonda,
probably
a
the
simple
entire
platform
reason
game
you
where
were
you're a
sent this,
hot man
this
with a hammer
by
and
the
you
way.
have to climb all
Yeah!
the way to the top of the mountain.
Yeah! Yeah, Kiwi mentioned that there was one with Nova in it. Yippee!
This is where the term Faudian Rage Game comes from, and he's inspired a bunch of other developers to make games specifically designed to piss you off. This indie dev...
Cool.
You know, you remind me of what goes on my feet.
What?
Because whenever you're gone, it sucks.
whenever you're gone, it sucks.
You know, you remind me of...
I would ask you what you've been up to, but I know
When
what
he
you've
was
been up
making
to.
that, it sounds like
You've
when you
been
were
gooning.
barking, and I hated it.
You've been gooning, haven't you? That's all you
I got
do.
this on my For You page.
I would
Oh,
ask
fuck,
you what
sorry.
you've been up to, but I know what you've been up to. You've been gooning. You've been gooning, haven't you?
I also said
That's
this
all
to
you do, isn't it?
Elaine.
All you do is bloody.
I also got this on my For You
go out for a
page.
walk, you just
My
do
For You
goon,
page
goon,
is
goon,
assimilating.
You're always doing the goon
My,
challenge.
my For You page is a
Never doing the
4-lane
goon challenge,
page
are you?
lately.
Yeah, I see how it is.
What is this? Bagel?
Tortilla.
Bagel.
Oh, Elaine. I do that, but not on my keyboard. I do that on my floor. Every time I eat something, I dump the bowl that I have.
This looks nice.
This does look nice.
Oh, you know it's nice when they put
Hello.
powdered sugar on it.
Oh, I love this GIF. It's so funny. Yeah. Oh, I got
It's
my biblically
Tuesday,
accurate model.
which
They're done
means
already.
Binky gets to commit
It looks like I got
tax
farted
fraud.
on.
It's his
fraud.
third favorite felony.
Is that
first?
real? Oh, it is. Damn. Very colorful
real, it's
turtle. Will he eat it? No. I
It's-
didn't know if he was stupid.
On my way to the liquor store.
On my face.
It's the gloom cloud.
Yeah. And I have blood.
Banging the shrimp backer.
Yeah.
Jeff the Spider.
Hi, everyone.
Could you please tell
Fuck
the
him.
court your relationship with Billy?
He's my dad.
Oh, I like Jeff.
the egg, people, that's all.
And how would you rate Billy as a caregiver?
Pretty good, I guess. Except that he's
Oh.
never remembered my birthday. Or
That's
paid
a
child
horrific
support.
image you've sent me,
In fact,
Cole.
he usually just jabs me
My
with a big
fart.
stick. Ow!
Lover boy this, lover boy that. Bro, maybe the reason that you haven't found Nog yet is because you're not a lover boy. And it's okay. You might be a boy lover.
You might be a boy lover. I love it.
Yeah, Merc.
Turns out Steam has a regret your life choices button. There's
Oh
a
yeah, I saw
buried help
this.
page
I'm never gonna
on
look
the
this up though. Oops.
Turns out Steam has a regret
that
your
was
life
Garrett-coded.
choices button. There's a buried help page on the platform that will tell you exactly how much you've spent on it. That's everything you've spent, microtransactions and all. You just have to open the client, then click help, then my account, then data related to your Steam account, then external funds used. It sparks something of a staff crisis here at PC Gamer, with our totals ranging from just a few $100s for some of us to over $16,000 at the top end. The staff member in question was last seen frantically dialing an accountant while hyperventilating into a paper bag. Can you beat it? Almost certainly. Let us know your totals in the comments. Turns out Steam has
I already
Two
know
wolves
mine.
inside of you, and they're fucked.
So did you know dogs will sit facing
that a
away
cat?
from you
Oh.
as a sign of trust and a sign that they're protected? So did you know?
I hate that. Oh my god, when I start watching the dog that I watch, I'll send you lots of pictures. He's ugly.
Hell yeah. Go.
Kitty.
I saw this. It was so cute.
Breaking Benjamin, yeah. The cat likes the music. It's having its, you know, sensory video time.
It's not playing the sound though, I don't think. But it's like the apartment song, but in cat. Beyonce inspired character and she. okay. I like Rihanna more.
That looks good.
I'd eat like that.
Oh, Puglulu!
That one's a good one.
A few moments later.
I like him. He's cute. He's stupid. I like pugs because they're
Pegging is a
wrong.
part,
I
not
would
size.
never want one,
You
but
want
they're
what you're
so
pegging into
enticing.
to be soft, but not too soft. Sometimes you can use your foot for
Pegging?
some extra leverage. I like pegging with natural materials, but you gotta watch out for.
I like pegging with natural
If you're not into
materials.
pegging, try some
Damn.
pegging is.
I
This
want
is
these.
coincidental conversation I had today.
This is your reminder that adding swears to your Google searches will prevent overview.
Oh. Oh.
This is your
I don't think the orange with the skin will do anything, but I'm very curious about the orange without the skin. I don't like that. I don't like that it's chunky.
I like cold only and lemonade.
They're just starting to leak.
Oh shit, Mark. The person got back to me on Toy House.
Yeah?
They'll sell me both of the designs that you think is worth nothing.
Man, I wonder where they'd sell them. Crazy.
Yeah, it's almost like I want these really shitty designs because I like them, but they're really shit.
Hi, Gabo. Oh my god, wait, all the orange with the skin shrunk. That's crazy. I didn't expect it to do anything. Oh my god.
Baja Blast.
I saw the normal Baja Blast one work.
I honestly forgot I even did that one, so please laugh. But I really want the red one. But I don't want the artwork.
Love that liquid is OP chat.
I wanna know what a burger is like after it's been cooked on a Mountain Dew seasoned fucking grill.
I don't think it tastes like anything because he's like cleaning it with it, you know, and then he puts the oil on it. Company creates hydrating gummy snack for dementia patients. They're 90% water, and just eating 7 of them is equivalent to drinking 1 bottle of water. Dementia patients are consistent to drink water, but they love snacking. Ooh.
I want some of those.
To a house in the Appalachian Mountains and woke up to this the next morning.
Oh!
Oh, it's a... Oh.
No, do you not see the, like, face print in the window?
Yeah, the face print, yeah. I want the blue one to win. I always want the blue one to win. Ooh, second place. Right now it's in second, contending for first. Ooh, he's catching up. He's catching up. Oh, he overtook the black marble, but the green marble's in high contention here for blue one. Yippee!
So I just found out that the world doesn't revolve around me.
Ah, that's me.
And very. So I just.
Marble Race Tournament. Team
Shit.
Battle. Last team
All right, blue
standing
team.
wins.
Blue
Choose your team.
Blue team.
Round 1.
Like this is all made out of cardboard.
Oblivion is eliminated. Round 2.
Well, this is gonna be a lot of rounds. Okay. Okay. Red team won. Okay.
Bruh.
Someone come get your granny. She's wrecking she's wreaking
If an old person did that, they wouldn't be there. You know, because I get jump scared real easily. Fucking bitch. Bruh. Oh. What a bitch. Ow! Super! This is Mark. Yo! Bro, that's you. Bro, this is literally you and you act weird. Because you'll get bored, it makes sounds.
Can I work here once I grow up?
Oh. They only let people that eat all the vegetables work at a place like this?
Oh, come on.
That's on you, man.
Hey, Eric, how'd you get your job here at the museum?
Oh, I went to school for this for a long time, but more important than anything, I ate all my vegetables when I was a kid.
That's quiet as fuck.
Patty, how did you get your job as a curator at a museum?
Well, I started off by eating all my vegetables. I really like broccoli.
How'd you get your...
I'm so hungry. I could eat a kid. The baby's like,
So she is a concept of a dog, but I cannot.
I want to
overstate
get one for
this
my
enough.
cat, bro.
She is barely even that.
That
She is
creature.
barely.
This
even
reminds me of that one character from Total
Little
Recall
baby.
with the fucking like deformed baby in their
she
chest.
is a concept of dogs, but
It
looks
I
like
cannot
Victim.
overstate this enough. She is barely even that. She is
I want that.
barely
thing.
even a
I
concept
love
of a
dogs
dog.
like this. They're just
Alright, how bad is it?
objects.
Oh, this guy's gonna die.
Oh, dude, don't drink that shit. Bro.
Shit! I got a boner. Is that weird? Alright, how bad is it?
Jesus Christ.
Time to try out this new multicolored LED light bulb. See if
I
it
like
works.
this. I've seen this.
Cute.
No, I'm still dead inside.
It might have been the salad dressing in there. I don't know first.
Something more adorable than this one piece.
These are so cool.
Figure lineup.
Oh,
I
I
don't know
saw
my desserts,
these.
but
They're
this
super
one's just
cute.
Chopper on Luffy's
I wanted
straw
to send
has,
them
like,
to
a
you,
little
Mark.
cake or something. This one's Chopper sitting on a roll cake themed after Sanya. I love that the like frosting is melted
Chopper
like
gets
his hair
such
and
cute
the heart.
merch.
This one is a little ice cream themed after Zoro.
They
and
really
I love
missed
that
the
Chopper's
chance
in
to
a
make Ace a
outfit with
donut.
3 swords there too. Chopper
Yeah,
sleeping under a
but,
crate
you
themed after
know.
Usopp the slingshot,
That's
the
too
hammer.
far.
Egghead
It's like the
Chopper with
DVD.
Frankie's root beer flow, cola flow. This one looks delicious. Nami's orange ice cream jelly thing. I don't know, but tangerines right there. We got Chopper eating Robin's cake. Pause. I'd like some too. This one's so cool. Chopper playing Brooks guitar sitting
Same.
on top of Brooks' cupcake hat thing. This might be my favorite one. Egghead Chopper sitting inside of Jinbei's shaved ice. I just love the gradient of the shaved ice and the design of the condensed
Yeah,
milk of the
it's
shaved
cute.
ice looks so cool. This one looks delicious too. Chopper sitting on top of Ace's pudding hat. Zabu's cake pudding hat, whatever it is. Oh, I know there's a specific name for this type of dessert, but Egghead Chopper sitting on top of
Meringue.
Kobe's cake thing. But yeah, all these figures look so good.
Bro,
They're real. I love
Kobe's
to eat
is
all
so
of them.
fucking
Now
like
find
we
me
don't
something
care.
more.
Made me laugh. Oh, I'm scared.
Okay, well that's kind of boring, but whatever, I guess. What
I
the
don't know what that is. Let's go!
Oh, poor July is the squad.
That's my favorite.
Mark wants to be a
My
skunk,
favorites
right?
too.
Are you August?
What's August? Yeah, Skunk Ape. Makes sense.
September is Bigfoot.
I can go till Charlie.
October is Loch Ness. November is Fresno Nightcrawlers. And December is a Kraken. What the fuck?
Don't do no math.
Bro, I get a weird frog. Let's go. I
Don't
like
do
frogs.
no math. $1 trillion every other year, or $1 million every single day. Which one? Hey, no math.
I don't know. I can't do math.
Don't do no math. $1 trillion every other
I can't
year,
do math,
or
bro.
$1 million every single day. Which one?
I want the $1 million kiss number.
Is it deep
The
enough
murder
to murder?
water?
That might be
It is
deep,
deep
enough,
enough.
to murder.
It is deep enough to murder.
We're not going that way.
Just don't touch the water.
Toe in and see how deep it is.
Well, yeah, like a little bit, but
Oh, it might
like
be
that's
okay.
it. No, it's not okay. Oh goodness.
Me when I get out of bed. Bro.
I'm not even
Oh, yeah.
mad that I caught you on a femboy dating site.
Your glasses are
I'm just
fucking
mad that you're mad that you
stupid.
also caught me on a femboy dating site.
Bro.
I feel like something can be resolved between that.
Is that a monkey?
Happening. No, it's a cat who put his head in a stuffed animal. The
Oh.
cow
Oh.
they ripped apart.
That would scare the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Simply detach from their shells at will. In
No, they
reality,
can't.
No, they
I feel like
can't.
in them-
It's their rib cage.
Yeah, that's
no
like their
accident.
body.
Deep within these seemingly unremarkable exteriors lies a
That's
secret
why if you
cavern,
fuck with them,
a
it's
hidden
me.
room with a
Yeah.
arsenal of ninja weapons.
Yeah.
I have 3 official versions of my persona.
I've
on my
seen
channel.
this.
2 VTubers, a chibi I can stream with and who can draw, and another more realized version of her that I record my YouTube videos with. And more recently, I was feeling a bit too tired to get up and record, so I quickly drew up a new doodle persona that you're looking at right now.
Hi, how are you?
As with all VTuber models, I knew what I was getting into by giving her a figure like this, and I was prepared for it. To an extent. What I was not prepared for, however, was who the general public would thirst over the hardest. Was it going to be the sassy little chibi, or the fully realized
Doodle one.
If you guessed
It's the
either
Doodle
one,
one. Because Doodle
you're
Bob's
wrong.
hot.
As it turns out, neither one of those
I learned-
was compared to the
I learned
voluptuous
what I needed to
figure
learn
of
from
this
Jaden
PNG
Animations,
version
okay?
of her. And she has received
Don't.
far more flirtatious messages
Don't bring
than
up
either
Jaden.
one of my models.
God.
Something about her poorly
Jaden's fucking
coloring,
doodle sona
scattered line art,
is one of the most like
corners,
sexualized
and
things
limbs
ever.
thinner than
To the point where her not safe for work
Just gets people
Reddit
going.
has more members than her real Reddit.
Oh, I know. It's
That's crazy.
Bro, but I
Whoa. They got nipple.
Yeah, because they're
Yeah.
female.
They're not female. They're just well, they might not.
I told them to.
Males have nipples too.
Yeah, but they
males
don't
have
protrude
nipples
like
too.
that. Those are suckling teeth.
So listen, if you go on your TikTok search bar and you type in milk,
I hate people
and
that
it's
have
just
clear
thirst
glasses.
traps, and not people showing you their favorite milk, you have a very big problem.
This Sunday, celebrate
Okay, well,
the Lord
I'm not
and
looking
we
that up on stream just in case.
it's 420 and it's Easter.
Yeah, because it's Easter, yeah. Yeah.
All I'm saying
Me and my
is
grandma
like, you
making
leave
this
me
joke.
alone when I go with those peeps on Sunday. It's 3 days.
Bro, peeps are disgusting. But they're cute.
Dude, did you say what my Crunchyroll like?
Dude, I didn't do anything to your Crunchyroll.
What the hell is this?
As somebody
Mars.
who has a psych degree, I have researched.
I sent
and
this to you
looked
as
into
well.
The psychology of like the enjoyment of horror content, and a lot of it, if you don't know,
I like her
is
'cause
about
she's
the
cute.
fact that you're so anxious in real life that scary content is comforting to you because once
She's
it's
like
over,
what Yuma
your
took
brain
me.
compares that crazy high intensity incident to your real life, and in comparison, your real life is much less scary. And now
Disagree.
you know.
No, I'm
I'm watching
into
Splash
it
from
because I
1984,
wanna,
which
you
is a
know.
rom-com about a guy who falls in love with a
You know.
mermaid.
I'm
And when
into
she
it 'cause I
chooses
wanna
a
get
human name,
murdered.
she chooses Madison, and the guy says that's not a real
Yeah.
name, but all right. Which seems to imply that Madison was not a name until at least the 80s, and all girls named Madison are actually named after the mermaid. Thought you should know. I love stuff like this so much
God, this is
because
so Markcore.
the person making this meme is actually somewhat
He looks
correct.
like you too,
Technically,
Mark.
it was a real name, but it was a
He looks like
masculine
Persona.
name. It was within the top 1,000 names for boys in the United States up until 1952.
God, this is so
and then
you.
in
It's actually making
1987,
me-
like it picked up again as a masculine name. But that's not where it gets interesting.
I don't know how to feel
Making me
about this.
blink
In
one eye at a
1984,
time.
Like,
the
did you
film
know about
Splash
this? And I'm like, bruh.
made it a feminine name. That name for baby girls was
Isn't that,
almost
like, Bailey, too?
non-existent before 1985, and then it rose to
Bro.
being the second most popular name given to girls in the U.S. in 2001.
So
If you're
what
seeing
you're
this
saying is
video,
Mark's name could be
congratulations,
Madison,
you're
just like Megan.
awesome, and everybody loves you. If you were sent this
We need
video,
you to stop.
you're a homosexual.
No, I need you to be a woman.
If you're seeing this,
Is that a cat?
What was that? My ears need
Yeah.
help.
The vet seemed relieved when we picked up socks up after 2 days stay. They said that he was a holy terror and seemed afraid of him. We were confused because that didn't sound like our sweet cuddly 20-pound little boy. Turns out he was just sleep deprived. He couldn't sleep without his memory foam mattress, fluffy pillows, sleep mask, fan, and cozy blankets. Oh, baby.
Damn bitch spoiled.
Oh, fuck you, Kiwi.
Okay. How does that work?
Yeah, that's
No,
perfect.
it's okay, Kiwi.
You're all set? Wow, we took a lot off of there.
Well, it's been a while since my last haircut.
I can tell. Oh my gosh. Let's head over to the register so I can get you out of here.
Bro, I hate this shit.
All
It's
right,
so
and
creepy.
there you are.
Wonderful.
When you
thank
go
you.
haircut,
Oh, you too.
I'm not joking.
Have a great
Oh, I hate that. I know where this is going.
Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna eat it. Yeah. Yeah. No, but this doesn't happen. But I hate when they just clip your hair. It's weird.
How do you know
Pet
this
that
happened?
dog. Can I pet that dog? It's a
Oh,
bear.
I was like, what?
He's a bear.
His belly, rub it.
No, it's
Belly.
female. I saw its pussy. But it is cute.
Everything's a he.
You could only
Bro,
pick 2. Unlimited knowledge, total
I
find
he, him,
true love. I already
female
have that
too.
one shade. Bring back 1 love, ability to fly like an eagle. Fix 3 past mistakes. Immortality.
I don't want immortality. That sucks.
7 and 2.
I want- Do you have 3 past mistakes that are that important to you?
Yeah.
I want.
But if you fix
4.
them, you won't be here today.
I want 4, and I want.
Well, yeah, but what
5.
if the mistake is not getting on the VTuber trend as soon? You know?
Yeah, but you'd be around the people that were around then, and then you'd be like, you wouldn't know any of us, and then
Yeah, that's like how like if I never turned on my computer, I would have never met Mark.
you'd be killing us.
Yeah.
Because Elaine, you were like the fucking point of access of
Yeah,
my
but
entire life.
but okay,
So-
all right, fair. Okay, all right, fine. I'll pick 6, 2 and 6, 2 and 6.
Bro,
I want
I want
8.
I want fucking.
I want 8 and 2. 8
I
and
want
2.
3 and 5 because I want my mom to come back so I can torture her.
Okay.
And I want to
Which
shape
sign is left turn?
Chris? What?
The 1.
No,
1.
2.
Number 1. Which sign is no turn?
2.
2.
1.
Number 2. Which sign is
Hi,
slippery
Noble.
when wet?
I don't drive.
3.
Number 3. What
The
does
one?
a flashing red
Snake?
light mean? A. Slow down.
Cautiously
or
go
B,
forward.
Stop and proceed when safe.
I've
Number
never seen
sequence
that
safe.
before.
Stop and proceed when safe. What about this?
Bro,
one?
how do you know
Does it
this, Mark?
mean
You don't
A,
fucking
no
drive.
pedestrians, or B. No parking.
B,
No
no
parking.
parking. I want to drive my
No
kids someday, so I have to know
parking.
some of
Which
these
sign
things.
is end of divided
Bitch,
highway?
I can't drive, so I need a chauffeur. So good that you know
1.
this.
Number
2?
2. Which sign is two-way traffic?
Mark's gonna die.
1.
I think I got it the wrong way around.
What color is a warning sign usually?
Yeah.
Red or yellow?
Warning 2.
Yellow.
Yellow. True or
Yeah,
false?
I got that one
This
right.
is a speed limit sign.
What?
Bro, this is a bitch because it's different in
No.
every country.
This is an advisory speed
Yeah,
sign.
that's not a
Which
speed
sign is
limit.
left turn?
Oh, it's because it's not white.
Hide quickly.
Yeah.
About the star.
I got a lot of them right. I'm proud of myself, chat. Wait, what's happening? Wait, hold on.
quickly.
Oh, fuck. 8.
2.
4.
Honestly, I was hoping I'd get killed fast. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Damn it.
Did I just kill you?
I think
I
so.
believe so.
Damn. Only 4 and 10 live.
Hide quickly.
The fuck?
Hell yeah, fuck you guys, I won.
Oh, he's really Oh my god. Yo.
This is like the Ace Ventura elephant thing, but inverted.
Yeah.
This TikTok
Amazing.
can only be seen by good puppies. The best puppies, even.
Oh, I hate this, bro.
This TikTok can.
I do want to clicker.
That made
train
me
people,
slightly
though.
uncomfortable.
Wig.
The clicker made me happy. Oh, baby. Oh, sleepy baby. Oh.
Bro, that baby's giving that vibe when you're sick and you just want to go to bed.
I just want to hold them.
That baby's hair is so thick. It's like a wig.
Yeah, Asian baby hair. Oh, baby. Oh, fucking rude ass bitch. What the fuck?
Bro, I was scared the kid was gonna fall in and drown.
The baby was chilling. Oh.
Best girl.
Aw. You want to stop by a little before bed? Have a good night. Have a good night, Noble.
Tell my come a nigga gotta set it, then I gotta go, and then I gotta get it, then I gotta blow, and then I gotta shut it. Any little thing a nigga think that he be doing, cause it doesn't matter, cause I'm gonna tell my come a nigga.
Why that pug's face like a rose toy?
Okay.
It's not a pug. Bro,
I like how
this is
that's the
fucking
pop.
people do. I hate that shit. So gross. Fucking hate straight people.
I would do this to Pixels.
Yeah, it's a French dog, Mark. Why are you hating on dogs?
There's so much. You should do that with Pixels.
That's what I just said. I want to do this with Pixels.
Hey,
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this, but every video
She
I
has
send you
big
comes
boobs.
with like a virtual, mildly aggressive smooch on the forehead. It's like, hey,
Aw.
here's this video. Hey, so I
Thanks, Kiwi.
Oh, I hate.
Is it a
Oh, I
fleshlight?
don't hate it
Please
anymore.
don't. I love it. I want one.
I'm not
I want
upset.
one.
It's cute. I like
Does that
the
mouth
outfit. No, I
open?
got mad because I actually thought it was
I don't think it
like
does.
an opened ice cream they just put in their freezer and it pissed me. Not because of
Hey.
See, that's a
Oh.
I like that they censored the penis.
Oh.
I like that they censored the penis.
Yeah.
So good. Oh, that was the last one from Kiwi.
Put it back.
Its mouth looks like a vagina.
It's rude.
Yeah, I'm
Wait,
being
I don't-
rude. It shouldn't
what's the last
exist.
one? Which was the
No.
last one that I watched of Boffies?
I remember.
I'll figure it out.
Bitch,
Don't
I'm
worry.
going to bed though. I've been hanging out
Good
like
night.
how long have I been hanging out for? I think I've been hanging out for 4 hours, which is like an hour later than yesterday, so I'm doing good. I'm tired. So I'm gonna go sleep.
Yeah, no problem. Get some rest.
fun
Thank
to
you for hanging out. I
though.
missed you. Yeah. Mm.
I will hang out tomorrow too. I just have to take care of myself. So
Sound good.
I'm gonna go. Well, I'm not technically going to sleep. I'm technically what I'm gonna do is have an avocado sandwich because it tastes good, and then I'm gonna go to sleep.
That's valid.
So-
Yeah, get some
man.
rest. We don't want you to overdo it and then, set yourself back. So,
Avocado.
Yeah.
get rest.
Avocado. Fuck you, Mark. Don't turn avocado into a slur. You're problematic. Okay. Good night. Have fun with Mark's cursed TikToks.
Will do.
In the Sorcerer's Stone, that fucking mirror that shows you
The thing that you truly desire.
The thing that you truly desire. I thought Harry found that in like a secret passageway. No, it's available to all the students.
Oh.
And Dumbledore like comes up to him. He's like, "Harry, I see like many before you. You have become entranced in the mirror.
In the mirror of
and,
wanting.
And Harry's like, "Look, my parents are here." And Ron's like, "Oh my goodness, I've won the cup. I've won
Yeah.
the Quidditch cup. I'm the Gryffindor Seeker or whatever."
Wow.
Right? And
He's like, Hermione's doing butterflies on my shit.
I was saying, you got to imagine kids being Harry like, "Quick, everyone! Like, look, it's my parents in the mirror." And then some like poor young kid being like, "Oh my goodness, that's me getting Eiffel Towered by Draco and Theo." And I didn't even know I was gay. But look, there I am getting absolutely spin roasted.
Yeah, to make the noise.
She's like, so That's me absolutely devil staring Hermione. Oh my god,
I only care about the video
No,
at the
I don't
bottom,
see
to
your
be
parents,
completely
that's-
honest.
I know. I know you go ooh when it got a good one. That made me laugh.
Yeah, dude.
Look at oh my god, and now she's throwing it back for a real one. How the my god.
I don't like this. Like this formula of them like intertwining makes me
Oh my-
upset.
Professor McGonagall is using Wingardium Leviosa on the knob
Come on,
of
get
my
out of there.
penis. The fuck, Harry? This is fantastic. Where did you find
you gotta finish it
such a
before the
mirror?
video
I
ends,
don't
come
see your
on.
dead parents at all. In the Sorcerer's Stone,
No!
that fucking mirror.
In this open world exploration game, you'll start with an empty
wanna
camper
try
van
this
and transform it
game.
into your dream home. Finding good games is hard, so follow me to make it easy for you. Build on your van with modular parts and
That's my-
explore
I
a
wanna do
colorful
that.
world at your own pace. If you enjoy crafting, building, and exploring in a relaxing setting, here's what to expect. You'll scavenge for resources to craft workstations and
It's like
tools
Pacific
essential for your
Drive,
journey.
but
Source
cozy.
energy
Yeah.
from the sun, wind, or water
But not
to
trying to
power
kill
your electric
us.
camper van and keep your systems running. Customize your vehicle with paint, decorations, and furniture, creating a unique and personalized mobile home. You can also research advanced technology to refine and combine materials, allowing for more efficient builds and upgrades. Grow plants and mushrooms to sustain yourself, adding a touch of nature to your nomadic lifestyle. The game offers a large open world with diverse biomes and secrets to discover, promising a rich and rewarding exploration experience. You can explore this world alone or cooperatively with up to 4 friends, sharing the adventure and the challenges. The game is called Outbound, and it's releasing on
I
Steam
don't like that they
soon.
reused footage like multiple times.
Is there anyone even named Sheldon in real life? My quest Toto from 6th grade. That's a turtle.
When God sings with his creations, will a turtle not be part of the choir?
That's so valid though. Me when someone asks me to hold the No! This is so
this
fucked
to you
up.
because it's
This is so fucked
because we've
up.
had this conversation.
We have. Pixels would be like, no, I agree with this, and I would have to be so upset.
Hi, here's which monster in Monster Hunter can say the bad word for gay. Oh, 100%. Go
Wait,
to the
no,
lesbian bar and look
I
at the corner.
didn't mean
You will
to
see
send
someone
this
making
to
this
you.
exact face while I f***ing you. The
You want me to
bartender will
skip
tell you,
it?
oh, that's just Pam. Pam exists.
You can
in
if you
every
want,
lesbian
but
bar
I
of
just
every
thought it
city.
wouldn't
This
be
is drag,
very-
So yes, you think this diva isn't throwing that thing like a Sasha Colby trademark ponytail? Yes, you wish you could do it like her. Can you give Spider's body dysmorphia? Didn't think so. No, I think he's way too into football to be throwing that word around. Like, if we gave him the pass, God,
Oh,
help the
no,
game
I
that his team
agree.
is losing. No, I'm gonna be honest. This is what conservative trad wives turn into at, and I kid you not, the slightest inconvenience. I know you think I'd say no, but go to the comment section of any gay thirst trap on Instagram, and you will see 50 men that look exactly like this trying to pretend that the thirst trapper said anything remotely interesting. Frankly, I just hope she lets me say it. Unfortunately, yes. Do you remember when Taylor's version of 1989 came out and every nicotine-obsessed twink tried to explain to you why the re-recording of Style is obviously so much worse? That's him. That's the twink. Hi, here's which monster in Monster Hunter can...
Puppy. Wait. It's a 3-minute long video. Oh, he's like, oh.
I love it when they don't understand what's happened. Oh, this made me sad.
The dog's like, are you okay? Oh no. It's like, what?
I like this one.
They're like, okay, mom's gone. Fuck you, bitch.
When I don't know what to do, there's a room I need to sit in, surrounded by my
I was really hoping he was just gonna jump on the sheet. Husky.
Oh, that's a beautiful boy.
It's very interesting to me that dogs don't get that the owner is like under the blanket specifically because like they can smell
They
it.
don't have object permanence.
Oh. Oh. Why does that dog look like that? The whole home probably smells like the owner. Oh, that's valid. That's actually very valid.
This guy just fucks with his dog and I hate it.
I got one.
The key to surviving the desert is to not fall for
Okay.
any mirages. Okay, raise your hands if you have any questions. Okay, lots of questions. Mark. Well, that's more of a question for Amelia. Amelia, are you interested? No. Sorry, Mark. She's not interested. Oh, Gerald. Excellent question. Yeah, a mirage is when you see something that's not there. Sort of like if I saw a guy raising his hand, but it was actually a cactus. Yeah, that would be crazy. Mark, she's not interested. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, I am so sorry for him. He's usually not like this. No, I do have to apologize because I brought him. Yeah, no, you can't use the male loneliness epidemic as an excuse for your behavior. No, Mark, you're being an
Morning.
Oh, good morning.
Morning.
Raise your hands if you just saw two talking cactuses walk behind me. Okay, yeah, I'm going insane. Everybody run into the desert!
I just think it's a little weird that my best friend thinks she needs other friends. Like, I figured all 8 of my personalities would be enough for her. But, I guess it's fine. I just think it's a little weird.
Doc, this is how you
Give it to me
feel?
Straight. I can handle it. You broke your leg in 47 places, and I'm not sure we're going to be able to put it back together. Doc, I said give it to me straight. You broke your leg in 47 places, and I'm not sure we're going to be able to put it back together. A man and a woman are kissing. Man like football. And woman, she like dress. Oh
my god, my leg!
To gunpowder and pussy. Live by one, die by the other. Love the smell of both. Oh.
To trains and passion fruit martini. Live by one, die by the other, love the smell of both.
Unknown weirdo in bagging area.
To gunpowder and
I see trees of green,
Repo meme.
red roses too. I see them blue
Lord.
for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
I see skies of blue.
Oh. Damn.
Keep it up. 3 of my friends are monster fuckers, and one of them's a power top.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I never saw this in a Ghostbusters episode, but you know what?
If it works, it
If
works.
It works, it works, right, baby?
Oh my god! Yo! That was crazy. That's a hyena.
That's a ha-ha stumpy butt African dog. And I guess we can boop the snoot. I don't know!
For some reason, she's let her fiance pick the bridesmaid dresses for her wedding.
That's how it works.
That man's a savage, and I want to be friends with him. Click it. Click the video. Click it. Click it. Click.
That's a big cat.
That's not a fucking cat. That's a tiger and a bobcat and a puma and everything else. It's a fucking mountain lion. Put it down. Damn.
Put it down.
Keep
Put
it
it
up.
down.
3 of my friends are monster fuckers.
Type shit. Motherfucker. You better scramble like an egg before you get fought like an omelet. Because tonight will be the night.
Be the night that I will fall for you over again. Anal beads? Very spaced out. Anal beads.
This one was for you, Kiwi.
We don't have any more of those.
Pack up your car, put a hand in your heart, say whatever you feel, be wherever you are. We ain't angry at you, love.
Oh no!
You're the greatest thing we've lost.
Same. Same.
Hey, where you at?
But like 5 minutes away.
All right, well, I got a candle going, some warm water bubbles waiting on you when you get here.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
It's Women's Day. I want to make you feel special. Hurry up.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll see you in a few minutes.
All right, love you.
Love you.
That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. That is so fucked up.
Let me see.
Just go. Stop. Oh my god, this is stressing me out. Stop trying to pick it up with your. Oh my god. It's stressing me out. Stop it. Stop it, bro.
Oh, look how much he's stuffing the edge up. Oh.
I know. He's about to make me say some real bad words right now. Some real bad words. Stop! Oh my god. I don't even like trading cards all that much. This is pissing me off.
You have to remember, it's also a very expensive trading card.
Ah!
Oh, that is an expensive card.
Look at this.
Ah!
Hey Google, how do you say a seal pushed me into a shower in French?
In French, that's un phoque m'a poussé dans une douche.
Cool.
Oh, fuck, my pussy.
Hey, yo, James, Greg told me you homophobic. Yeah. Ooh, I'm sucking dick. Ooh, Nicki Minaj. Ooh, James Charles. I'm not homophobic. Ooh. I'm homophobic. I'm
Homophobic?
afraid of houses.
The stare.
Hey, yo, James, Greg told me you homophobic.
What's the dumbest thing your significant other has said or done? This is my favorite story about my husband. For a little bit of context, my husband went to an Ivy
You
League
can skip
school,
this one if you want.
so
It's
he's
pretty
usually
long.
a
I
very
just thought it
smart
was
kid.
funny.
One day we were taking turns picking
Okay,
TV
I'll
shows to
favorite it
binge
so I
on.
can watch it in bed. It's
Hi,
actually
everyone.
like those.
I wanted to formally introduce you to Pistachio. I would have done it sooner, but I was working. And I wanted to just tell
Is
you
this
some
a
fun
video?
facts about
I think this is the cat that I did a video on.
Zika Head,
Yeah, I think it is.
Rat Boy. He's about to be 5
Rat
years old.
Boy.
He's a big boy. Look at how big he is.
Big boy. He's just casually
And
hanging
his
out.
favorite things to play with are like my ligas, which are hair ties, and yeah, and everyone loves his little feetsies. He has like alopecia behind his backward knees. I don't know what that is. Anyway, yeah, and
young comfy.
He wants to say thank you for all the love, and also I wanted to let everyone know that's not me laughing in the video, it's the sound, so
I'm gonna softly cup both of your ass cheeks when I say this. Nice. I'm gonna softly
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Nope.
If the world's biggest nuclear bomb landed in New York City, the 50 megaton explosion would
Not to be weird or anything.
That was so scary. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I had company. Do you mind me? Your free trial is over as. Oh, excuse me. I'm pooping right now. Y'all see this or am I bugging? My proudest nut. I want to bring a
Not to be
fucking
weird,
card
but
comments.
I hope you know just how much I value our friendship. And I'm so happy that you're in my life. And that we get to spend time with each other and talk to each other. Not to be weird though, okay? Not trying to be weird.
Yeah, not to be weird.
My bad. Not to be
Yeah,
weird.
no valid.
This is the most beautiful, but she is standing tall. Man I have ever seen. Oh my god, leave your husband for this guy. I didn't know Darius from the Owl House was in this. Your husband has been gone for 20 years on a 6-day voyage. How have you not remarried to this guy? This
That's
guy
a
looks
toe
like
girl,
Scar
what?
from The Lion King got turned into a hot little anime boy. Disney is literally doing that exact premise this October, and this guy is still hotter.
I'll overcome these obstacles and scrutiny and
Boy, when's your tramp of a mother gonna choose a new husband?
No. No, please. Please don't do this. Please, I publicly simped for you.
Why don't you open her room so we can have fun with her?
Hey, Apollo! What happened, buddy? You just thought now would be a great time to turn me into an awful judge of character?
Hey, I love this one.
He felt so seen.
I'm not the same
Yeah, I
man
know,
that
right?
I was back then. Move the bed. What? Move the bed. But you know I can't do that. Which only my husband and I knew. How can you be okay after seeing me take out all of those suitors just now? Hot. Sorry? Hot. Did you forget I'm Spartan? That was practically foreplay. If you're not going to move the bed, get in it, all right? I love you. Fucking I love you too. Now get
I was
in the
gonna
bed.
say
I wasn't
also
joking.
like they had very bad intentions.
You know what
with
they
her,
say?
So it's like honestly,
you live
it's
by
like
the
a
sword,
good
you
thing.
die by the sword. Oh man, I hope that's only exclusive to swords and not any other profession. Oh, why do you say that, Penis Inspector Jim? You know what they say.
If you're seeing this right now, boom!
Oh, no.
I just blessed you with the luck of 1,000 clovers.
Thank you. Oh my god, cute.
Being blessed right now, every day is a blessing. If you're seeing,
That was so
Are you-
cute.
No.
Are you okay over there?
Hey, I need your help. Come here real quick. I need your help.
Don't do that. Don't do that. No, this is not the doppelganger. Use the cross in the one I gave you. It's in your pocket. Yeah, watch out for those. It's called a
I've been
doppelganger.
meaning to
They'll
watch
make a
this. It
copy
popped up
of
on
someone
a
you
few
trust and
page
try to
a
get
few
you in the
times, but I keep
basement.
fucking missing it.
It's pretty scary, but they're bad at their job. They were my long lost aunt. We found her. Touch him. Watch. He's not. Oh, he's gone. Look, he left.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, hey, how's it going? Well, I have no idea what that is, but if you try to fight it at all, you pull every muscle in your body. It sucks.
I want your soul.
You hear that?
Are you Yeah?
sleeping? Yeah, this will happen to you.
And the cat.
Yeah, it's
What?
part of it. Go to bed.
What?
Yeah, the attic
Go to
moves
bed.
sometimes. I don't know why. It seems to be completely random, but there's some cool stuff up there I wanted to show you. It's always foggy. I was thinking we could go check out the basement, you and I. Just one-on-one. We could take the camera. It'd be great.
What do you mean?
That's not me. That you got you. Almost got you.
Thank you
again.
for the wellness
Gonna get
check.
you in that
Let me get some
basement.
water.
Look, he's gone.
Are you okay over there?
Hey, I need your help. Come here real quick.
That's great.
Now, I want y'all to picture this.
Okay.
You're getting soft and baked with
Yes.
your nutty buddy, and he gives you a cream pie.
I saw
Hold your
one where I saw one where a guy was making this joke and I found it cringy, but I'm gonna be honest, the
little
woman making
baby.
this joke
Now, I
a
want
lot
y'all to
funnier.
picture this.
So I get a lot of for saying this and criticism, but I really don't care. A lot of times people ask me, Barbs, you've traveled the world. What are some of the best dishes or what are some of the best cuisines you've tried? And if I'm gonna be honest, and I really don't care what you think of me for saying this, probably in my top 3 cuisines, I actually really like British food, okay? See, British food always gets a bad rap because every time people talk about it online, they always post up some slop like this. And the joke is always like, how did they take over half the world but not add any spice to their food? It's always bland and nasty. And every time I hear that, I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? British food tastes like it's made by by a happy grandma that lives in a cottage in the woods. Let me tell you something. I'm the type of guy who likes salty, greasy, savory, fatty foods. And if you don't know anything about the UK is a mecca of those flavors. I mean, you start off your day with a full English breakfast. I mean, look at that. There's like 20 different proteins.
That does look
There's
really
sausages,
nice.
bacons, eggs, and American bacon is still better, but the Brits, they can pull off a good, decent bacon. Even the black pudding, I actually like that stuff. I'm half Korean. I was raised off of
had black
sundae,
pudding
the
before.
Korean
What is
blood
it?
Sausage. It tastes kind of similar. I like it. Speaking
Oh.
of eggs, have you seen Scotch eggs? It's not enough to just boil an egg. They
I've never
gotta
had
wrap
those
it up in
before
ground
either.
Meat and deep fry it. How is that not advancing an egg? They put meat in their pies.
I
Flaky,
do
crispy
love meat
crust with the
pies. I
savory
will say I
meat,
do love a
gravy,
good
the-
meat pie.
And if you're in a hurry and you're on the go, they come in quick handheld portable format. Like
Yes,
you
I
can
do
just get one
like
and
me
grab it
and
eat it
Pixels.
like a
Ooh,
sandwich. And then you got,
when
like,
we
the
went to
beef
the Ren
Wellington.
Fair
This is like
last
the
year,
final
bro,
boss
we
level
fucked
meat
up
pies,
so
like an
many
actual slab
fucking
of
meat
that's
pies.
baked in a flaky crust. One of my life goals was to
If
try
we can
this
go
for the
this
first
year,
time,
even
and
though
I
we're
actually did
poor,
last time
I
went to
just
UK,
want
and
a
it was one of the
crate
best
of
days
meat
of my life.
pies.
Fish and chips, but you got to put the malt vinegar on it. I don't really care for the chips, but the malt vinegar is what enhances it. Sunday roast. I mean, that is a grandma in a cottage meal. Comes with the little Yorkshire puddings. Dude, I don't even know what the Yorkshire
I
puddings are.
do
All I know
love
is they got this
Yorkshire
nice
pudding.
little
Pixels
squishy,
makes
spongy
fucking great
texture. You
Yorkshire
put the
pudding
gravy
during
on
the
it.
holidays.
I just found out
Yorkshire
from
puddings,
Camden
there's an
Market,
art to
they
making
make
them.
Yorkshire pudding Sunday
Look
roast
at this.
Fritos that are wrapped up in a huge Yorkshire
Whoa.
pudding. This is my new
I want
life
this
goal.
so
Even
badly.
Scottish people
Oh my
got good stuff going
god,
on.
I'm gonna have to tell
Haggis,
Pixels
y'all
about that
talk
one.
so
That
much
was...
about haggis.
I've
It
never
tastes like
had
corned
haggis
beef
before
hash.
either.
It's actually really good. I love it. I'm not even a desserts guy, but they even got good sticky toffee pudding. If you never tried this stuff, you deserve
That
to
does
get
look
beat in the
really good.
face. Overall, British people, I like your food. Okay, it. I know who I am, and I know.
I think everybody
This
just
was
has a
in
bad food
Minecraft,
sector.
Perhaps a little bit anti-Semitic. I'm going to be honest with you, and I know that's stirring.
Wait, hold on, what?
Villagers in Minecraft, perhaps a little bit anti-Semitic. I'm going to be honest with
Okay,
you. I know that's
I'm
stirring the
following.
pot, but I don't think it's far-fetched, especially considering
You look like
the
Mark
creator of
Zuckerberg.
Minecraft is a known anti-Semite. He said a lot of very anti-Semitic.
You give
things
me
on
lizard
Twitter.
vibes,
He's
but
kind of
I...
an anti-woke guy. And additionally, they got the nose, and the nose wouldn't on its own be anti-Semitic if it wasn't for the fact that they're guarded by, and this is the smoking gun, a golem. Now, let me remind you, a golem is a specifically Jewish piece of folklore. A golem is a Jewish, the idea of a golem is a Jewish cultural creation, right?
I feel like we're going a little too hard to debunking Minecraft.
I sent this to Rhino.
I'm thinking maybe you and I could partner up.
Yeah, this is you and Rhino. Or would say, what's wrong with his face? He doesn't look real. This is valid. I would agree with it. He looked a little off.
You.
I've been wanting to watch Breaking Bad again.
Well, I've never seen it, so we'd watch it go on.
I think the thing a lot of Americans don't know is that American Chinese food is not really Chinese food. American Chinese food is where you take Chinese cuisine and then you deep fry it and then you cover it in like a sticky glaze, usually like an orange glaze or something, like orange chicken. So I was wondering, does
it's
America do
good.
this with other things? Like you took, for example, Adolf Hitler, and then you deep fried him
What?
until he was all bloated, and then you covered him
What?
in a sticky orange glaze and... Oh no. I think the thing a lot of Americans don't know is that American Chinese food...
My dog was featured on the local news yesterday and was
That
very
guy
excited
disappeared.
about it.
We haven't seen him since
Dog
the
spotted
video.
at the top of the Great Pyramid of Giza after climbing up to bark at birds. Are you storing your cheese in the fridge? Experts say
Yeah.
you should be leaving it on the counter. The expert.
The expert.
Dog. I am Water Dog. Me arriving to the function. I'm locked out of my dog's Facebook account that I created in 2010, and they won't let me back in unless I send over a copy of his driver's license. I have no choice but to teach him how to drive. I can hear my wife 2 rooms away singing to the dog a song called Best Friends Club. It's about how she and the dog are in the Best Friends Club, and I'm not in it. Men have to be so strong to put up with this sort of treatment. I picked a new couch color. My dog kicked my girlfriend in the face, and her own dog
Oof.
laughed. When you unlock special skin for being called good boy 1,000 times.
Aw.
How it feels stepping on your dog's toe.
True.
Google
I
dog
feel
swearing,
that way with my
and
cat.
wasn't disappointed. In all 20 years being a vet, this was the funniest. Dog showed up to our clinic today after swallowing the dog piece from my Monopoly set. That dog, quite literally, has that dog in him.
That dog, you know.
Everyone is always saying we need a superhero like Superman or Batman or Spider-Man to solve all our problems, but no one is willing to kill anyone's parents. Everyone is always...
That's a good point. Hello.
Ovulating today, aren't we, princess?
No! I'm gonna say that to Pixels. I'm gonna go smell it.
I would ask you what you've been up to, but I know what you've been up to.
You've been gooning.
You've been gooning, haven't you?
Yeah.
That's all you do, isn't it? All you do is bloody goon these
Yep.
days. You
Yep.
don't even go out for a walk. You just goon.
It's true. I'm getting
You're
the
always
same
doing the
amount of
goon
exercise
challenge.
if you think about
You're
it.
never doing the friend challenge, are you?
Doing it right now.
If you're the GM of a TTRPG and your next session is today, try recording it. If you're virtual, you can use something like CraigBot.
I said this
If you're in person, you
'cause
can
it's
just
cool.
open a voice memo and put it in the middle of the table. And then afterwards, you can upload that audio to GM Assistant and get all the notes that you forgot to take.
Oh shit! We should do this actually. I will probably try this for Crooked Mood on God.
Yeah, that's why I sent it to you so that you could have it for later.
I don't.
Yeah, hold on.
TTRPG Sheets is a character sheet creator that works for any.
This is also really cool. I thought you'd like
By
this.
building custom widgets, you can make any kind of character sheet and style it however you like. With all the options
Ooh,
available.
fuck, where was
you
this when I was
perfectly
playing
match your sheet to
Pathfinder,
your
dude?
character. I made the sheets you're seeing now for some of my characters, and you can see how distinct
That's
they
cool.
are.
Why didn't you just zoom it
Similarly,
out?
If you're finding that your standard character
I blame
sheets
me
can't
for
accommodate all of
me
your
sending you the
homebrew,
Gooning video
or
because of the
you're making
screenshot
an
you took.
entire
I wouldn't be
game
surprised.
system, TTRPG
I
Sheets
wouldn't
is the
be
website
surprised.
for you. Since you're building
I can
from
imagine
the
you
ground
spending
up,
like 10
you can
hours
create
making your
whatever you
shul
need to
sheet.
accommodate your game.
Oh yeah, or like making everyone a custom sheet for the Crooked
Test
Moon
out
thing.
different layouts or have different priorities. during
Yeah.
play. You can also share your character sheet with
Goddamn, this is my
Somebody who
autism.
has a science
Yeah.
degree, I
Ah.
I don't think I've ever been more betrayed than I was by my subconscious this morning. See, I was dreaming, still asleep, and I thought of a poem that was so genuinely good that my subconscious fervently went, you need to wake up right now, because if you don't remember this, you're gonna hate yourself, and I believe you need to remember this poem. And so what happened? I woke up. Early in the morning, like 3 a.m., I spluttered awake, astonished, and I remembered the poem. And I wrote the entire thing down, and I was like, holy crap, I can't believe that just happened. My subconscious has the power to do that? Wow. So I started going about my day and moving on, and I was so relieved, so happy that I'd actually remembered this poem, and it was actually really good. And then I woke up for real. It was a fake out wake up. My subconscious didn't have the power to actually wake me up, and so it put it into the dream. It put it into the dream that I woke up and wrote it down and moved about my day. And now, when I actually woke up, I didn't remember a single line. I don't think I've ever been more betrayed than I was by my subconscious.
Did you know from Minecraft, Jason Momoa's character says that he doesn't have any friends his own? Did you know from Minecraft, Jason Momoa's character says that he doesn't have any friends his own age while talking to Henry, who is just 14, and eventually becomes his first friend? This is a reference to Minecraft YouTubers. Did you know for Minecraft,
water. Disgusting. I'll take a monster instead. Red me for filth! No!
That was amazing. That was amazing timing.
Absolute filth. Oh my god.
This little creature licking someone else's butt is actually called a rock hyrax, also known as wawawa, for its distinctive vocalizations. They have sharp, vampire-like front teeth, which, while resembling something out of a movie, give off a comical vibe. Their little limbs have clear, visible toes, making them quite adorable. These traits actually trace back to their common ancestors with elephants. Though their body resembles a rabbit's, they're not great at jumping. Instead, they're exceptional climbers, especially on rocky walls. The soles of their feet are covered in fine textures and
they do like a
bumps,
little suction
much
thing.
like the rough soles of athletic shoes, which help provide extra grip. On top of that, they secrete a moist substance from their foot pads to keep their little feet slightly damp. improving traction, and helping them maneuver easily on mountains to avoid predators.
suction cup.
When they're bored and have nothing else to do, they often stick out their tongues, giving them a bit of a silly look. This is because they have underdeveloped sweat glands, so they use their tongues to help regulate heat, much like dogs. Sticking out their tongue.
Dude, it's me when I'm thinking. It's me when I'm thinking. I'm regulating my body heat out of my tongue because I'm thinking so hard that I have to stick my tongue out.
Sense more effectively. This little creature licking someone else's butt.
I'm just a Hyrax
VTuber
VTuber at the end of the day. I'm just a Hyrax VTuber.
Don't forget to
Alrighty.
react to the ones so that you know where to start next.
Oh yeah, that's a fucking good ass point. Happy Friday. This is this was.
Oh, the thumbnail on the ice cream one is horrible.
I know. Fuck, it looks like a little butthole. Yeah, it looks like a little butthole. Alrighty. I think this is where we'll end off for today.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm high as fuck, and I don't know when dinner's happening. And it's almost 10.
I love that you bookmarked the Hyrax video. Is that gonna be your next Vibe and Shine?
Yeah, it is. Oh shit, Gordy playing Minecraft. We'll go raid Gordy. Gordy's been doing so good, dude. Yesterday he was averaging like 133 viewers. I was so fucking proud of him.
He's gonna get there real soon.
Oh yeah, I believe it. Probably like by the end of this month. I feel like he'll probably get the chance to apply for partnership. So go have fun over there, chat. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. we're watching Shrek. We're watching Shrek.
2 p.m.
So go.
What's that? That's 10 for me.
PST.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, for some reason I was like 2 p.m. That's so early, and then I remembered like you were 8 hours different. So I was like, oh yeah, that's not early.
Happy Friday, day raid. Yeah, yippee. Have fun over there. I love you guys so much. Goodbye.